Morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. I know, I bet you're as relieved as everybody else is. I thought this week's gone really fast. Last week I thought really dragged. And just when you think, what day is it? Oh, it's Monday. And then Tuesday came. I mean, it didn't really affect us. We had a nice, jolly little week. But this week's rocketed through. Mainly because the weather's been all over the place. We've had nice sunshine. We've had sort of overcast. We've had dark, gloomy days. And then we got torrential rain. And today it's the weekend. I couldn't really care less what happens today because it's Friday. And we like a Friday. We like a Friday very much indeed. Some of the stories in the papers, well, it's all concentrating on the NTAs, the National Television Awards. And the papers were trying to make out that Holly and Phil were jeered as they win the gong. It was the most applause I'd ever heard for anybody coming from the NTAs. They did very, very well. Alison Hammond was a bit jealous about the fact that she didn't get an award, but, you have to wait your turn. Ant and Dec, who weren't there because they both got COVID, got the award, proving that they don't actually need to be there to get the award. But, the public seemed quite grateful to see a few people. I mean, there was a few sort of scrag ends there and a few people who dressed up, made it look a bit fun. But some of the outfits, I begin to think that they seriously think they're either working the Reaper Barn or it's a porn film or something, because some of the outfits are just so revealing. Can't these people dress up and cover up? Especially when most of them have got, luckily we didn't see, well, I didn't see, the usual cast of Towie and things like that dragging their weary carcasses along the red carpet. I didn't see any pictures of those, but I'm sure that a few of them must have crept in because they need to fill up the seats, because there was quite a number of empty seats, which quite surprised me. I don't know, some part of Wembley, I can't remember, the box office or something, I can't remember, conference centre or something. But, no, it all went quite well, people got it, and Gogglebox got it, not Gogglebox, what do they call it? Googlebox? Gogglebox. And they dragged all the people up there, but the only ones I wanted to see was that brother and sister. But they didn't appear. I did scan the pictures, trying to find out who was there, and there was all sorts of various people. And so they actually got an award. This morning was Holly and Phil. I think they were slightly worried that the public wouldn't have voted for them. But basically what they did was stuck two fingers up to those, the people who go, oh, boo, you shouldn't have done this. And, and you think, go away and boil your head. It makes it so much easier. So they won. I thought Phil was going to burst into tears. He took his daughter Molly, and they had a very nice time. And everybody had a nice time. So, they've got the best programme on the television. Various other awards were handed out. I was delighted that Kate Garraway got an award. I thought that was very good. It had to be her. It had to be her. And the reason is that Derek is, the longest surviving person with COVID. He's back in hospital at the moment. It's, how she's got through this, I've got no idea. Really, she goes into work just to get ready, and then when she's had him at home, it's like being a full-time carer. And so I thought she did really well, so I was very pleased about that. I really wasn't, I know it sounds very harsh, but I really didn't want to see Katie Price up there. I really didn't. She's made programmes, before about dealing with her son and everything else, but they seem to be coping with it quite well. So that's fine. He's in a home, I believe, and goes home at the weekend. And then there was Paddy McGuinness's ex-wife, who, as I say, God knows what you were wearing, love. I mean, really, do you not think you could have been a bit more discreet? If you want to work on that sort of show where you get your boobies out, then go for it. But the rest of the time, I mean, she just looked as if she was Billy No Mates. And who else was up there? There was somebody else up there who also was sort of up for the gong, because there were so many different people there, and the stage seemed to fill up. When This Morning got their award for Holly and Phil, and believe you me, they only got it for Holly and Phil. I know it's a team effort, but people vote for Holly and Phil because they don't know who the people are who work behind the scenes. And that's why it was even more exciting that they won it, because you'd have thought, really, that they weren't going to get anything, because the papers were going, oh, of course, everybody's against them. They had all these complaints and everything else. Well, stick it up your what's it. But so who actually got what? New drama, Trigger Point. Not a clue. Never even heard of it. The talent show, Strictly Come Dancing. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind, but that's actually made with my money. And to be honest with you, I'd ditch it immediately. Authorised documentary, of course, Kate Garraway caring for Derek. Returning drama, but it's finishing, isn't it? Peaky Blinders. TV presenter, it goes to Ant and Dec. That's why TV presenter, there's no point putting Alison Hammond there, because she does a double act with Dermot O'Dreary. So they should be together. It should, but of course, I mean, she was sort of saying, oh, it should have been me, I was robbed and all this kind of thing. She has done... No, she's never done shows by herself. No, she's always with other people. Always with other people. What could she do by herself? Nothing. No, she's always with other people. Factual Entertainment, Gogglebox, which is where they go round to somebody's house, plug in the camera, and then they make them watch DVDs. And they all get a DVD and they sit there and then they record it, and that was it. Serial Drama went to Emmerdale, so I was very pleased about that one. About time they got recognised. Drama Performance, Cillian Murphy, Thomas Shelby, Peaky Blinders. The Expert was Martin Lewis, who used it as a platform for banging the government, which was very good. I don't have a problem with that. Serial Drama Performance, Mark Sharnock as Marlon Dingle in Emmerdale. The Quiz Game Show was Beat the Chasers, which I thought was quite good, actually. Is that still hosted by Bradley? Does Bradley do Beat the Chase? Oh, good. With all of them. Rising Star, Paddy Beaver, Max Turner in Coronation Street. Again, not a clue. Daytime programme This Morning. The comedy Afterlife. Talent show judge. They've really scraped the toilet seat for this one. Tony Beak. Tony Beak gets talent show judge, but they're all doing exactly the same thing. And the Bruce Forsyth Entertainment Award. Good game, good game. I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. It's just basically a programme where they stick a load of old people in the jungle and then they earn some money. So those were the winners, and they all went home. And you watch today, you'll be seeing Philip. Oh no, they're not on today. Philip, that was lucky for them, wasn't it? Normally Philip and Holly are so drunk from the night before. Yeah, been up all night and they're still sitting there in their outfits. But of course it's not, because it's Friday, so you'll get Alison Hammond moaning. I bet you anything she would go, of course I should have won it. You think, but wait a minute, you do a double-headed programme, darling. Don't you acknowledge anybody else? Always acknowledge the person you're working with, love, because basically they're sort of propping you up. Absolutely. I don't acknowledge you because nobody knows who you are. What's the point of trying to acknowledge somebody who works behind the scenes? I mean, it's like saying it this morning, oh, and by the way, on third camera today is Basil. No, nobody knows who these people are. They're just cameramen and producers and runners, and there'll be lots of people sitting on that show, sitting on the floor while the show's going on with their lanyards around their necks so they can get through the doors. No lanyard, no workie. It's as simple as that. There'll be people who do the makeup, people who do their hair, but they're just people behind the scenes, which is always, it's a problem. That's why they always say, and I like it when they do. Ian Dale was saying he had Dimbleby in, and he said he went through to control room to thank people, and he said, I've never known that before. I thought, I get it all the time with people. They always say thank you. It's an old school thing. It's an old school thing. You do the job, then you go back into the control room and say, thank you very much indeed. See you. Bye-bye. That's all that's how it works, isn't it? Peter says, you've kept me company over this past week while I've been in hospital with hypertension. My blood pressure shot up to 225 over 110. Scared the life out of me. That's the trouble. Sometimes you get rushes, don't you? On your numbers and everything else. You think, oh my God, how can that be that high? That's really bad, actually, your blood pressure. Well, it was. It's now sort of obviously settled. Kathy says, I was catching up with the show last night and heard your lovely words about the cards I sent you. You made my day. And I'm so glad you didn't mind, and I'm so glad you liked them. I thought they were fab. Absolutely fab, Kathy. Thank you very much indeed. Really, very, very nice. They're blank cards. I like blank cards so that you can put your own message in there. I think that's I don't like it when they put words in cards. Some of them, how many poems, how many people really pick up a birthday card and go, oh, look, roses are red, violets are blue. I found this card and I love you, and that kind of stuff. It's like what they write inside in memoriam cards, when you send to somebody after somebody's died. And it's all very lyrical and poetic. But basically, you're just saying, listen, we're thinking about you. The words don't mean anything as far as I'm concerned. I know that might seem quite harsh, but I've had more than my fair share of sympathy cards over the years. I prefer somebody just to put inside and go, Steve, thinking of you at this sad time. And that's enough for me to set me off. Yeah, it's a memory, but I don't want long flowing words and at the front the sort of angels weeping into their tissues and things like that. I'm planning, says Barry, to see my daughter at university tomorrow at Keele. Don't they no feature on University Challenge? Keele University. That was good. Keele Allen. Planning on taking lots of food and warm clothes. Oh, I think you'll be all right, actually. No, you don't need to worry about things like that. And then Noreen says, I found more photos from shows. And there's one of Brian and Noreen and me. Good one to me, actually. And we had such fun and met so many people we're now friends with at your shows. We're off to Dartford on Sunday to a 60s show. Looking forward to seeing Gary Puckett, Young girl, get out of my mind. Marmalade. Oh bloody, oh blada. And Spencer from The Searchers. When I see that girl go hunting by. And then she sent in other pictures, and there they all are. John Warrington, Amanda, Darren, Uncle Rob, and me, which is lovely. And there's now, what show was this in? Was this the I don't know which theatre this was in. All I know is it was 600 people. All our theatres were 600 people. So have you have a good weekend, Noreen? And I don't know what that last one was of John mopping my eyes. Perhaps I cried or something. I was prone to crying. I was probably prone to crying. There'd be something that happened. But nice to see you all there, and we look forward to seeing you all in February. So make sure you live long enough. I don't want to walk out on stage and people go, I'm terribly sorry, Steve's passed on. But he left this message. Yeah, I get recorded. Hey, bad news this morning, boys and girls. And I think it's bad news. And if I think it's bad news, it's definitely bad news, because they're closing branches of banks all over the place. I mean, they're closing. And I'm going to tell you shortly exactly who's closing and how many branches they're closing and why it's bad news for loads of people. Scott Mitchell, Barbara's husband, I still like to think, as far as I'm concerned, they're still together, urges Truss not to scrap the dementia task force. Lags, I think they mean prisoners, people incarcerated, are using Marmite to brew hooch. Can't imagine what that tastes like. Sounds disgusting. Joey Essex has injured his finger. Yeah. What a shame. He's still in Dancing on Ice, because they've already started, as you probably know. The Elgin Marbles could be returned to Greece. And do you remember the couple who won the £3 million house? They have these competitions on the television. We had one for Global's Make Some Noise, and I think it's £25 a ticket. I couldn't quite work out because it did use... Oh, nose is running. It did used to say no purchase necessary, but the tickets are 25 quid. But anyway, this couple won it. It's very nice. It's got fabulous views. It's £3 million. They've got it on the market for £4 million. Obviously, they have decided that they'd rather have £4 million than have a house. But I think it looks really nice, don't you? I'd live in that. I could live in that. It's just a bit too far away for commuting. But I think it's lovely. But they were saying, oh, it's a dream come true and everything else. Yeah. So they've decided to sell it. They weren't sure whether to rent it or to sell it or to keep it. Well, they've decided to sell it because £4 million can go a long way. So that's what they've decided to do. And I've got an erection for you this morning, which I'll tell you about a little bit later on. Not just any old erection. 30 foot. 30 foot. I mean, heavens above, you can only dream, can't you, really?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So, which bank is closing more branches? Believe it or not, NatWest. They're going to close 43 branches. This is on top of the 32 it axed earlier this year, claiming that most customers are shifting to mobile and online banking. So the outlets will close in the first half of next year, and the move means the group will have 678 branches, down from the current figure of 721. You want to know which ones they are? Brace yourselves, because one of these could be you. Henley-on-Thames, Tame, Cheltenham Bath Road, Ayr, Dundee, Devizes, Beeston, Berkhamsted, St Neots, Cleethorpes, Broadstone, Market Harborough, Clitheroe, Eastleigh, Shipley, Ilkley, Buxton, Glossop, Aberdeen, Southsea, Tonbridge, Sandbach, Waterlooville, Cheadle, Glasgow, Headington, Caterham, Oxted, Coventry, Walsgrave Road, Edinburgh, Gerrards Cross, Lewis High Street, Balham, Uckfield, Addiscombe, Stourbridge, Whitehaven, Wetherby, Potters Bar, Bromsgrove, Wokingham, Bloomsbury Pars, London, Upper Parkstone, Poole. That's it. Yeah, I should work for the trains. The train on platform number 3 is for Windsor and Eton Riverside, calling at Victoria, Balham and Newbury Park. Yes, the driver has got lost again. I'm terribly sorry. So if any of those affected you, no doubt you'll have heard already, because they'll be put up, because if this has only just been released as a press release. So I should imagine now they will start putting up in the windows this branch is closing. Because apparently we're all doing... But, I mean, very shortly there won't be anybody to talk to. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, apparently NatWest said 91% of its retail banking customer needs were being met digitally, and added that on average counter transactions had fallen by almost 2/3 between January 2019 and January 2022. Because the trouble is you can only get big sums of money out in the bank. So I can take out, I'm assuming it's normal for everybody, £400 a day on the card machine outside. If I want to take more out, then I go into the bank and say I like to take, because I do coming up to Christmas, I take 1,000 out and I keep it separately so I don't. Yeah, and so when they close, the machines are going as well. So where are you going to be getting your money from? Admittedly, you can go to most places now and get your money out. But can you get large sums of money out? I've got no idea. According to the consumer group Which, UK banks and building societies have closed or announced the closure of 5,182 branches since January 2015, the rate of about 54 a month. So now the NatWest, because if you remember, I went into the Royal Bank of Scotland down at Victoria, because I needed a letter from them, and they very kindly sorted it all out for me. But I'd noticed in the window it had a sign saying this branch is closing, and some of them will probably retire, but they're a little team in there. That's what they do, and some will then move up the road to the NatWest. That's why I was very keen to find out whether or not the NatWest up the road from them was still going to be there. I mean, loads of these people, loads of the staff, especially in this particular branch, have been there for ages, years. In the same branch, you build up friendships and everything else, and then they just take it away from you. It's terrible. Steve says, Jeannie, I've adopted 2 rescue cats and have named them Steve and Alan in your honour. Both tabbies, and I shall purr when listening. Well, there you go, Steve and Gloria Hunniford used to have a dog called Honey and Ford. She did. So when she did her name on the radio, and you can hear it back, she'll go, this is Gloria Honeyford. And the dogs would be listening to the radio. They always had the radio on at home in the kitchen. So there you go. Steve, I sent a sympathy card to somebody's widow. I thought the card was very cute, as it had a sad-looking puppy. And after sending it, I realised it was a card for a deceased pet. Tell me they don't make cards for deceased pets. Please, please. In America, you know, it's big business to get your pet that has departed freeze-dried. You can have it done in its sort of favourite shape. But they have dog sympathy cards. Funky Pigeon do one. And there's so much writing in them. It's, you know, it's just really, you know, there's 130 ones we've got here with all sorts of things written on them, you know. And it says here, we'll leave paw prints forever in your heart. I'm sorry for your loss. And so it goes on. May their memories bring you comfort at this time of loss, a loyal companion and best friend. You know, I mean, there's loads of them. I'm not sure if that's a bit mawkish. A little bit. You know, I'm so sorry about your hamster. You know, luckily we've had it made into a coat. You know, cat minimum. Yeah, I mean, anything's for... I mean, honestly, a rabbit, I don't really think a card for a rabbit. You know, they do pet cemeteries. They found an old one years ago in Bayswater, just up the road from, well, sort of up the road from here. If you go up and then left and then right and then straight along and then you do 3... and they found an old Victorian pet cemetery. The Victorians were very big. What do you do with dead pets? Well, normally people give them to the vet, and they keep them in freezers. Depending on, I mean, if you want your ashes back, they do have pet crematoriums, and you can then get your pet back in a little box. You know, it's amazing how you can condense them down. You know, you can have a Great Dane, and it turns up in a box 6x4. And so you can do that. Or they have pet cemeteries still. They do exist. But some people don't want that, so they stay in the freezer. Seems a bit harsh, really. Then somebody comes around and collects them. What they do with them, I've got no idea. And I only know that because we used to do a programme with pets years ago on LBC. I used to do a pet-based programme. Yeah. There's not many... yes, they used to come in from the Small Animal Veterinary Association. And they would come in and they would deal with pet problems on LBC. I shall tell you a story sometime. Not at the moment, I don't think. Hairy Bikers star Dave still battling cancer. They're doing an advert, actually. I don't know when they recorded it, but we like the Hairy Bikers. The Elgin Marbles could be returned to Greece, and Northerners die younger than people living down south. I don't know why that would be. I'm sure they've probably come up with some remarkable sort of, you know, system of going, oh, of course, you know, if you're up north, you have more fried food or the weather's worse or something like that. I mean, it's the widest, I think, it's personally, Yeah, it's the widest I think it's been for a long time, this north-south divide. They used to talk about it in joking terms, we don't like you southern Jessies. And we just used to take it on the shoulder. We never thought about it. It never crossed my mind. They used to say it's grim up north. In fact, comedians used to do jokes, it's grim up north. I think they did it on Victoria Wood, now for people in the north, it must be awful for you, kind of things like that. And yet most of the soaps are based up north. And we watch them because we go, oh, look at that. Honestly, they live near a power station. And I never had any problem. I always thought the people up north were very much friendlier than we are down south. Always thought that. People talk to you up north. Down south, we lived up there for a few years. We didn't talk to anybody. And because we were from south. I don't think we did talk to anybody, actually. My parents knew people in the village where we lived, and they'd be invited round because village life was a bit more open. But I remember Dale and I, no, they weren't reserved. No, people, you're right, Chuck. They always say that, nice to see you. Betty in Emmerdale used to talk to everybody, bless her heart, and other people do as well. We went up north, Dale and I, on numerous occasions because his family were from Sheffield, and everybody would talk. I mean, whether they talk to you because you're famous or you're instantly recognisable face, I don't know. But it was just the thing that people would talk to you. Down south, somebody talks to you, you were on the phone to the police immediately. So they always go, you all right, mate? How are you doing? You go away now. Don't come anywhere near me. The backlash as Channel 4 buys a Hitler picture for Jimmy Carr's show. If you heard Nick Ferrari yesterday at breakfast, he was talking about this. It's, to be honest with you, I don't know why they're doing it. I really don't know. And the police have been called in after a serial complainer cost a village thousands. He's an ex-councillor. He's one of those Victor Meldrew types. That's what he is. You only have to look at him. When they asked him, are you the serial complainer? I have no comment to make. You know it is him. Something like 400 complaints, which has cost them thousands. A friend of mine used to work for Barclays, Steve, and was quite high up in it. He said there's a need for older people to go into banks and that somebody should set up a bank for the older generation. And so it won't happen. I can tell you now it won't happen because they reckon that most people, even the elderly, can operate a bank on their telephone. I told you I've got all my accounts, barring one bank account, which isn't on there. My brother's got access to that, and he's got access to all my bank accounts. So I can say to him, oh, there's so much money in this account, as if, but can you transfer, £500 over to that one? And he just does it. So they don't necessarily need to go into a branch. I mean, but they don't think about elderly people. See, years ago, my brother used to have a branch of a building society to look after. And a lot of elderly people would, he had his own branch. That happened quite a lot. They would give you your own branch. And then what they did was they would have the branches and the manager would look after 3 or 4 branches, like vicars and churches. You very rarely find a vicar only looks after one church. They might have 4. Within their sort of vicinity. So he said loads of people would come in just for a chat. He said the more you chatted to them, they then go, oh, by the way, I've got some money to invest. He said there was one old boy chatting about fishing, because my brother, as Mr. Neil knows, is a big fishing fan. He loves stuff like that. And he was chatting away, and my brother was trying to be polite, sort of saying, I've got other people to see. And he said, oh, it's great, he said, I love chatting about fishing and everything else, and they could compare where they'd fished and what they'd caught, gudgeon and perch and dace and all these other bits and pieces. And then he said, I need to invest some money. I've got to put some money with you. Because he liked him, and that's how it works. Put 60,000 quid in the bank. 60,000 quid. And that's how it works. If you like the person you're dealing with, then you end up giving them your money. I've got some. I mean, customer service works fantastically. I've got one account with Metro Bank, and a friend of mine for many years, Steve. If I phone him up on the odd occasion and ask him for something, he would sort it out immediately. Because that's what they do. So if ever you don't get it so much because they're very transient. The people who work in the banks, they sort of move them on a bit, which I think is terrible. I do remember Bearman's in Leytonstone. We used to go there to see Father Christmas, Steve. I remember it because that's the first place that I saw Father Christmas. And we went on a ferry boat. And what it was quite clever. They opened a door and then you went and sat in a seat in this boat. And then they closed the door and the lights dimmed and the walls moved. It was like on a roller.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. I shouldn't need to tell you that every time, but as people wake up, because somebody said to me, why do you keep repeating yourself? I thought, well, basically to wind you up for a start, which always works a treat. But secondly, people don't always join at 4 a.m. Some people join at 3 minutes past, and some people do 7 minutes past, 20 past, so it goes on. More of your texts and emails. A friend of mine used to work for... Oh, no, we've done that one, haven't we? There's a NatWest, apparently, in Weybridge and another in Walton-on-Thames. Always big queues at both. £700 a day from Barclays cash machines in the branch. Oh, I can get more than 700. If I want to take 5,000 out, I haven't got 5,000 in there, but I could take 5,000 out in the branch. You just got to go and put your thing in the machine. They put it in there. They check your account and then it comes out. But bearing in mind, when they close all these NatWest branches, the machines will be going as well. They're not going to come round and fill them up. They're going to be closed at the same time, which is not good. Steve, I'm wondering if there was a wee injection of common courtesy, good manners and just plain niceness in the water here yesterday. A lovely gentleman let me jump the shopping queue. A smashing wee lady gave me a Cadbury's Christmas pudding whilst I was waiting in another queue. I guess just one of them. One of those days, says Kim Pierce. Hope I don't miss your erection, Steve. Off out extra early this morning. The producer just reminded me. He said you've not shared your erection. Well, when you put it this way, you're not going to miss it. It's 30 foot. 30 foot. I should tell you all about it. I've also got a beach hut for sale, and we found an 11-year-old boy who is the ringleader behind a crime spree in Blackpool. 11. You can only hazard a guess at what the family must be like, can't you, really? Helen says, I've recently been to a memorial service and party in my friend's garden. We celebrated the life of a lovely Labrador whose ashes were put into the ground under a new apple tree, and all enjoyed eating cake and drank a glass of champagne. There you go, you see. That's what it is. And Dean says there's no customer loyalty as far as bank branches are concerned. They refused me my first mortgage application. I moved my account to another bank, slammed my cash on the counter, not even a thank you for years of custom. They don't. They don't. It's different. It's different, Dean. It's different to what it was in our early days. You know, where it was like sort of being in a Miss Marple show or something like that. It was old-fashioned banks and people who worked in shops where you would go in to buy your radio, and they would demonstrate different radios for you, and you would sort of decide which one you fancied. And there was no sort of... Now it's all to do with money. It is all to do with money. You know, it's much more corporate. They're interested in how much you've got. You know, that's all it comes down to. Would you like to invest with us? They had somebody the other day. I was having so many odd dreams recently. This is somebody who invested money when somebody knocked on her door, if you please, and said, you know, we've got these things here, and came inside and told you how to invest money. She lost it all. She's lost everything. No, it wasn't a dream. It was real. It was real, though. You get a lot of people who come round and they sort of offer you all these marvellous deals. And they turn up on the doorstep, their suit and carrying a clipboard with bits and pieces on it. And they say, listen, we're looking for investors in the area. We've got sort of various places, blah, 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 blah. And they convince you to part with your savings. I can remember when they used to do that programme with Matt Allwright on the television, which seems to have disappeared now. Was it Rogue Traders? And they had somebody who was coming around and selling elderly people a fire extinguisher. A fire extinguisher which would have cost about 30 quid, but by the time they'd finished, it was over £1,000. What they were doing, they were frightening elderly people into buying this thing and a fire blanket because, you know, fire in your home, you might never get out. So anyway, the lady, who was an actress, and the bloke comes round. What they didn't know is that Matt Allwright was hiding behind the curtains, and the bloke goes into a spiel and all the rest of it, and then Matt comes out and goes, why are you scaring this lady? I'm Matt Allwright from Rogue Traders. Blah. I used to like those moments because sometimes they couldn't pack up quick enough. But they always let them get away, though, didn't they? They'd sort of follow them out there, but the BBC weren't very good at sort of following up and beating the living daylights out of them. That was it. And he was saying, why are you selling this thing? You can buy, getting them arrested. You can buy these things for 35 quid a fire extinguisher, and you're selling it for what, 1,600? Or chairs, electric chairs, not electric chairs, but chairs that move backwards and forwards and tip you up and go to make a bed or everything else. I always fancied one. They sell them all over the place. We used to have somebody in a department store I worked at. Every Christmas they would come and sell these orthopaedic chairs. I was always amazed that there was a ready market for them, but there was. People wanted a chair that sort of vibrated, and I mean, I didn't like that. I didn't like that side of it. But they used to sell loads of these things. They would have them delivered, have them installed. They do the same on one of the shopping channels. They do exactly the same. Buy this thing for 350 quid. They will bring it round, install it exactly where you want it, plug it in, show you how it works. And what are you looking for? Looking at my chair. These are very expensive. These are about £600-700, these chairs. Do you know that? I'm trying to get them out of the building. It's not easy. I tell you, every time I get one as far as the front door, the men on security go, "What you got there, Steve?" I go, "Nothing." And they go, "Is it another chair?" Put it back. Tried to get the couch out the other week, because that was quite nice as well. I like a couch I can lie down on. I'm very happy with things like that. A bit of a chaise longue. I found a posh beach hut for sale, £440,000. And they've said you can get a 5-bedroom house in Middlesbrough for that. And I said, well, who the hell wants to live in Middlesbrough? I'd rather have a beach house, much nicer. This Muddyford, is it? Muddyford. That's where the beach hut is. Yes, I know. 440,000. But I mean, look at it. It's very nice. It's very nice. You can have a good lie down in that. And the owner will have to share a toilet with other Oh, well, that's out straight away. I'm not sharing a toilet. Definitely not. But the agent, Danielle Dennison, said they had received a few inquiries about the listing since it went live on Wednesday. The property, which has no toilet but does have solar panels, had been in the same family for some time until they realised it was worth £500,000. So then somebody went flog it. They've got a list in excess of 50 people. They're quite nice. They're nice beach huts, but you've got to be at the front. It can sleep up to 8 people. Wow, it's got an upstairs. That's why. But it's very nice. Very nice indeed. Last September, another beach hut went on the market for £575,000. You see, I like a beach hut. It didn't sell. I do like a beach hut. You know, the idea of being able to go to... And it's very therapeutic. You're by the sea, you've got the draft, and you can hear the waves crashing on the shore, and then the tsunami hits, and you float off in the cabin. It's Bournemouth, the Bournemouth tsunami. But I've always thought that was really good. It's like deck chairs. Who does not, when you go to the seaside, want to sit on the front with that breeze in your face, giving you nice little rosy cheeks, and you sit there and sort of the sound of the waves and children laughing and screaming and then doing everything else that they do. You know, want chips. And it's nice, and I've often fallen asleep in a deck chair. I like falling asleep in deck chairs. Yeah, the old knotted handkerchief on your head to stop yourself getting burnt. And it's very nice. It's just a relaxed way of doing things. And as I say, you could do the same in the beach hut. You can hear sort of people going, people running around, throw me the ball, I'll throw the ball back. If you've got an odd 400 quid to spare, that's the place to go. Martin says Woolworths did extra long Christmas TV adverts long before John Lewis. The Woolworths ads and Christmas editions of the Radio and TV Times. Very exciting. Yes, they used to put loads of celebrities in the Woolworths ads. They were full of people dancing on screen and holding a bar of chocolate or telling you that you could get this drum and this TP and all the rest of it. You could get all sorts of stuff. But the Woolworths ads they were there long before, but the budgets weren't a third of the size of Waitrose and everything like that. But Woolworths have a happy Christmas. You've got the goodies on there. That's Anita Harris. And the idea was that you had to try and spot all the people who on there. Yeah, £2 for a handbag, a Polaroid camera, $13.99, and it was done in a big studio. And that's Wei Wei Wong. She's very famous. She was part of the young generation, and I think she was gorgeous. And it was just fun. Fisher-Price toys from $3.99. A super screw kit from $1.99. Yeah, this is all in Woolworths. They sold everything. Bean bags. Oh, who didn't love a bean bag? Loved bean bags. And a train set and cars whizzing round, Scalextric and stuff like that. A carriage clock, 15 quid. It's the wonder of Woolworths. Christmas gifts in clothing as well. They used to do clothing, everything. But they were very famous. Very, very famous. A York double thing, Quality Street, £6.89. See, that was quite expensive when you consider some of the other stuff that they had. But it was all to do with celebrities. And the more you spotted, the more pleased you became. The next day, people at work would be going, did you see so-and-so? The goodies were on. Wasn't it fab? They love stuff like that. I think so. Yes, we do remember them, Martin. And in fact, now with the help of YouTube, you get them all the time. You can go back and relive those halcyon moments. We've talked about a cycling vigilante on the programme on many occasions. There are quite a few of them, and what they do is they sort of stop motorists going the wrong way down a one-way street, or they tell them to put their phone down or something like that, and they film them at the same time and threaten them with going to the police, which they do. They do film them and they do take them to the police, and the police will, on many occasions, actually prosecute if you've been caught doing something, some misdemeanour. But anyway, this particular cycling vigilante, who I shall tell you more on a little bit later on, has just lost the case. The jury backed the driver in this particular, I think because he leapt onto the bonnet of the car. And there used to be one, I don't know if he still operates, in Regent's Park. There's a little area where you're turning right, but you've got to cross over a road first. And so people jump to the other side of the road and quickly nip down there and then go off. And this cyclist will park his bike right in front of them and go back. And they will sit there. I mean, I've seen them all on YouTube. There's quite a few of them. There's one, it's a doctor and her passenger, and he's going, go back. You're on the wrong side of the road. Bit of a nosy parker. They all sort of say the same thing to him. Why don't you know? And he says, go back now, because they are in the wrong. They're on the wrong side of the road, facing the wrong side of the road. And he makes them reverse. He makes them reverse back. It's very interesting. And he said, I'm giving all this footage to the police. You will be prosecuted. You're on the wrong side of the road. And you're on your telephone as well.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Pete the Pool Man, big fan of Pete the Pool Man and the chocolate snowballs and all the other little bits and pieces. He's just closed his last pool. He said, I'm free. I love it. This is an electric closing on it. Beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. That is absolutely fantastic. I think it's no good. I've got to get a pool built in, haven't I? I've decided if I win the lottery over the weekend, I'm going to find a house that's either got a pool in it or I'm going to have a pool built, which I think would be fantastic. The jackpot is, I forget how much the jackpot is. Nice house. Very nice house. Oh, here we are going inside the house, and we're opening up the picture. Oh, there's the safe. And the piece of paper, 731... Get the money. Get the money. Isn't that clever? I like these automatic pool closing, because you have to have that to keep the leaves and everything else off it. That costs a bit just to have that. Very nice house. Very nice. There's some lovely properties Pete gets to deal with, but that's like estate agents. I mean, I get Country Life every week, and they have all these lovely houses for sale, beautiful houses all over the place. And this week they've done some on Jersey and Guernsey. One of them is just beautiful. I mean, literally, it looks like a Renaissance Italian villa. It's really, what Dickens is that? I mean, it looks really, really lovely. And then they show you inside. And if you go onto the internet, you can see the insides of all these houses. And they've also got a feature on houses that were lived in by royalty, like Mary Queen of Scots, you know, places that they stayed in. And there's quite a lot of them. Some beautiful, and they're up for sale, which is nice. See, I love stuff like that. I'm dead nosy. When it comes to people's houses, you know, I want to see them all on the internet. I often go on to Knight Frank's website, type in Regent's Park, and just see what's actually up for sale. And it'll put down flat 14 million, service charge, and you look at them and then you can click onto all the different pictures. It's fantastic. It's absolutely wonderful. You know, because if people are sort of, you know, if they've got night, everybody loves their house being seen. Everybody does it. There you go. Look, Marylebone Road. That's the entrance hall, I think, for 3,950. But look at that one there. Note down. Hanover Terrace, but Prince Albert Road, 29 million, 5-bedroom, 7 bathrooms, 4 reception rooms. There was a house in America the other day, 6 bedrooms, 14 bathrooms. They're obsessed with bathrooms. Baker Street. I like the Hanover Terrace one, 22.5 million. It's 6,000 square feet, 5 bedrooms, 6 bath, 4 receps. Yeah, can we look inside? We look inside. Ooh, I love looking inside. I look at these houses and I think that's going to be for me. I mean, their outlook is just beautiful. I know Hanover Terrace. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, can you imagine picking somebody up in a bar and going, "Do you want to come back?" And they go in there and they go, "Yeah, don't touch anything." It's like a museum. That's lovely, isn't it? That is quite. Somebody's got some money. That's beautiful. And they've got an office. I always fancied having an office. Lovely big bedroom. Oh, you could do. Oh, nice bathroom. Nice, aren't they? You're not keen. Oh, right. Not keen on marble. This is the dressing room. That's what I'd be like. And there's another bedroom. They're beautiful, aren't they? Really nice. I like this. And they've got wooden shutters, which I'm a big fan of. I love the plantation shutters and all these different rooms. I mean, look at that. I mean, they've got a bar. Oh, I wouldn't mind a house with a bar. That could be very nice, couldn't it? But no, you look at these houses and you think to yourself, if you've got 29 million to spare, why wouldn't you buy it? It's only 22 million. That would really annoy people, wouldn't it? 22 million. You go, but listen, I'm 68. What do you think I'm going to do? Move into a council house or something? No, you're going to go mad and go and buy something that is so out of your comfort zone that you can absolutely love it. Oh, I can think of so many people you could upset with that. What a lovely thought. Terry says, on Wednesday, I got the debit card stolen by a couple of lowlifes who distracted me whilst I attempted to pay for parking in Stanhope Street in North Finchley. Before I could stop it, they'd withdrawn 150 quid from my account as they saw what PIN number I put in. If I see them again, they will suffer big time. Oh, you get that all the time, Terry. That's why when you're putting in your PIN number, you put your hand over it. You keep it covered. I mean, some machines have cameras tagged onto them. In fact, most machines now have cameras tagged on. Yes, and the scammers do it as well. They put the false fronts onto them, so it happens all the time. I told you, one of my former producers, she was at the cash point, and the old trick was you put your card in, type in the number, and then they drop a £5 or a £10 note, and they go, "Oh, excuse me," just as your money's going to come out. They go, "Is that your money?" You bend down to pick it up. They take your money out of the machine. They distract you. But she was clever, my producer, Amanda. She put her foot on the money. But you look at the fake camera things. They're pinhole cameras. Have you ever seen pinhole cameras? They're tiny. It's a fake part that they put onto the ATM. It's got batteries in it, and the camera is tiny. Have you never seen them before? Oh, a tiny, and it records the thing. So you put the thing in. And so always make sure the PIN pad is completely covered. Quickly put in your PIN number. I don't like anybody near me. I've been known to turn around and utter obscenities. Really, I'm not having anybody near me because you think, I don't trust you. I don't care who you are. Don't want you seeing any of my things. So I know what it's like. I've never actually had it happen to me. I'm very, very lucky that people only have to take one look at me. They think, I don't think we'll bother taking his money. I've never lost anything, although I lost an Amazon parcel yesterday. Put through your letterbox, they said. It was only a packet of handkerchiefs, so somebody's going to be very disappointed. And somebody's obviously nicked it, which is very disappointing. I've not lost anything up until now. They said on the thing, posted through letterbox. Not mine. So I did have a look in the post room, and it wasn't there. It's just a packet of handkerchiefs. I ordered them. In fact, I told you when I ordered them last time round. But they didn't make it. So you never know. Sometimes some of my neighbours pick up stuff for me and then sort of hand it in, which is lovely. So they were all out there at the Television Awards, the NTAs, and, people who think they're models, but they're not really. They're just presenters. And so you've got Christine McGuinness. I don't know what she was wearing. I really don't. It's very sweet, love, if you're going into burlesque dancing, but you're obviously not. Ekin Sue. Not really a lot you can say about her. Apparently she was on Love Island. Maya Jama. Again, not really an appropriate outfit. And then they've got Sam Ryder, looking as if he's auditioning for Jesus of Nazareth. And Rose Ayling. Joel Dommett and Hannah Cooper. And Philip and Holly. Phil lining up with his daughter Molly, because it's the NTAs. You have to line up for these sort of things. And in fact, they get 2 pictures in the paper today. They'll be very excited. But Holly Willoughby, it says she could wear a bin bag or a tin of beans and she'd still look sensational. Joey Essex, first dancing on Ice Casualty. He sliced off a bit of his fingertip during training and posted a picture of his bandaged digit. Oh, get over yourself, for God's sake, honestly. You were boring first time round. Also, Emma Dale, big soap winner, so well done. And, oh, look, Gemma Owen was there. She was the one on Love Island who apparently might or might not have a boyfriend. Her father's the former footballer. We don't know what he does now, but it's lovely. Talent show Strictly. Trigger Point, I don't even know what it is. I've never seen it, so it doesn't really help, actually. I like Mark Sharnock as Marlon Dingle. He's had his fair share of ups and downs, hasn't he, really? Comedy was Afterlife. Again, I've never seen it. I don't know what it is. Peaky Blinders, I've never seen either. Apparently they were called Peaky Blinders because of their flat cap. Do you see Jay, the bloke from Repair Shop, sitting indoors with his flat cap on? I mean, I'm sorry, dear. Nobody wears hats indoors. Do you sort of sit, you're a bit like Joe Swash. You wear your baseball cap in bed or something, and Dave Beckham, who goes out with his sort of baseball, but he's changed his hair. When I say changed his hair, it obviously arrived in a jiffy bag. But sort of Jay Blades was there wearing this flat cap, and I thought, well, you're indoors, love. It's like, it was raining outside, but I've still held the umbrella up. Doesn't quite work, does it? Gogglebox, TV presenter goes to Anton Deck, and talent show judge. I mean, how many are there? Is there a vast array of them? And for some reason it goes to the very irritating Tony Beak. I don't know why. Very irritating. Yeah, I mean, surely give it all of them. They're all, they all do exactly the same thing. Hand of God ball up for sale at $3 million. This is the England footy heroes and fans blasting the rubbish Maradona Hand of God referee for selling the match ball. He can do what he wants with it. Do what he wants with it. Gary Lineker says, I'm so thrilled the ref will cash in on his cock-up. There's nothing more boring than Gary Lineker when he's on one of his dreary rants. He's hoping that there's 2 gay footballers, yeah, and the rest, and he's hoping they're going to come out in Qatar. Yeah, well, that'll be fine. We can't wait to see what the aftermath of that one would be. Steve, when the lotto rewards you, I'd be happy to install a bespoke pool for you after I've spent an hour trying to persuade you not to have one, says Pete the pool man, because he's always said, it's like buying a boat. People say the best thing about buying a boat is when you buy it. Second best thing is when you sell it, because you never use it as much as you think you're going to. It's like having a swimming pool, and he would, even though he services swimming pools, he'd be saying, Steve, don't have a pool. Have something else. Have a playground or something like that. Have swings and slides or a sand pit, but don't have a swimming pool. I love it. I love it. So here's Victoria Beckham out in New York, wearing a very inappropriate dress which doesn't suit her or flatter her, and she's still wearing dark glasses. I mean, is this really as desperate as we get for the attention seeking? Apparently she praised Dave for queuing to see the Queen lying in state. She said he met some really amazing people. He's so happy he did it. Yeah, funny you weren't there, or anybody else from the family, and normally everything in your family is something you do to try and garner the publicity, but very inappropriate outfit. Lovely pictures of Dot Cotton's funeral. Very expensive. Where she got the money from, I've got no idea. This is a horse drawn with full of flowers, but all the old stars turned up, including Lauren Branning and Mary the Punk and Gary Hales.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to October the 14th. So what's around the corner? Bonfire night. Oh no, Halloween. That's where we all have to dress up as ghouls and punks and people with blood capsules and all sorts of things. We get it round here. Seriously, I mean, I didn't think that people bothered dressing up anymore, but they seem to like it. I've only ever done it a few times, and to be honest with you, I mean, you feel a bit of a dipstick when you're going home on the bus, sitting there looking like Dracula. So I decided maybe not for me. But people, nightclubs like to let people in. If you turn up in your swimwear, you can come in for free and things like that. I mean, that's how they normally used to get people in. But I'm going to these clubs where they let people in their swimming trunks. I don't know why. It's just, I haven't been to a club in years. I'm way too old for that kind of thing. I'd be in there and they'd be going, what are you doing, Grandad? So there you go. Dark comedy, Afterlife, Ricky Gervais sitcom. And adding to Pete the pool man, says Paul the bus driver from Deal, as you hate travelling on packed buses, sitting next to germ-filled people. If you win the lottery, I'll be your personal bus driver, as I have my own Route Master bus. I went to a place when was it? About a year ago. We were dropping something off, actually. Mother of my godchildren and me. And we went past Frank Bruno's house. And down the road from Frank Bruno's house, in the middle of nowhere, is this field full of old buses and coaches and everything. I've never seen so many in my entire life. This person obviously collects them and then sort of does them up and then rents them out. But it was a whole field full of these buses. I mean, seriously, I've never seen so many. And I remember thinking, it reminded me of Cliff Richard, who celebrates his birthday today. Yes, Cliff is... He won't thank me for telling you, because he doesn't behave like it, but he's 82 today. So many happy returns of the day. And I'm still watching his 75th birthday tribute at the Royal Albert Hall, where they brought on Olivia Newton-John and loads of other people there, and it was fab, and he sings as good as ever. And you think to yourself, you know, I've got all his films and everything. I'm not a fan. I just happened to buy all the because I just love them. It's like, I can't remember what it was. And the reason that we met was because when he was going through all this dreadful stuff with the BBC and everything else, he was in one of those states where he'd wake up in the middle of the night thinking, what the hell is going on? And he would listen to LBC. And he came to sort of, you know, just become addicted to the programme, which I remember thinking was really good, because you get loads of people saying, you know, I don't sleep very well after my mum died and my partner died. And the whole thing was just terrible for him to happen at that time of life. And so he said, you were the one who said you made me smile and laugh again. So that was the good thing. So Cliff, have a very, very happy birthday for today, and all your fans wish you exactly the same, because you've reached, as they say, a ripe old age, which is fantastic. Well done. Do you remember we didn't test, actually, I wish we had tested, but they were talking about the best custard comes in a cardboard box. So one of the papers has done a whole testing of custard. So can it be best out of a tin? Mary Berry says so. So they've looked at various custards. The ones which didn't do very well is Morrison's Savour custard. Well, I mean, the clue is in the word. Savour custard only gets one mark. Ambrosia Devon custard only gets 3. This is out of 5. M&S Silky Smooth custard gets 3. They're all pre-made. Yeah, they're all in tins and everything else. Asda's Ready to Serve custard is 4 marks, and that sells for 60 pence. It's not worth making. You might as well just buy it. Might as well buy it. And Morrison's Ready to Serve custard is 4 marks. That's 79 pence. But the top one, creamy and sweet, with the best flavour by far. So much so I couldn't stop eating it. It's £1.29 for 600 grams. The 4 pots offer more for your money than a 400-gram tin. So you get 4 pots of custard for £1.29, and it's Lidl vanilla custard pots. There you go. That's the one. That gets 5 out of 5. Sounds delicious. Mind you, whenever they say it's full of sugar, it's very sweet, I always think sugar, fatal for diabetics. but you know, we don't mind suffering every so often for our art. But looking back at this, bless her cotton socks, that's the little one. Madagascan vanilla custard, made using British whipping cream. Way! Infused with Madagascan vanilla seeds, a perfect accompaniment to hot dessert. Imagine pouring that over your custard, over your apple tart or rhubarb tart or just anybody's tart, and you just pour it over there and just enjoy it. That looks delicious, doesn't it? I mean, we haven't even taken the lid off and we like the look of it. Steve, how comes on my journey I never see you on billboards? I always see Nick on the odd side of a bus, but never you. Well, because I've refused to do it. I've said to them, I'm sorry, I don't want to do that. Swarbrick's on there at the moment. But no, I don't need things like that. I don't. I've never craved publicity, as you know. I'm a shy, retiring person. People always say, you know, it must be great being on the side of a bus, and you go, oh, really? No. I never saw that as sort of being good news. I'm sure if I said to them, oh, listen, I'd like to go on the side of a bus, they'd go, listen, Steve, your audience can't get much bigger. I said, well, because, I mean, you're not going to listen to somebody because of the way they look. You know, I don't think it makes any difference whether Tom Swarbrick, and I've seen him with his shirt off, is one of those sort of people who would sort of, you know, you look at him and you go, you know, he's actually a bit good looking, I'll listen to his programme. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did. It'd make it so much easier for me. So much easier. People would say, you know, a bit of a stunner, And now we'll have to listen to the programme. It's never going to happen, is it? Never going to happen at all. What else have we got? What else have we got in the paper today? Shock and war games. Allies simulate a nuke blitz on Russia. They're not doing... Do you know, Russia, the more you read about this, I think Putin definitely thought that he was going to sort of go into Ukraine and it was going to be a walk in the park. Nothing could be further from the truth. Most of the Russians are coming home in body bags. He's achieved nothing, and I don't really understand what he thinks they've done. I don't think war solves anything at all. It just brings heartache and misery to people. It's like, sort of blowing up Putin and his family and all that kind of thing. And it's for him, he must be the loneliest man in the world, worrying, I should imagine, about who in his team of close people is going to be the first to try and assassinate him. And we can go back to living normally. Because you're always looking over your shoulder. He doesn't get out there himself and do anything. He just sort of instructs other people to do it, which is it's just a shame. Bit of a shame. Steve, I was just typing to send you a message regarding this custard conversation, says Craig, and I was going to tell you that the Lidl Deluxe Madagascan vanilla custard is absolutely to die for, and then you took the words right out of my mouth. Anyway, you have to try it. It's delicious. You will not, I repeat, not be disappointed. I'm not sure I could go in a Lidl. It's like, yeah. Can you bring me one in? There you go. Producer's going to bring me, because he's got one of those discount cards for Lidl. Yeah, you live above one. Oh, God. I didn't know it was possible to actually live above a Lidl, but he's got one. So we will try it. Perhaps I should get a tin of fruit salad or something like that. Or failing that, we could have some... I know what we could have it on. Mince pies. I'll bring mince pies in on... You're going to bring it in on Monday? All right, I'll bring mince pies in. Oh, we've got to record that thing, haven't we? We've got to do a recording. Should we do it on Monday? Have you reminded yourself? Yeah, we have to record something. It's nothing that doesn't affect you. But if I bring in mince pies on Monday, we can have some of this Madagascan custard. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? There'll be other people listening going, can we have it now? Can we have it now, please, Steve? What else we got here? Being a party lover, Zoe Ball and Fatboy Slim's son Woody Cook was the biggest caner. I think he was at some I don't know, it must have been at an awards ceremony actually, but I've got no idea. He spent the summer DJing at festivals. Having come out as bisexual, he's now decided to embrace it and is going out without shoes either. Apparently that's obviously very avant-garde and very sort of, woo, amazing. That was the Attitude after party special. I think Rita Ora went as well. I don't know, I feel a bit sorry for Rita. She's another one sort of living in limbo. She's not sort of as happy as she should be, actually. Perry Edwards got herself into a bit of a tangle at the awards, had to hold her outfit together. Refresh my memory. Who's Perry Edwards? Who's she? Oh, Little Mix. Oh, that's right. They've all gone their separate ways now, haven't they? Very embarrassing, really. Scarlett Moffat was all glammed up for the event, because if you can have a gay event and invite Scarlett Moffat, and you know what she said now? She wants to be a drag artist. I don't quite get that, but there you go. But she says, I have already picked a drag name out. It's called Donna Kebab. You're a bit late, love. That came out donkeys years ago. What planet are you from? But anyway, she's... now she wants the BBC to launch a celebrity spin-off of RuPaul's Drag Race so she could take part. We've seen your presenting skills, love. They're not the greatest in the world. I think you're testing yourself on the food programme, so let's not, the BBC doing another drag programme. I don't think we really need that. Thank you very much indeed. Here's my erection. And this is a shop owner who is blaming a single complainant about obscenity for forcing the removal of a 30-foot gold nude statue from outside his business. Grant Adamson said the effigy was not well hung, but added, if it was put there by Michelangelo, I'd have everybody in the world coming round looking for him. It's a Roman-style figure, once used to promote Russell Crowe's Gladiator movie back from 2000, but the council ordered its removal, saying Grant's landlord didn't have permission when he erected it in June to try and draw people in. Grant says it's been good for the business. People know it's where the gold man is. It looks like one killjoy has ruined it for everybody. His business is called Grant's Bulldog Forge. It's in Greater Manchester. It has several units selling obscurities and accessories. They're very funny councils about things like that, aren't they? And it always takes one person to complain. But people complaining now is kind of a big thing. People like complaining. Oh, I don't like that. I don't think that's a very good idea. And we have found a super complainer. He's done about 400, 500, 600 complaints. He's an ex-council member. We'll tell you all about him a little bit later on this morning. But we will also tell you about Isabel Peck. Isabel Peck is one of those stupid people in life. And she's 20. She was stopped in April in her Vauxhall Corsa. I mean, how embarrassing, to be stopped in a Vauxhall Corsa. And she had 486 micrograms of benzoyl-lagonine, which is a drug's compound. It's cocaine, apparently. I mean, I wouldn't. That's probably what it's made of or something like that. But despite warnings about the drug staying in her system, she collected her car the next day. She got stopped by the same policeman, tested her for drugs, and she was done again, having been told. She's a bit thick. She looks a bit thick. Despite warnings about it, she was seen by the same officer and given an 800 micro thing reading. She denied taking drugs between each test. Chester JPs heard she'd not used cocaine since starting as cabin crew for Jet 2. She admitted drug driving and was given a year's ban, with £369 fine and £157 costs. What a thick person. What a really thick person. Don't go and collect your car, dear. It stays in the blood system. Oh, I'll just say, I've been stopped again. I can't believe it. Talk about dim. But as I say, I love the way they go. Since she started her job as a trolley dolly, she's given up the cocaine. Well, there you go. That's just one of life's little hazards. Well done, you.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Pete the pool man says, can you let Sir Cliff know I'm looking after his old pools at Feather Green and Charters. They're both doing well and are in the best hands. And can I just add that the song Miss You Nights is a masterpiece. Well, he sings it on his DVD for his 75th birthday celebrations in front of a packed house at the Royal Albert Hall. My favourite is Fly Away Peter, Fly Away Paul. It's called Silvery Rain. You can find it on YouTube. It's lovely. He has a new album out. He has a Christmas album out, which I think is coming out November time. Steve. That's Lidl, the choice of custard for Sunday pudding, says Kim. Steak pie and trimmings for starters, and then chocolate fudge cake. Woo! That sounds a bit cool. And Steve, my friend and I were at the Cliff 75 gig at the Albert Hall. Afterwards, my friend said, stick around, we've been invited backstage. So we waited, and we were ushered to an upstairs bar where Cliff was having his birthday drinks. Got to meet him and thanked him for the night and the after-show drinks. He said, oh, this isn't my party. That's in half an hour at the Good Earth around the corner. Do you want to come? So they did, which is nice, isn't it? He's like that. We were in his box. We were in his box, which was fantastic, with Tim Rice and Paul Gambaccini and Elaine Page and a few other people. But the funny thing was, when we got into the box, there's all these ladies sitting in it. And we thought, we don't know who they were. Perhaps we thought they were Cliff's family. And my friend Warren said, oh, sorry, are you guests of Cliff? And they went, no. And so he said, can I see your ticket? And so they showed us the ticket. They were up in the gods. They plonked themselves in a box because it had the same number. And so they thought they were there. They went, no, you're up there, I'm afraid. The one where you need oxygen, right at the top. So they trotted off. They were probably thinking, my God, we've got blooming good seats here. Very good seats. Nearly got away with it, but of course it was. We were full of people in there. Steve, Madagascar vanilla custard from Sainsbury's. You will never go back to anything else after having it, says Peter. Well, I can't wait. Producers now started saying, oh, what mince pies are you going to be getting? Like, there's such an array of mince pies. I'll just bring in a selection, and whatever we don't eat, he can take home, I suppose. Emma from Loughton, she says, however, I'm in the middle of a night shift in Morden. I've been listening to your shows since September 21, and after eavesdropping for a while, my dad, Darren, is now a religious listener too since last week, Wednesday. We laughed when he heard you talking about the idiots that go to the American sweet shops that have no prices on anything. He was that idiot last week. 3 long chewy sweets, a box of bottle caps and a packet of crisps later, and he was 19 quid out of pocket. Yes, that's why they're closing them down. They're mainly selling copies of stuff. You shouldn't ever go in them. You really shouldn't. If I can stop you doing one thing in your life, that would be it. That's why they don't put price on. They make up the prices. They rip people off. So don't go there. Cold outside, says Waj. Is it? I didn't think it was that cold this morning. I did have my my jacket on, but I didn't think it was. I think it was It's quite cold, is it really? But it's Friday. It's Friday. I've got to sort of sort out invoices from the year 21 because my accountant needs them for sort of bringing everything up to date. And so I should do it today, but what I'll probably end up doing is doing it tomorrow. I mean, it's not, I've only got to find 36 invoices, but I know where they are. They're all in a pile. I've just got to go through them and then staple them. I should be stapling them together so that the accountant, I should do it today, shouldn't I? I really should do it today, but I'll see how I go. Because yesterday, my one pot cooking yesterday was the instant mashed potato from Iceland, £1 a bag. They look like bullets. You put them in the saucepan, and then on top of that, the kebab meat. And then on top of that, asparagus. And it's steamed. It's delicious. Delicious. I can't begin to tell you how delicious it was. So I had it twice. Just to use it all up. So I'm going to go back today and get more. Because the bag of kebab meat is only £3. So, and I thought to myself, I quite like that idea. And there you go. Perfect Mash, it's called. Iceland's Perfect Mash. It's £1. It's delicious. You don't need anything else with it. You don't need to put butter in or anything. It's perfect. We had it because somebody had recommended it to me ages ago, and I went out and tried it, and I thought, oh, that is really, really nice. Really, really good. Because sometimes you get them that they're not, the most exciting. But this is particularly good. Yeah, the reviews are fantastic. Somebody says, gorgeous. I will only have this mash and no other. Great tasting quality. Better than peeling potato. Yeah, you do, and such good value for money. You stick it in your freezer. We're drinking beer. What is it? Water. Look like a bottle of beer. I've seen people do you know you get the kids around my way on a Saturday night and they get a bottle of Coca-Cola or Pepsi or whatever it happens to be, empty some of it away, get one of their friends to go into one of the little offies, get a bottle of vodka and pour it in there. I never did that. I just cut out the middleman. I didn't bother with the Coca-Cola. I just went straight for the vodka. Did I look? I was, yeah, when I was 15, I was being served in pubs. Somebody said to me, they said, you're big for your age. I said, thank you. And because I was quite tall. Even though I'm convinced that you shrink when you get older. I'm sure the Queen's shrunk. Yeah. Tea? No, I've got a tea. Yeah, I mean, I'm convinced that you do shrink a little bit when you get a little bit older. But it's these kids who are drinking from an early age now. And you think, they're really not up to it. They're really not up to it. So here is the motorist. In the paper, we always get motoring stories. We like motoring stories, don't get me wrong. And he was accused of driving into a cycling vigilante. This is Michael Van Earp, who would post footage of road bust-ups on YouTube, calling himself Cycling Mikey. And often using a GoPro camera and a selfie stick, he's filmed more than 1,000 offending drivers in 15 years. He's caught all sorts of people out. And he seems to like Regent's Park, and it's a right-hand turn. But what, as I said before, people sort of sit there, they get caught up in the traffic lights going onto the Euston Road, so they just bypass. It's a little traffic island, and they nip down there. So they're on the wrong side of the road, albeit briefly, but they're on the wrong side of the road to turn right. Anyway, Michael Van Earp, going out there calling himself Cycling Mikey, he stood in front of Mr. Lion Maris to stop him, but claimed the target then deliberately drove his Range Rover at him, forcing him onto the bonnet. Apparently, they said Mr. Lion Maris used his car as a weapon in an act of road rage. But Mr. Lion Maris, who has admitted breaching traffic restrictions, said, I did not move forward. He jumped onto the bonnet, moved back and jumped on again. His lawyer said it was a tactic that Mr. Van Earp had used before. But anyway, Mr. Lion Maris of Belsize Park in North London, whose clients have included Sir Ian McKellen, was cleared at Southwark Crown Court of dangerous driving and common assault. So I've seen this bloke. So the motorist was cleared, and Michael Van Earp would put these things up. And then what he does, he sends it on to the police, and he threatens them with all sorts of things. But it's this place in Regent's Park that he favours, because they all do it. And he just brings his bike out to the road and goes, stop, go back. And people get into the most awful arguments. People say, haven't you got anything better to do with your time and all the rest of it? He also, it is a good question, but he also stops people who are on their telephones. He'll go, put your phone down. Put your phone down. There was some old bag. She was on her phone and she's chatting away. And he has to bang on the window. She doesn't see him at all. Very dangerous, as you know. Even touching your telephone in the car now, instant fine and penalty points. Even touching it. Do not touch it. I mean, to be honest with you, if you can't afford hands-free, you shouldn't be allowed to drive on the road anyway. And most cars have got it built in. You just have to, it's built into the car. So when my phone rings in the car, which it does frequently, wrong numbers, and it sort of, it lowers the radio, and I haven't worked out how to do it, actually. But it's there. It is there. Steve, I flew over from New York City to see Cliff in 2015. I saw 4 shows around the UK, including the one at the Royal Albert Hall. He always puts on a great show. Not that many people know him in America, but I've been a fan of his since the 70s. Miss Unite, says Carol, is my favourite. Yeah, I can well imagine. Steve, I'm back from Spain. I can't sleep, so I've gone out walking. It's not that cold. Walking? Is that the best thing to do? Maxwell, is that really what you want to do? Go out walking at this time of the morning? You know what happened to Kevin Spacey, walking around parks in the early hours of the morning. Steve, best custard in the world can be found at the canteen where I work. Royal Hampshire Hospital in Winchester. It's fantastic. I'll send you some, says Tim. Thanks. Send me custard. We can send it in a jiffy bag or something like that. We're going to see the guys next door tonight for an evening of carols, mulled wine, mince pies and Christmas cheer. How many more sleeps is it? Says Mike in Cornwall. I can tell you that. How many? It's 72. 72 sleeps. So you can have an evening of carols, mulled wine, mince pies and Christmas cheer. I love that idea. 72 sleeps. Till the big man with the beard comes in. Yes. I did tell you the other day, didn't I? My boss said to me, he said, you will be doing Christmas Day on LBC, won't you? I mean, it's been a tradition for many years. And I thought, I don't know. I've not been asked yet, Not saying they have to sort of bended knee. Yeah, beg me to do it. Beg me to do Christmas Day. I quite like it anyway because London's fairly empty on Christmas Day. And it's great for me because then I'll finish about 10 and then I'll drive down to my godchildren. I'll drive in. I'm too worried about the fact there might be another train strike. In which case, you imagine being stuck. Do they not? They do run trains Christmas Day, don't they? Don't they? Well, there's no trains at all. Well, that's ridiculous. Why do they not run trains? Are you sure? Oh. They run them on Boxing Day? No. Well, it just closes down, does it? Producer and expert on this. There you go. So when do trains run? No train services running on Christmas Day. No train services on Boxing Day, except for a handful of airport transport services. Yeah, all right. Clever clogs with me, pal. I didn't know that. Mind you, I've never taken a train on Christmas Day. I just assumed that there'd be people who want to work. We're working over Christmas. Why shouldn't the trains be working over Christmas? It's not like they have to go to the local garage and fill them up with petrol, is it? They just sort of sit there and turn on the thing and the electricity course. God knows what their bills are going to be like. Astronomical. Glenn Smith is in all the papers today. He created a pizza for a fast supper and saw the face of Jesus in the cheese. Well, he didn't. I've got a picture. It's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. These people, I mean, he must drink because there is no way that looks like a picture of Jesus on a pizza. It does not. Don't be so silly. Of course it does. He also believes in the Loch Ness Monster. It's amazing. Yes, Jesus' face in a pizza. I mean, I don't think Jesus knew what a pizza was. I don't think so. I don't think in Bethlehem the local Domino's had opened up in those days, had it really? Too busy getting over the local gay bars, I should imagine.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome to Friday, welcome to October the 14th, welcome to It's the Start of the Weekend. There's also a new series of I Can See Your Voice, which I don't think I've seen actually. It's got Amanda Holden, Tony Hadley and Alison Hammond, who didn't get an award.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
At the National Television Awards and was moaning about it because it went, believe it or not, to Ant and Dec again, even though they weren't there because they're suffering with COVID, so they've had to cancel all sorts of things. So Stephen Mulhern collected it because they've been best buddies for ages and ages, and he sort of collected it. But I think Amanda. The other thing about Alison Hammond was I kept saying, but Ant and Dec get it. It's only one award, but they get it as a joint couple because they work together, and so Ant and Dec get best presenter. Whereas if it was given to Philip Schofield, it would have to be given to Holly Willoughby as well at the same time because they work together. They're a double act on the programme. And the same for Alison Hammond, as I said yesterday, in the fact that she's never worked solo. She works with somebody else. So if she got that personality award for Best Presenter, you'd have to give it to Dermot as well because they do a double-headed programme. They're both double-headed. What's the name of that Baptist church? Is it Westborough Baptist Church? I was trying to explain to Dan how vile they are. And Louis Theroux went back a short while ago because a lot of members of the church have left it because of their stance on everything from homosexuality to soldiers coming back. I mean, they really are the most revolting people. And I can't remember the name of the bloke who runs it. There you go. You're going to hell. Thank God for dead soldiers. God is America's thing, no. But there's all these things here. Whoever shall kill shall be in the danger of that judgment. This is from they're completely revolting people. They really are disgusting. But there again, you see, we're supposed to live in a free world where people can say whatever they like. But these people are they're going out to sort of shock. And then it turns out that some of them have got issues. And they don't support the thoughts. What was the name of the bloke there who ran it? Was it Phelps or something like that? I can't remember. I don't know why I've got that. Probably isn't Phelps or something. But I remember sort of reading about him and then watching him being interviewed. Is it Phelps? He's dead, isn't he? Is he dead now? Yeah, went straight to hell. Straight to hell. Burning now, even as we speak. There he is. Look at him. He looks very gay, doesn't he? He's got one of those looks about him. But he was so evil and so revolting. And when he's being interviewed, I mean, he was just a sad old man. He was 84 when he died. Shame, really. He could have been taken so much younger than that. But, I mean, you've never met anybody so revolting in your life. Seriously. I mean, I even, you've seen bad people on the television and you've heard some of the rubbish and the garbage that they come up with. And you can find them all over YouTube. It's quite amazing, some of the stuff that people come up with. But when you got old Phelps, he was just a sad old dinosaur. Should have been taken years before that. But they would stand there with their silly little signs looking at these people. And they would get the kids out there as well. God is your enforcer. You're going to hell. Not blessed, just cursed. He was an anti-gay preacher. And as I say, he looked slightly peculiar and evil at the same time. So at least he's dead, so that's good news. What else we got? Maisie Smith says she got through the last stage of Celebrity SAS. Who Dares wins by composing rap songs in her head. Didn't they have Louis Theroux on Loose Women? I'm sure they showed a clip the other day, and he was doing a rap song. And he's not recorded it, has he? Has he? Louis Theroux? A rap song? Are you sure? I thought I was seeing it. I thought I was seeing things because it was sort of he was doing this sort of song. I wasn't sure if he was taking the mickey. Or it was genuine. A bit difficult to tell with Louis Theroux, which sort of is him. Oh, there we go. He has done. He's done a virtual rap with. It's gone viral. A viral rap turned into a song called Jiggle Jiggle alongside Jason Derulo and Chicken Shop date creator Amelia de Moldenberg. Who's she? Chicken Shop date creator. What's that? Oh, YouTube thing. Oh, right. So Theroux and de Moldenberg are seen ordering McDonald's at a drive-through and visiting chicken shops and diners across London whilst rapping rap alongside Jason Derulo. Oh, well, there you go. I can't take his act anymore because we know it's an act. He sort of does it. Well, I mean, do you really? I don't know. Do you think that would be right or something like that? He's a bit old for playing that game anymore. Little bit, I don't buy into it. Some famous people having a night out. Well, you know by now because I've given you the list of all the people who got their awards at the NTAs. I see that Vernon Kay is calling for Brits to be given a much-needed tonic with a cheery dose of family fun. He's doing Cinderella. I think it's his first pantomime. Oh no, it isn't. Oh yes, it is. Vernon Kay. He's starring in Cinderella in High Wycombe. So there you go. What he's going to be like, I've got no idea. I don't know what he'd be playing in Cinderella. Is that the one that's got Dan Deeney in it, the giant? Yeah, I mean, he is huge. They're going to have to find somebody fairly substantial. I mean, or do you think he's playing Cinderella? That'd be a first, wouldn't it? That'd be a first. But I think it's his first pantomime. I don't think he's done pantomime before. Here's the picture of David Beckham going out. They make a big deal about the fact he's wearing tatty old denim. Goes so well with his arms and hands covered in tattoos up his neck and all over the place. And then Victoria's going out wearing, I don't know what she's wearing. She's walking through New York. She unveiled a beauty range across town, and she's wearing big dark glasses because of the lines and the ageing process, which is not so good. But she's wearing this peculiar, funny dress. I don't know whether it's part of her latest collection that people are not buying. It's what, chiffon? No, it's definitely not chiffon. I know what chiffon looks like. Chiffon is a bit like gauze. And you have that sort of, you might have that made into a wedding hat or something like that. Chiffon. That would be satin or something like that. Chiffon. I love the way he actually tries to join in, but bless his heart, he fails miserably. Where do I have lost my mouse? Oh, there it is. Steve, still laughing at you saying you wouldn't go in Lidl, says Jenny in Farringdon. I'm not sure if we've got one round our neck of the woods. She says, are you back with a Sunday morning? No. It was only a one-off. Because at the moment, I'm not coming back on Sunday morning. Jane, who's now in Chertsey, says, the wonderful Miss Unites was written by my previous next-door neighbour when I lived in Shepperton. His name was Dave Townsend, a lovely family and great neighbours. Woo! Look at that. I've heard many times. I think Cliff's voice is fantastic. Mike says, when will you be putting up your Christmas tree this year? We need some guidance. It's going to be... I would think as soon as Paul Cooper gets them in. I'm normally sort of fairly quick on that. I like to see a bushy one. I like to, I need to see the trees. You always ask, how long do they last? Well, they'll last over Christmas. If you've got them indoors and it's heated, unless it's, one that's guaranteed needle not drop, you'll be left with a twig in a pot. I did that one year. And remember as well, it's a living thing. So you need to water them. Because when they cut them off, it then starts drying out. And if you've got central heating, it will dry out. I remember moving mine. I shook it like that, and all of a sudden I was left with a twig. The entire tree had sort of shed all its needles and everything else. You can get some really nice ones, some blue spruces, which don't shed their needles. But the ones that shed their needles... So if you can put them outside, it's better. It gives you more... Yeah, I've had a fake one. It gives you more room if you put it outside, and then you can see it through the window. Because if you put it in the sitting room, it takes up... And if you've got a cat... They're going to play with tinsel and everything else hanging off the tree, and, before you know where you are, the tree is disintegrated. So it'll probably be, I would think, first week of December, something like that. Do I have lights? Just lights. Yeah. I do put some of that stuff on. It's like Milo. It's £1 a pack in Poundland, and you just drape it over the branches and it hangs down and shimmers. No, it's not tinsel. No, I can't remember tinsel. I do like tinsel, but you can never get it right on a tree. It's this stuff. Somebody will know what it's called. This stuff that hangs on the branch. You take it out and you drape it over the branches, and it hangs down and shimmers in the wind. But I mean, generally speaking, between 5,000 and 10,000 lights on the tree. I do like a lot of lights, and I buy lights every year. Every year I buy lights. I see them and I go, oh, they look. I've got boxes of lights I've never even opened. Seriously. White or multicoloured? Multicoloured. Sorry? How big? It's about a 7 foot. Yeah, about 7 foot. I did buy a fake one I saw on QVC a few years back. I bought it. Lynn said, oh, these look quite nice. And I put it downstairs and I thought, oh, it looks too small. I bought 6 foot. I should have bought 8 foot, really. But normally about a 7 foot, and have three trees. So it's a lot of lights. But I've literally got lights I've not even opened. I've got bagfuls of lights. But you know what it's like? You take them off the tree and then they're all tangled. I can't be bothered to start unravelling. It's easy just to get rid of the blooming things. Just buy some other ones in the box. I'm terribly wasteful. Richard in Horsham says, like you, my Bentley is paired to my phone via Bluetooth. When I get in the car, it automatically connects the phone. And if it rings, I just press answer or decline. The phone is normally kept in the boot with my gym equipment, and it still works. Yeah, it's absolutely. In fact, that's the first thing it says on the dashboard. Pairing your... What? My lights. Oh, yeah. It says pairing your telephone. And once it's paired, I have it on the seat next to me charging. and that's it. But I don't need to touch it. You can do it all from the steering wheel. That's the whole idea of it. Whole idea. Kim Kardashian has told her grandmother that she had sex in front of a fireplace to honour her. Like, it's a bit tacky, isn't it? But there again, I find the Kardashians very tacky. Another one here that says Anton Decker, a national icon, but winning the award again is a bit tedious, says Sunil. Well, it seems that there's nobody else who takes it away from them. How many years is this now? Lametta. It's called Lametta. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Bev. It's £1 a pack. And you take it out and you cut it, because it's all made on a machine, obviously. And then you just drape it over the branches, and it makes the tree look... You've never seen Lametta? Yes, you have. You look in the break, you look at a picture, you'll go, oh, that. You probably call it something different, like Christmas tree decoration. And I saw some lovely balls the other day. I really did. They were particularly attractive, and I thought, they loved it. They came in a box of 6, and I thought, you'd need about 10 boxes. Because it's no good having a tree with 6 decorations on it, is it? You've got to have lots of decorations to make it look like it's a proper dressed tree.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Can you ask Kevin, Steve, the milkman, a question? I know what type of milk is blue, red, green. What type of milk is white top, which is delivered to my TV studio workplace? White top? I've got no idea. White top on... Do you mean silver? Is it white? I've never heard of white top milk. We've got all sorts of milk in our fridges here. We've got a different almond milk and all these other bits and pieces. I just do normal milk. I've never heard of... I've heard of red milk top, I think. And I think I might have heard green milk top. What would that be? Oh, do you know the answer? Oh, he knows the answer. Oh, but I don't know if Kevin even does white top, but I don't remember. Let's wait for Kev to come back. And then if he doesn't, then the producer will ruin it for everybody. Stuart in Norfolk says, I remember that episode with Louis Theroux. They were all genuinely discussing individuals, horrible people. Oh, you're talking about the Baptist church? Really dreadful people. I mean, really, to go out and picket somebody's funeral who had given their life for their country, and they were going, the only good soldier is a dead soldier, and you think, you're just revolting. You really are disgusting. Angel hair is beautiful. Beautiful. Angel. Have you ever had angel hair on a tree? That's lovely. Sorry? Nessie? Messy. No, not well. Yeah, but again, you just leave it on the tree, take your lights off, and you stretch it out, and it makes the light shimmer through it. Looks really lovely, but you're right, it's messy. Very messy. Lametta, says Tracy in Brockley, so Kim knows Lametta, everybody knows. And Bev says, I love it. Vernon Kay is very tall, but yesterday we were discussing the UK's tallest celebs. Says, so the tallest ones, Richard Osman, who's must be about 6'6", I would imagine. Steve Merchant, Tyson Fury, John Cleese, he's tall. Peter Jones, Greg Davis, Peter Crouch. I think Peter Crouch was the tallest, says Milo. Yes, I think you might be right, actually. Osman is 6'7". Well, how tall is Peter Crouch? Is he? He's the same, 6'7". And that's flat shoes, isn't it? So if you put heels on, you're heading to sort of 6'9" or something. That's enormous. Who was the tallest person in the world? Is there a tall person in the world at the moment? Somebody who can sort of beat that hands down. There'll be somebody, won't there, about 9 feet or something ridiculous, where, you must bang your head every time you go through the door. Robert Wadlow. Yeah, he's dead though, isn't he? He died a long time ago. I seem to remember that because if you're very, very tall, you get huge problems, like being very, very small. He died in 1940. Yeah, I've seen pictures of him. He walked with a stoop. He was 8'11". Imagine the complications of trying to buy clothes and trying to get your shoes fitting and all the rest of it. He was huge. So what they did, they actually put sort of... He was just very tall. He was tall. Have you never seen this one? He's just amazing, isn't he? I mean, you can imagine the complications. You can imagine the complications, and that's what they get, actually. Joe in Huntingdon says, Steve, anybody using Lametta on Christmas trees, take care if you have pets. I always used it until my cat started to eat it. Eat it? That's a bit worrying, isn't it? Goodness sake. Here we go. Ash says, white top... Oh, people are telling me now. They're telling me about it. And apparently somebody says White Top has... wait a minute, I've lost the thing now. White Top is the new semi-skimmed. Oh, is it? Oh, right. I know, the world's gone mad, says Ash. And then somebody says White Top milk is buttermilk. Butter. I think I've heard of buttermilk. And then Dave in Ashford. Oh, right, White Top. Oh, no, British free-range semi-skim milk from Waitrose. They've got a white top on it, but it's not metal foil, is it? It's just a plastic cap. And they're all white anyway. I've never seen any other colours. Well, there must be. White Top has replaced all the colours for recycling purposes, says Dave. There you go. And somebody says White Tops, says Brigitte, are the new tops for semi-skimmed, replacing green. I bought some in M&S yesterday, more recyclable. Really? Oh, there you go. I have seen these, but it never crossed my mind that it would just be for the recycling purposes. But you're right, I remember seeing the green caps on the top. I've never heard of red and blue or things like that. All these bizarre things. Goodness sake, honestly. What have we got here? Oh, we've got, wait a minute. Coke bottles have tops which don't come off now. How'd you get the drink? How'd you get the drink out? The tops, don't be silly, they must come off. It's on a hinge, isn't it? It's a hinged bottle. Yes. Well, it does come off. Otherwise you couldn't drink the drink. You'd be sitting there forever and a day. Yeah, it's got a little sort of thing on it. I prefer it in metal. I used to have one of these metal Coca-Cola tops, and inside it, or the back of it, was a little battery and a little flashing red light on the front. And I got it. I can't remember where I got it from. And then the battery ran out and I couldn't replace it, which was a bit of a shame. But it was the Coca-Cola badge with a little teeny tiny flashing red light, really, really small. And it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. I sort of absolutely loved it. The RAF were forced to divert a tourist plane after a security scare. This is Typhoon jets escorting the flight from Dalaman in Turkey to Manchester and then Stansted. 220 passengers were on board. Frightened the life out of me, I think. What have we got here? Ellie Goulding, doing very well. Madison Beer as well. Ian H. Watkins. Oh, you're a fan of Steps, aren't you? You like Steps. He loves them. Producer loves them. Ian H. Watkins is taking a break to become an artist. Oh, thank God for that. We'll be spared. The Welsh pop hero says, I'm a painter as well, and I've been signed up by galleries, and I'm starting to exhibit. Oh, you've always exhibited. That's the trouble. That's why you're infuriating. He said it goes into January. Fans feared the end for Steps when H said goodbye at the end of their recent tour. No, they're definitely not going. The producer would go into mourning if Steps, and it's not true anyway, is it? No, more than happy to put the record straight. The producer gets very funny about that. So I don't make a big deal about it, but I've only got to mention Steps, and then he sort of goes into his 5, 6, 7, 8. Root scooting baby is driving me crazy. Hairy Biker star Dave Myers still in the throes of his cancer battle, but he's getting stronger by the day. Cy King says he said he was a tough old boot. Yes, I agree. We like the Hairy Bikers. Very pleased with them. Apparently, a weapons expert has warned that Putin's newly deployed suicide drones are like the long-range weapons that Hitler used to terrorise Britain. Yeah, but we beat Hitler hands down, didn't we? We don't need to worry about him anymore. And Charlie Mullins, I can't get over the picture of him. Is he a caricature of something? He looks like he's sort of been taken off Spitting Image. It's either because he's had all his teeth done, or he's been Botoxed up to the hilt. I mean, it's very difficult to tell who actually approved this photograph. Doesn't make any sense. The Real Apprentice, fierce, frank and fun. Somebody was joking and saying that because he's mad as a fruitcake, they should send him out to the jungle. But I thought they'd picked most of the people to go to the jungle. I didn't think they were still trying to find people. Do you know they've got top songs to cheer you up? I mean, I can't remember, what would be a cheering up song. But apparently, because I thought there'd be something fairly, da-da-da-da-da-da, and all that kind of stuff. No, number 20 is the Commodores' Easy. That's why I'm easy. That's not a cheering up song. It's manically depressing. Elvis Presley, wise men say, only fools. Bill Withers, ain't no sunshine when you... Why is that a cheering up song? These are the most boring songs under the sun. I mean, the Pointer Sisters, Jump for my love. I mean, that's quite bouncy. It is a bit annoying. The Jackson 5, ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. I like the Jackson 5. I liked they had an album, actually. I can't remember what it's called. It had an aeroplane on the front. Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle. Taylor Swift, Shake It Off, David Bowie's Let's Dance, Depeche Mode. What did we say yesterday? They were playing, where are they playing? They're playing, Twickenham Stadium. And I remember thinking, next up, are they big enough to play Twickenham Stadium? I mean, it's a big place. It holds 80,000 people. Now, whether or not they're big enough to sell it all out remains to be seen. Dolly Parton's, these are feel-good songs. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can, which apparently was based on a true story. Otis Redding, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. They're not the most exciting songs, are they? Yeah, seriously. Culture Club's Karma Chameleon. Yeah, I can understand that. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, getting there. Whitney Houston, Ooh, I Want to Dance with Somebody. The Beatles, Here Comes the Sun. I can think of a lot better Beatles songs than Here Comes the Sun. And number 1, Queen, Don't Stop Me Now. Because we're having such a good time. I don't know, is it? Some very odd choices in there. Who compiled this list? It's not my sort of thing, because they certainly weren't the sort of songs. Why do we not say thank you? Why do we not say thank you? Apparently the trend of sending a thank you letter is dying out. People don't send them. You know why? You send a text. You send a text now, and that covers it completely. Steve... Dan, my friend Dan, is in hospital. He says, listening to you, day 2 of nil by mouth. So he said, I was rushed into hospital where I still remain. What have you got? Goodness sake, honestly. Goodness only. He says, another perforated ulcer. Oh, no. And Boston next Saturday in jeopardy. Have a good weekend. I wish you better. And I hope everything goes well. Actually, my friend Ant Payne says there's a Lidl on Tottenham Court Road. He'd know.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Friday, October the 14th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You are very welcome. It's nice to have your company. And we're looking forward to the weekend. We're looking forward to... It'll probably rain. It's bound to rain, isn't it? Don't you think so? Oh, I don't know. We'll have a check. I never saw the programme Married at First Sight, but I love the way that they call the people who are on it stars. They're just media fodder. That's all they are. They're media fodder. And it's called Married at First Sight, The Reunion. And it's terribly dreary. Terribly dreary. Why do we haven't had a decent programme on the television for ages? You know why? Because reality shows are so cheap to throw together. Oh, the official answer from Kevin about white top milk. He says, Steve, on glass bottles, the silver top whole milk is sometimes called white top. It's milk that has not been homogenised, so the cream sits on the top. Some dairies are now using clear plastic tops for all types of milk, and you can see the white seal underneath. They're using clear plastic as it can be recycled, unlike the green, blue and red plastic screw caps. Hope that helps. Certainly does, Kevin. Thank you. Actually, you reminded me, of the screw caps. There's a lovely bit on YouTube, and it's irritating customers. And this bloke goes back to this warehouse. Obviously, it's like a Walmart or something like that. And he said, I'd like to bring this back. And it was windscreen wash, because you buy a big thing of windscreen wash. And so the bloke goes, he said, no, I can't take it back. The bloke goes, well, why not? He said, I haven't used it. He said, the seal's broken. He said, you might have emptied some out and poured something else in there. I don't know that, so I can't take it back. And the bloke's going, I've been shopping here for 2 years. He said, let me get the manager. And the bloke goes, I am the manager. He said, let me get somebody else. And then he was losing it big time. He was so stupid. Wasn't in this country. We wouldn't have anybody like that. But he said, I can't take anything back where the seal is broken. If the seal is broken, that means that you might have poured some out and poured something else in there. It could be anything at all. What do you expect us to do with it? Go away. He said, I want to know who your FOCs or whatever it happened to be. And he said, well, on your way out of the door, he said, the number will be written on there. He said, and the rules and regulations regarding bringing something back. What a stupid person, honestly. It's like people going out when we had the pandemic in America. They were printing stuff off the internet which says, I don't have to wear a mask. I'm exempt from wearing a mask. And they said, no, we're not serving you. You have to serve me. No, we don't. And we won't. It's as simple as that. I love those sort of people. They're great. David Walliams and Sheridan Smith make a lovely couple. They play Mum and Dad, Mike and Linda in Gangster Granny Strikes Again. I wouldn't like to imagine how much money David Walliams has made out of Gangster Granny, but it used to be on over the road here at the Garrick Theatre. You see all sorts of things outside the Garrick Theatre. I'm fascinated by it. They've got this show on about the Drifters. It's been running for ages now, about the longest running show they've had in there. Beverly Knight, well, she was in it the last time I looked. What else we got in the paper today? Truss and her Chancellor set for U-turn number 2. He's flying back from America, and it looks very likely. Well, they're all saying, it's going to be another U-turn. Yeah, they make U-turns at all. So he will return to the UK from Washington early as this major mini-budget U-turns. This will be the second one. I mean, you can't believe it, can you? I mean, the trouble is, what she's done is she's surrounded herself with people that she likes, but they're not necessarily the best people for the job. I'm sure he's very sweet, Kwasi Kwarteng, but people say he might be falling on his own sword before the day is out. I mean, the other one was the health secretary. Anybody less healthy, you'd be hard pushed to find. City bonuses have soared more than twice as fast as average wages since the financial crash of 2008. And the pension funds D-Day, the pension watchdog has warned more help is needed from the Bank of England for funds facing a cash crunch. A Tory loyalist reportedly forked out 25 grand for a signed copy of Liz Truss's Tory conference speech. £25,000. Lord, the sum was paid for a transcript of the awkward speech during the event at London's Dorchester Hotel on Tuesday. And, wow, £25,000. I've got a transcript of my programme. Do you want to buy that one? No, just 25,000. God, we could make loads of money for Make Some Noise, couldn't we? Gary Lineker's World Cup plea to the gay football stars. They're going out to a homophobic country, by the way. And he says it would be incredibly positive if they came out to send a message to bigots. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, why don't you sort of, if ever you turned out to be gay, would you be going over there? It's lovely to sort of sit on the sidelines and go, oh, yes, it would be incredibly positive if they came out to send a message to bigots. They're in a country that's homophobic. They lock people up. You have realised this. He says, I've taken in another refugee. He's now at uni and wants to be a rocket scientist. And the gay footballer, who is Josh Cavallo. I'm not even sure if he's still playing football. Is he still playing football? Oh, right. He took a swipe at David Beckham. Everybody has. David Beckham just took the 10 million quid from a homophobic country and is completely oblivious to it. Josh, named Man of the Year at the Virgin Atlantic Attitude Awards, joke, take that, David. So they say that England's captain is being paid 150 million. I thought it was 10 million, 150 million. But I wouldn't have thought so. He's going to be the face of Qatar World Cup. But as I say, you've lost all your gay fans, matey. You've completely, they've just... Why would you want to support somebody who takes money from a country like that? So we've established now the white tops. We know now what white tops are. Thank God for that. I've never even seen the red tops and green. Have you seen red and green tops? We have cartons here, but they're white, aren't they? It is white, isn't it? Brown? No, the lid is white. Yeah, brown. And they have, because we had some other ones in, didn't we? Didn't we have skimmed milk? I don't think anybody liked that. It was like water with a slight bit of colouring in it. It was horrid. Changed very quickly, actually. Paul says, I've been put on strong tablets from my doctor. I've never had so many nightmares. So pleased to wake up to your show. Bit of normality. Well, I wouldn't say that. Tablets for normality. What a thought. What a thought. Kieran in Cambridge says, back from Menorca, no trains run on certain routes at Christmas because companies carry out major upgrades to the infrastructure. So people are working over Christmas on the railways. It's planned like that so as not to disrupt the normal Monday to Friday commute. So works are always done at night, weekends or bank holidays. That doesn't really help us when we have the strikes, does it really? Doesn't really help us at all. Lametta is also known as angel hair. No, it's not. No. Angel hair is a completely different thing. Angel hair, you stretch out, it looks like very, very thin cotton wool. It's very thick, but you can see through it. Oh no, Lametta is completely different. We know this, heavens above. I haven't reached the ripe old age of 47 without knowing things like that. Hearing you talk about Michael Flatley on Sunday, try to guess how many taps he can do in a second, says Barry. He still holds the world record. He's a very fast tapper. Very fast tapper. I don't know how many it would be in a second. If I was having a standard guess at how many taps, because I've watched him doing Riverdance on so many occasions, if I was going to have a guess at it, I would think probably between about 30 and 40 taps a second. That's fast. So probably say like 35 taps a second. I would think that's what it would be. Something like that. Am I right? Am I not? Bang on. Oh, right. Good. Yeah, I thought so, because I've seen him tapping. And yeah, it's very, very fast. Very, very fast. He was brilliant. Mind you, I still remember. We were talking about that the other day, actually. I don't know why we were talking about Michael Flatley. But when I first saw him at Eurovision, it just made you want to cry. It was so powerful, so powerful. That audience just rose as one. The discipline was fantastic. Steve, I love the fact that everyone on my bus in the morning says thank you to the bus driver when they get off at their stop. No, they don't, you liar. They don't say that at all. 1 person in 10 says it. Thank you, driver. They don't all do it. No, I don't do it. I just generally wave my hand in the general direction of the driver. I don't say thank you, driver. I mean, that's poncy, isn't it? Thank you, driver. They don't all say it. You're just making it up to make yourself sound interesting. Roger says Norman Greenbaum's Spirit in the Sky is an inspiring song. It is, isn't it? That was their only hit. They were booked to do a gig, and they played it about 30 times, I believe. The moment they finished it... Mind you, I like the Kumars doing Spirit in the Sky. Did you ever see it with Gareth Gates? It was so funny because Gareth Gates is known not to dance, and so he has to kind of do this Indian dancing, and it's a bit Bhangra, but I thought it was great. I loved it, and then they had them on Top of the Pops, and all these girls were dancing round him. It was really good. It was really good. We like Gareth Gates, and then he made that film. Steve just delivered to a boutique hotel in Covent Garden. A boutique hotel. No good explaining that to them round here. They wouldn't know what it was. A few deliveries here and there before back to Shaftesbury Avenue and Charing Cross Road at about 8:30. A perfectly acceptable Friday. Ian, you have a great weekend. A boutique hotel. Boutique hotels are generally when somebody throws open their house and they don't have many bedrooms. I stayed in one in Blackpool called Number One Blackpool. Very famous. Of course it would be. And she's only got 3 bedrooms. And it's one of these big houses just outside of Blackpool. But boutique hotels are they're a bit more, they're more like home from home, as opposed to the corporate sort of market and things like that. Soft furnishing. Yeah, it's like you're in somebody's house. I quite like the idea, actually. I do like a hotel. I wouldn't want to, if I won the lottery, I'd probably stay in a hotel for a year or something like that, just to enjoy it. Well, I would probably buy the big house as well, with llamas in a field. I quite fancy llamas. Or failing that, I quite like Aberdeen cattle, Aberdeen, the ones with the horns and they're all hairy. I quite fancy those. They do smaller versions. I quite fancy that idea. Steve, there seems to be a flow of messages from people in hospital, so I thought I'd add to the queue. I've been in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham this week and listened to all 6 of your shows. The staff here are amazing, and I hope to get back home today, but I just wanted to say thank you for filling the early morning hours with smiles. Isn't it boring in hospital? It really is. I've done national health hospitals and private hospitals, and to be honest with you, you get the same treatment. They're looking after exactly the same way. But I did miss in the National Health Hospital the television and the privacy, because there's so many noises in a National Health Hospital. Nurse, no, oh, shut up. Yeah, that was just me. We did have one man in my hospital, and they kept putting stickers on his chest, for cardiology, and he kept ripping them off. And then there was another man who was in the same situation as I was with the prostate, which meant having the catheter. And he didn't understand they had to explain to him, listen, don't keep pulling it out. Even thinking about it frightens the life out of me, because every time a nurse walked past my bed, I'm clinging up, please don't touch it, please don't touch it. Because you've got this tube going, where the sun doesn't shine. Yes, if you're having your breakfast now, enjoy. And it had 3 little bits out of it, which they connect on to take out. And they said, so you don't need to worry about going to the toilet, just relax. Well, this bloke couldn't. He kept taking it out, and then he's going, ow. And I'm thinking, oh, God, shut up. I started naming all my blood clots. Far more entertaining.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So, people in hospital. We don't mind people in hospital. I'm all in favour of people in hospital listening to this programme, because it gets you through the boring bit. Because otherwise you sort of sit there and you just look round the other beds. But they're not very big, the wards, are they? I was in a ward with 6 people, and then in another hospital I was in a ward by myself. So it wasn't a ward at all, it was just a room. But I had it varies. I had a shower room and everything else, and a television, and God knows that was the godsend. Because but you do sleep a lot in hospitals. You do sleep a lot. But the amount of abuse that the nurses were getting, I found absolutely unbelievable. I was really genuinely shocked. People demanding, for people who are sort of working their little what's-its off. And there was one man, he just wanted to keep leaving the bed and going outside for a cigarette. He was only young, came in with his mother, and he kept wanting to go outside for a cigarette. But he kept passing out. And in the end, the doctor came in to see him and said, listen, what do you want us to do? Because he was so rude to the nurses. I mean, really rude. And he said this, and the doctor said, well, listen, he said, if you want to leave the hospital, he said, you can leave. He said, we're not going to stop you leaving. He said, but don't expect to come back. Why should they have to put up with things like that? Not when I was there. They moved him to another ward. Oh, a very disagreeable person. Very disagreeable. Kevin the Milkman says, by the way, Steve, your listener who asked about the milk tops said she works in a TV news studio. If she works for ITV News in Millbank, he says, hello, I'm your milkman. So he does Millbank. He does Millbank. Love it. Graham says, has there been a recent breakout of people not looking in the direction they're walking? A lady at the recycling centre almost got a face full of broken garden storage bin, and the aisles in the supermarket should come with traffic lights. Oh, it's the people on the train station walking towards you, reading. No, not just their phone, reading books, some of them. And you feel, I want to trip them up. That's the evil side of me, I'm afraid, coming out. Cliff's birthday event. 1 p.m. on his official YouTube channel. His new single debuts along with the full concert videos, says Joan. Did you know his DVD from last Christmas, The Great 80, is still in the music DVD charts? Yes. And you can celebrate with him today on the official YouTube channel. So there you go. So many happy returns of the day to the young man. And she says, happy birthday to him and Merry Christmas to you, says Joan. I got a Christmas card the other day. Somebody said, I bet you weren't expecting this. I wasn't. Sarah in Broxbourne says, I've recently moved from London to Hertfordshire, and they do say hello when they get on and off, and thank you when they get off. Yeah, but there's nobody on the buses out there. That's why they're cancelling them. They're getting rid of them. Take the car out. When my friends and family visit, they can't believe it. Should imagine so. We moved from London to Benfleet in Essex in 2004. Got the bus to the pub one Sunday afternoon, says Nick. Bus driver not very impressed. We didn't thank him as we got off. Always thankful since. Yes, it started becoming. Some people do the thank you, driver, but it sounds a bit ridiculous if everybody getting on and off the bus says thank you, driver. You only need one person to be the leader. Thank you very much indeed. We used to get orange-capped milk bottles in between skimmed and semi-skimmed. Haven't seen it for a while, says Kim. Only drink whole milk, mind you. I like that full cream milk. I'm not supposed to have it. Not supposed to have it because it's really bad. Gold Top is really lovely. Chris in Hertford says, the driver on my trains in the morning often say thank you for choosing to travel with us today. Oh, they say that on my train. If I'm coming into Waterloo over a weekend and I'm getting the train, they go, thank you for travelling with South Western Railways. There wasn't any other choice, I'm afraid. But also Chris says there wasn't any other train company option. So really, there was no choice. I know, but they always say thank you. Thank you for travelling with South Western trains. It's quite nice. There you go. Would you buy a flat in the new Battersea Power Station, says Jeremy? No. Imagine what their service charges are like. Can you imagine? It's had a £9 billion refurbishment. They've got shops and everything else. It's Grade 2 listed building. It used to be a coal-fired station. It used to supply a fifth of London. Welcome to Leicester Square. I mean, to be honest with you, 6 million bricks were used in the upgrade. I don't know what the parking's like. I can't remember. Can you find me a flat for sale there? You know, apparently the chimneys have been rebuilt with wheelbarrows for some strange reason. So find me a flat to buy. If we're looking for a nice flat at Battersea Power Station, I'm looking for probably three. I can have a penthouse. Here's one here. This looks quite nice. Oh, it's all... Sorry, I'm going to make a noise on the microphone. There you go. Well, this is a penthouse. Three beds, 4 bath. And it's not too bad. Incredible views of Battersea Roof Gardens, building in Phase 3. And this is £4.5 million. And then you've got service charges on top. I don't think I want to live there. And especially... It's only a 2-bed. Let's have a 2-bed, shall we? Find me a 2-bed. Can you find me the service charges as well? That'd be interesting. Oh, there we go. A stunning 2-bed. Okay. And, very nice indeed. Here's a 2-bed, 3 bath. Ready now. It's in the middle of the 4th floor. And this is £3 million. £3 million. Oh, I found a cheaper one for you. A 2-bed, 2 bath. This is, a gorgeous 2-bedroom apartment, £2.5 million for a 2-bed flat. I know, and also it's all a bit basic. The kitchens are in the sitting room. That looks quite nice. That's 2.4 million. Switch house, 2-bed apartment. So that looks, at least it's a reasonable size. But bearing in mind, have we got an idea of service charges on this place? I mean, they don't look too bad, do they? I mean, they look quite, but there's so many of them. That's the problem with these places, that, you know, they don't just put up... It's a £7 billion project. They've got to get their money back, hence flats at 2, 3, 4, and I should imagine upwards. There's got to be flats that are more expensive. I mean, some of them look quite nice. I'm sure the finishes are great, but it's a lot of money, isn't it? For a flat, people up north must be going, how much? How much, Steve? Are they that expensive? And the answer is, yep. They're that expensive. So in answer to the Jeremy question, would I buy a flat? No, thank you. Phil in Streatham says, I wanted to train as a doctor, but I didn't have the patience. Right, you're barred. You'll never write again. I like that idea. Airport staff in a late bid to stop closure. This is a soon-to-shut airport. This is Doncaster. It employs 800 people. And it's another nail in the coffin for the government's abandoned levelling up agenda. So they just close these places, and it's all very sad, very, very sad. They've got a picture of the people who turned up for Doc Cotton's funeral. It's interesting to see how some people have aged and some people haven't. Patrick Truman, Rudolph Walker, doesn't even have aged at all. Sonia, play my trumpet. Natalie Cassidy. Punk Linda Davidson, when you see her back in 85 and you look at her now, she doesn't really look that different. Really not that different. And it's nearly 40 years, is it? Good Lord. Lofty's aged a bit, I'm afraid. Lofty's aged quite a lot. Tom Watt, in 1987, he was, you know, when I hold you up to my ear shell, I can hear the sea. That was the joke, because he went out with Michelle.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, 25 to 7. My friend Ant does like the custard in Lidl, the one on Tottenham Court Road. He said, but it is the most dreary shopping experience you could ever have. I quite like supermarket shopping, actually. But he said the custard is excellent, and yes, I have it on apple pie. They did a pie the other day, and I can't remember where I saw it. Perhaps I was reading it on a menu. Oh, that's right. I read it on a menu in this pub we went to near Bishop Stortford. And it was a rhubarb pie. And it came with vanilla custard. But we'd waited such a long time for service in this place that we decided not to really bother. But rhubarb pie, how delicious. Or rhubarb crumble. I can go for any of these sort of things. Doesn't bother me. I see that Dame Barbara Windsor's widower, this is Scott Mitchell, the lovely Scott, has urged Liz Truss not to scrap the dementia task force in memory of the late star. He met Boris Johnson before launching an appeal for a Babs army of volunteers for clinical trials, but he said £95 million of funding is at risk as recruitment was paused after Miss Truss took over as PM. He told Lorraine the interviews were supposed to take place 2 weeks ago. They were told there are issues with the budget sign-off. He said, please, Prime Minister, do not touch that money. You do keep your fingers crossed, don't you, that in fact it goes through. Apparently Jacob in Beckenham says, Steve, a one-bedroom flat in Battersea Power Station starts at $845,000. Who can afford that? Well, listen, it never ceases to amaze me. We had two-bedroom flats in Twickenham, and they were going at $700,000. In Twickenham, 700,000. But bearing in mind, they were okay, but your outlook is somebody else's flat. That's the problem. And also what they do now, you've got to be very careful. If you buy, say, a purpose-built block of flats and you've got the penthouse or whatever it is, so you have to check that they don't get planning permission to build on top of you. I've heard of that before. They were trying to do it above Lloyd's Bank in Twickenham. They built some they were offices. They converted them to flats. Very nice conversion. But they've now applied and got planning permission to put some more flats on the top of the building. So the people who live on the top, or thinking they were on the top, now are not going to be on the top. And it's another way of making more money because they can bang these things up very, very quickly. Dan in Hertfordshire says, my mum was taken to her funeral in the carriage that's being used for Dot's funeral. We had 4 black horses, though. Tadmans are the funeral company. They do all EastEnders funerals. We've had to use them 3 times this year. That's really cool. I love horse-drawn funerals. I think they look amazing. I think they absolutely... We get a few out our way, and they do look really good. I have to be honest. I'm always thinking that looks really, really nice. Very, very nice indeed. And so people like them. Mr. Neil says, rhubarb, Bishop Stortford. Tell me more, Steve. I love it. I wish I could remember the name of this pub. I'll find out what this pub's called. All I can tell you is it's sort of down country roads, and then you go on this big road, and then it's on the right-hand side, and then next to it is a nice garden centre, a very nice garden centre. That's all I can tell you. You know which one. Somebody will say to me, I know which one it is. Apparently, Steve, says Sarah, he's now Lord Michael Cashman, the former EastEnders actor. Yeah. Apparently, Dot was a... Oh, what's this? Somebody says, do you like a steam room? This house I'm at now, says Pete the pool man, has a nice one adjacent to the pool. He said, I do repairs on these as well. I'm an all-rounder, and I'm all-round after the snowballs. That's a steam room, is it? It's very big. That's like a separate room, isn't it? My God. So you look after steam rooms as well? I'm not sure about... What is the purpose of a steam room? I remember somebody telling me years ago, if you had a cold, go and have a sauna, and it will sort of get rid of it out of your body. If you have a steam, it's basically you get the... It's similar to... I think saunas are dry heat. I think steam rooms are wet. That's the way I'm thinking. It's certainly a very nice one. It's certainly a very nice one. He said, but I do the repairs. I'm an all-rounder. But you certainly are after all those snowballs. These are these chocolate things that Cadbury's make. It looks very nice. Very nice. Apparently Dot was a millionaire on EastEnders, says Mark in Norwich. Because apparently Dr. Legg died and left her his entire estate, including an expensive 4-bed house in Bethnal Green. Sonia had her account up on a laptop, and I zoomed in, and she had approximately 1.3 million. Well, there you go. He says, I don't know if that was before or after inheritance tax. There we go. We found the story. EastEnders fans aghast as Doc Cotton becomes a millionaire after Dr. Legg leaves her everything in his will. Wow. Well, that's why she had all the flowers. Oh, my God, I can't believe it, Pauline. I can't believe it. He's left me all this money. I thought she was great. I really, really thought she was great. He was a doctor. Have you ever seen a poor doctor? Yeah, 1.5. Yeah, but it would have been his house. You see, that's where people get their money from nowadays. It's, you buy a property, and if Dr. Legg had a house years and years ago in Albert Square, and he paid maybe 20,000 for it, because doctors, could pay for something like that. When you sell it, it could easily be worth £700,000-800,000, if not more, because a lot of people take these houses and turn them into flats. So that's why. Steve, long-time listener, still loving the life in Chichester, says Kevin. When are the Christmas food catalogues out for M&S? I think they're out now. I'm pretty certain they're out now. I seem to remember seeing something in M&S, because somebody was in a queue in front of me for something and they picked it up. I'm pretty certain. I might be wrong. Might have been in somewhere else and I was picking up a Christmas catalogue, because they do the food. You can't find, it probably isn't out then. Producers looked for it online. He said you can't find it. And he's looked everywhere. So there you go. So life in Chichester is good. What's Chichester famous for? Oh, that's nice. There you go. The M&S, the Christmas food has been launched. It has been launched. Christmas food to order. Everything you need to know about the rain. Look at it. It looks lovely, doesn't it? Does look nice. Mind you, that's been sprayed with glue and everything else just to make it look really lovely. They look very nice. I like these. This is an edible version of Santa's workshop. This is lovely. It comes with a light-up LED moon and the sound of jingling sleigh bells. This is me sorted. And you open up the box to find a mixture of milk, dark, white and blonde chocolate figurines. And there's quite a few of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 12 in this box, including little gingerbread men in chocolate. How much is that? 15 quid. That's me sorted this year. That's me. Look at that. And also, they've got a tin containing butter and chocolate chip shortbread. That's £9. And it includes a rotating projector displaying a starry night. And that's only 9 quid. There's a light in the lid. This is too exciting. They've got light-up lanterns with all sorts... Oh, God, I'm not sure I can cope with this. I like all those different chocolates. They look like... Oh, no, look lovely, don't they? Truffles. Also, they look nice, don't they? Going gnome for Christmas. They look very nice as well. We like... How much are they? That's a £5. Very good. And this one here, the magical gingerbread musical house tin. 5 quid. Like that a lot. Oh, that looks nice. What's that? This is part for the German Christmas market. Nürnberger Lebkuchen. £5. Oh, I tell you, it's some nice stuff. I like that first one that we looked at. That first one was my favourite. This case that opens up, and I'm definitely getting that. If I find them over this weekend, I should buy the boys one. I should go berserk, because I've just got my pension through the other day. I wonder why all of a sudden the account looked a little bit healthier than it was normally, and it's because they paid my pension in. So I went berserk, bought some more kebab meat. Apparently, Charlie Girling is curious. What's the difference between white chocolate and blonde chocolate? Now you've asked. I've got no idea. Somebody will know. What's the difference between white chocolate and... I don't even know what blonde chocolate is. But it looks very nice, though, Charlie. You have a look at these. You might be pushing the boat out. That's me out now, Steve. Short week for me, says Kim. Back to me old routine. Busy weekend ahead. The boys, Daddy, dropping them off on Sunday. Have a good one, son. You and your 30-foot erection. That's been taken down. I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. Thank you for being you. Take care of yourself and talk to you Monday. Thank you, Kim. You've just described every pub in Cheshire, says Kenny. Oh, down a country lane on the right. Well, it's not. Pick on me because it's a Friday. I don't want to be picked on. That's it. Country Files, Hamza Yassin has lost a stone training for Strictly Come Dancing. I mean, he's a cameraman for the programme. They obviously they can't find enough people. Jimmy Carr has got a new show, although I think Nick Ferrari was talking about it the other day. It's really bizarre. And he also pitches up on Blankety Blank. Perhaps he's paying for the cosmetic surgery and the hair transplant. I don't know, because he's pitched up on Blankety Blank, which we do like. Blankety Blank. But it was a cheque for 750 quid, which had a blank space in the payee box. But he suffered at the tongue of Jimmy's fellow contestant, Sue Pollard. So I haven't seen that before, but Sue, I was watching her the other day on Dr. Beaching and all the other programmes she does. I went to a party many years ago at Bobby Crush's house. He was having a birthday party. I'm sorry to name drop so early on in the programme, but I go there and Sue Pollard was there, and I don't know if you've ever seen Sue. She's fairly loud. And I had somewhere else to go afterwards. So I go to the party, and then I said, I've got to go now, I'm leaving. Sue follows me out, stands in the middle of the road, pulls her top down, and shouts out, "Steve Allen's leaving!" Seriously. It always works. I go, shh, don't tell everybody, for goodness sake.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Kimmy Nepping says, Steve, I'd love it if you could wish me a very happy birthday, so take it from me, happy birthday. And Dan in Kent says, blonde chocolate is roasted white chocolate. There you go, Charlie. And there you go. Richard in Southampton, who's just walked the dog, says, blonde chocolate is lighter, Steve. Thank you. Blonde chocolate is chocolate with caramel, says Jeanette. But I've got something for you for this weekend. If you're in the London area, what would make your weekend complete? How about the world-famous Flying Scotsman steam train? This weekend, it will be visiting London's King's Cross station, and there are platform access tickets being offered so you can get up close to the engine. A platform ticket will allow you a short amount of time on the platform to be one of the first to get up close to it, fresh from its overhaul. Positioned on platform 8, in the main shed, you'll have the chance to take a photo with the famous nameplate before collecting your memorabilia platform ticket. So it's going to be there from tomorrow and Sunday, 15th to 16th, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Platform tickets are strictly limited and must be booked in advance. It's online, you can find it. It's £7 per person for 10 minutes. Seems a lot of money for 10 minutes. A session with a train. Frankly, they say it's a pretty rare opportunity to get up this close to it. And there are also other events taking place in the main concourse which don't need a ticket, with a driving experience and loads of Flying Scotsman memorabilia. So for train anoraks, of which I'm sure there are thousands listening at the moment, that's the place, King's Cross Station. But you've got to go online and book these platform tickets. It's £7 for a 10-minute session, but you get your picture taken. I mean, you can get there'll be so many people down there. So many people down there, because every time this train comes out, it gives you goosebumps even thinking about it, because I've seen it on the move, and it's a treat and a half. So for fans of the Flying Scotsman, and when you look at it, you go, wow! Not the fastest train. The Mallard, I believe, was the faster of the trains. But how lovely. How lovely. You can find it all over the internet. So there you go. That sorted your weekend out, hasn't it, really? Jimmy says, I live in Hertfordshire. My next-door neighbour bought a house in 1970 for £7,000, and they now sold for 1.2 million. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, the property price is madness. Claire says, Steve, I listen each morning on my way to Tunbridge Wells Hospital. I'm a student nurse working 7 till 8. Talking of this delicious food, I made Yorkshire puddings with my 4-year-old who squirted her fruit shoot in the mix. Turned out quite tasty. She only confessed after we ate it. I thought it tasted different. And there you go. Mary says, Steve, great show. Blonde chocolate tastes like Caramac. Oh, I used to love Caramac. I don't know if they still make it. I'm not sure, actually. I have a feeling that they might do. Caramac. Wait a minute. Let's have a look. Yeah, Caramac. It's the brand name. First introduced in 1959. Wow. So made by Nestle. Is it still around? Can you still get... Yep, you can still get... The bars look different. No, they look different. They used to be bigger than that, the bars. I'm quite sure. And so there you go. It's a caramel-flavoured bar. And it's derived, the name, from the... syllabic abbreviation of Caramel and Macintoshes, who originally manufactured it. And now it's made by Nestle, whose now new slogan is Good Food, Good Life. Apparently, we learned something new. The referee in the Hand of God blunder wants £2.5 million for the ball, and he's going to sell it. The Argentine legend Diego Maradona scored a crucial goal which helped to knock England out of the World Cup in 1986. Now the ball is being sold at auction. Asked about the controversial goal later, Maradona said it was scored a little with the head of Maradona and a little with the hand of God. The Tunisian referee, Ali bin Nasser, is selling the ball, which he's kept since the game. £2.5 million for a football. Only goes to prove I'm way, way out of touch with these things. Lovely to see all the pictures of Holly and Phil triumphing at the TV Awards, and so well done to them. There'll be much celebrating, but of course they could have celebrated into the early hours of the morning because they don't have to work today. Could Rishi or even Boris come back? Why are they saying that? We said this ages ago. There is the possibility that Miss Truss could be out. Also, Mr. Kwarteng, close friend of the PM, could be out. They say that Penny Mordaunt is touted as a successor, and Rishi Sunak could be in there, and Boris could come back. I mean, Kwasi, as we know, is coming home early from America at the moment. So, I wouldn't rule anything out. It seems to be anybody's guess, doesn't it, really? Anybody's guess at the moment. The fresh bid to sink the Rwanda migrant deal as the number of UK arrivals since 2018 now reaches 75,000. I know it seems a bit simplistic, but couldn't the French just put people on the beach to stop them with these huge boats that they bring over? I mean, where do they get these things from? Is there some shop selling them over there? It's all very odd, isn't it? I mean, I appreciate the fact that the French don't want these people either. So they try and get them, and then they go, we're going to send them to Rwanda. They don't want to go to Rwanda. If they wanted to go to Rwanda, they would have gone there in the first place. Oh, dear. Rita and co came out to party, but the outfits were barely there. It's a bit tacky when you get sort of people like... I don't know who these people are, actually. I know who Rita Ora is. She's sort of barely wearing an outfit. And they were sort of... They obviously sort of say, oh, do you want to come out? You know, and you get your picture taken in the paper, and that's what they do. And somebody called Iris Law. So they went to this private dinner to celebrate Freeze, a contemporary arts publication. Whatever. I've got no idea what these things are. Other stories in the paper today. I forgot to do my birthdays, didn't I? I knew there was something I was doing earlier on. Apart from Cliff Richard, who we know, I forgot to mention about the bloke. A bizarre row over a serial complainer in a little village has cost the villagers £500 each. Jerry Woodhouse is accused of bombarding Potto Parish Council with 366 pedantic complaints. He's obviously one of those grumpy old men. And so he's pictured in the paper. It's cost the village £37,000. Police said officials had issued advice over a civil dispute, but no action was taken. He's obviously one of those grumpy sort of people that, you know, you sort of look at him. You'll see the picture of him. When he was asked about it, he will not confirm he's a serial complainer. He's obviously one of those peculiars. So glad he's up there and not down here, eh? That would make it a lot easier. So apart from Sir Cliff Richard today celebrating at 82, he's had 14 #1 singles. And his 2023 calendar is the second most popular on Amazon. He's 82 today. 82 today. I'm not even going to compete. Morning, nice to have your company. Monday, October the 17th. That's good news, isn't it? The weekend's getting quicker. And as we move, and they're already in Costco, they're selling fireworks. They're selling fireworks. You can buy, they've got a box of mixed fireworks, and then they've got the rockets, and then they've got the repeaters and everything. I love looking at them. I haven't bought any I did buy them a few years ago, and then I said, I remember there's people who've got babies where I live and things like that. Not that they're going to make any difference. And also somebody's got a dog and somebody's got a cat. But, you know, do you have to think about things like that? Of course you do, definitely. Apparently, Rob Rinder, you know, has slammed David Beckham over the Qatar deal because David Beckham couldn't care less about gay people or their rights or anything else. He's more interested in the old money. Take the money, Dave. You enjoy it, mate. Apparently the wife's just had his initials erased from her. She had a tattoo with DB written on it. Could have stood for anything, actually. And the plot to topple Truss this week, they say. This week. That'll be one of the shortest in living memories, won't it? Second shortest, is it? It's interesting, isn't it? But that's the trouble with the Conservative Party. They don't like anybody. They vote them in, and then they sort of suddenly realise that they can't really do the job. But, I mean, do they have to sort of bring... I think the last one was George Canning, but that was in 1827. 1827, the shortest period. It was only because he dropped dead in 1827. He was voted in on the 12th of April. He was out on the 8th of August because he went. And that was it. But nobody's ever heard of him, poor soul, but they've heard of Truss. But I wonder, really, so she goes into number 10 Downing Street. Do you think she starts rearranging the furniture? Do you think it's fully furnished? They just need to bring their bed linen or something like that? Or is that all there? Because the flat is at the top of the building. I know, because Thatcher is pictured in the flat over many years ago, making cups of tea and coffees and things like that. Apparently she was very good, because when her daughter Carol used to work for LBC, it was very interesting, because her producer, Mal, got invited back to number 10 Downing Street. Carol said to him, "Oh, Mummy said, would you like to come back for tea?" Mummy said, so he did. And it was very interesting. I was looking at a thing the other day. It appeared up online about radio. And it was looking at Capital Radio. And the people who were working there when it started. It's their birthday today. But the people who were working there when it started, people like Gerald Harper, Peggy Mount, Miriam Carlin. There were loads of different people who had sort of shows doing. One was a radio soap and doing bits and pieces. Changed completely. I mean, I don't go back that far. I couldn't remember things like that. I only remembered people like Graham Dean and Roger Scott, who everybody used to do. And yeah, there you go. They had their second birthday. Because it was Mike Allen who used to run the Capital Radio Roadshow. He had all the equipment and everything else. And then he got dropped, and then he came to here. And we bought a hip-hop show to put on LBC. And Mike Allen had a hip-hop show. Seriously, it was most bizarre. I mean, the engineers hadn't got the faintest idea what they were doing. It was, here goes the gravy, there goes the custard, and all that kind of stuff. But they used to do a disco and live music, 11:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. Pepsi Cola was there as well. But, there were all sorts of people. But everybody did an impression of Roger Scott. Yes, Roger Scott. It was like that. He was one of the old school. And I went to Mike Allen's funeral, which was unusual. Yeah, Roger Scott died quite young. Yeah. And Nicky Horn was there. There were loads of sort of different people. You remembered them. Because I remember Diana was a fan of the Breakfast Show presenter, who was Graham Dean. She was a fan of Graham Dean. I remember that, because it was because they were the second commercial radio station on air. LBC was first, and yet Capital when they first started had loads of speech-based programs. Changed a wee bit, just a wee bit over there, but I think it's their birthday today, so we acknowledge that as well, because radio is huge. You can take it with you around the world. It doesn't cost anything. You just sort of, you download the apps for all the different radio stations, the Global Player app, and you've got all the radio stations at your fingertips. Matt Goss out of Strictly, mainly because he can't dance. So he was the third one out? Third one out. I mean, he was lucky to have survived that far. So now we'll probably have a story about he's going to go back touring again. I don't know where. I thought he was going straight back to America. That was what he was saying before. First of all, he was coming to live here, and then he obviously decided there's no work here for him, and so he's going to go back to America. But there again, there's no work in America for him either. He doesn't. He sold his stuff. They were saying people were sort of buying all the stuff he'd got for sale. So I thought, what's he going back to? But mind you never really know what to believe, do you, with poor Matt? It sort of changes. And wasn't there a time, says my friend Ian, Mike Dickin was on Capital before he was on LBC? Well, that bit I don't remember. I know that he was on LBC because he was a very good speech presenter. But I don't remember him being on Capital, because obviously working for... He was on Capital. Was he really? Good Lord. Funny, isn't it? People sort of crossed over. But I remember Mike Dickin, he used to love a drink. Oh, did he love a drink? Oh, yes. Many's the time I'd come in to find him slumped over his desk in the office. But he was great. He was great. But he was another one that he would argue the toss with you. You came on to say black, he'd say white. Brian Hayes was the same. Brian Hayes was the master of speech radio. Me, I was just a novice in the early days. I wasn't the master of speech radio, or really master of anything. But I worked with all these people. I mean, I worked with so many. I remember going to the Christmas party at LBC. It was held in the Young's Brewery in the city. And I was sitting at a table with people. I didn't even know who they were. I was just the overnight presenter. And all of a sudden you're sitting at the table with people who sort of do weekend breakfast and afternoons and stuff like that. So I didn't know anything about it. I just sort of sat there and tried to pretend I was sort of in the groove, as it was. What else we got? The Hugh Grant prostitute, 27 years on, facing jail. This is Divine Brown. He picked her up on Sunset Boulevard, and the rest, as they say, is history. The King, Charles, is selling 12 of the Queen's racehorses. Apparently, for some reason, he wants to trim it back. Now, whether or not it's because they're not raising enough income from it, and it's quite expensive to have that, but if you're selling, I don't know how many she's got. How many racehorses she's got? If she's selling 12 of them, well, he's selling 12 of hers. If she'd been alive, he wouldn't have sold them because she loved her racing. She loved them. But how many I don't know, 34? 30? Over 100? Oh, I'm not surprised he's selling 12 then. You could sell 12 and make a little bit of money. There you go. Although the exact number, it's over 100. So she initially inherited thoroughbred breeding and racing stock from her late father. I still find it hard to believe she's not here. Seriously, I thought she was lovely. Absolutely lovely. Won't find anybody more lovely. Whereas Charles looks exhausted at the moment. Poor soul. Family roast dinners cut to the bone because apparently people can't afford meat. There was a lovely piece in one of the papers. When I say lovely, I didn't believe a word of it. It said that police officers were so hard up they were having to sleep in their cars and were going to food banks. I thought, well, how much are they earning? I thought they were all in excess of £30,000 a year. Other people seem to survive. I don't know why police officers can't. And it's a fake. Ghislaine Maxwell has changed her mind over that photo. That's just what Andrew doesn't need at the moment. You remember Andrew, don't you? The one who was gifted in the Queen's will the corgis, 2 corgis. And guess who was photographed in the papers with them over the weekend? Yes, good old Sarah, I'll jump on any old bandwagon, Ferguson. The woman who can't even afford to buy her own property, so shacks up with Andrew in the Queen Mother's house. She'd be turning in her grave. And now she's pictured with the corgis going, oh, they've actually come home. I thought, they weren't given to you, dear. They were given to Andrew. Ghastly Andrew. And it was Philip who hated her. Absolutely. He wouldn't have her anywhere near the place. Because, well, I mean, you know why. I mean, she's creepy. She's very odd. After the toe-sucking incident and all the other bits and pieces, if anybody brought shame on the royal family, it would be her. And then she was caught by the fake sheikh, wasn't she, offering to get an introduction to Andrew. Just 2 ghastly people, actually. The Red Devil Ace in a death plunge nightmare. I mean, that must have been the worst ever. His parachute got caught up with another parachute, and he plunged 3,500 feet to the earth. Not very good. Ex-footballer Jamie Carragher. I don't know anything about him. I just know that he wooed his childhood sweetheart with a Dubai hotel room, which had a mirror over the bed. Oh, that's for so she can see him going bald, I suppose. I couldn't think of any other reason. Hundreds of Met officers should be booted out. This was interesting because, in fact, today Nick Ferrari has got the head of the Met Police, the Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley. And I'm sure that that'll prove lively. There's hundreds of them with convictions for all sorts of sexual offences and different things, and they're still in the police force. Why they've not been booted out, I can't imagine. I'm always amazed that you find police officers who are like that they commit crimes. We've had them committing murder and rape and things like that, and it takes ages to get rid of. Why they can't be got rid of straight away, I have no idea. I really don't know. Loads of big cat sightings in Britain. Well, it's not really. And how restaurants get revenge on rude customers. I was always told, be very careful. If you go to a restaurant, you start saying, this was absolute garbage. Take it away. And you know damn well, I was always told they spit in the food. That's what people say. I don't know. If you get caught doing it, then you'd be taken to court, I should imagine. And for the World Cup in Qatar, the WAGs have been issued with do's and don'ts. Don't go out looking like a tramp. Don't go out wearing little tiny shorts and everything else. It's going to be a bit difficult, isn't it, for them, because that's the only outfits they know. A nurse has trained a pet spider to give high fives. No, she hasn't. Let's not be silly about it. And a woman claims she's lost 6 stone after ditching Greggs. She's lost 6 stone. They had a woman I was reading it on the way in the car, and she's following. She was obviously sent all this free food by Iceland, and it's from Weight Watchers, and she lost 2 pounds in a week for eating all their stuff, which is curries and lamb boonas and all sorts of different bits and pieces, and she only lost 2 pounds. And she sort of put down how much the food was and everything else. Some of it was £2.47, some of it was £5, some of it was £6. And she lost £2. Well, I mean, if had on any diet, that's what you're supposed to lose a week. £2. Lose any more than that, and you want to steer well clear of it. You know, all these people who go, oh, you can just drink juice. No, you can't. You'll put it back on again. You will pile it on. So just be very, very careful. Also, the mum who was stunned to discover the outline of an angel in an aubergine.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday morning. It's October the 17th, and it's another week of fabulous radio. And this week, you'll find out whether or not Truss is going, or whether she's staying, or whether she's... I mean, I expect a little hand cart outside number 10 Downing Street. She'll put her little belongings on there and trundle off into the distance. I mean, at least she's had a go at it. At least she's had a go at it. I mean, she didn't make any good... And they had to get rid of Kwasi. But that's the trouble. Put your friends in there and suddenly realize that they can't do the job. Not so good, is it? And that now they're saying, is it really Hunt who's running the country? They had that yesterday. Is it time for Rishi Sunak to be back? And they go, I don't think so. I don't think so. Could Boris come back? I don't think so. He wants to. I think he really wants to. England's WAGs, that means wives and girlfriends, have been issued a list of do's and don'ts. Now, of course, you have to do... I'll do this slowly for them in case they're listening. So when you go to Qatar, just remember, dress modestly. You are not above the law, okay? And they clamp down very hard. Don't think you can go, because I like a wag, ain't I? You know, because I'm like my boyfriend footballer. They've delivered these rules at a secret presentation. So again, it was all done very slowly for them. So they've been told dress modestly in public, at stadiums, and warned any public displays of affection will not be tolerated. Okay? No kissy-kissy. Oh, kissy, Kermie. You know, we don't want to do anything like that. You must not drink alcohol or swear in public, play loud music, sing, shout, or act inappropriately during the call to prayer. They come down, I tell you, I hope they get arrested. I can't wait for them to get arrested. Let's send old Vardy out there. Littering, illegal in Qatar, and punishable by a fine of £6,000. Yeah, and a year in jail. They were also warned against taking selfies outside government buildings, likely to lead to police action. And you have to remember that you and your husband/partner are not above the law here. It's interesting, isn't it? So the FA are very determined to drill the local wags and customs. No public displays of affection. Wags are meant to dress modestly, no short skirts. And if you do it, they'll chuck you out. I mean, I can't wait to find the first stupid wag. Mind you, where'd you begin? Where do you begin? There's a picture when they were at the 2018 World Cup in Russia, and here's poor old Rebecca Vardy. Crook. $1.5 million. She's had to pay it, apparently. She has paid $1.5 million. We're waiting for the part 2. There should be a part 2 on that one. Millions of us are eating chocolate the wrong way around. Apparently people keep chocolate in the fridge. And we couldn't work out why you'd keep chocolate in the fridge. I mean, I don't see any reason for that. It just goes harder, doesn't it? It's supposed to be eaten at 18 degrees centigrade. But, I mean, to be honest with you, some stupid university somewhere have sort of come up with this is how you're supposed to eat chocolate. No, you buy it, you hand your money over, or you thieve it, and then you take the wrapper off and you stick it in your gob. And that's it. There's no... At the right time, it has to be 11 o'clock in the morning. You can imagine, can't you? O'Brien just gets into his stride at about 11 o'clock in the morning. And then he goes, I'm sorry, you've got to eat chocolate the proper way. I bet he does that this morning. He'll be doing that. 11 o'clock, I should be eating my chocolate. It was sponsored by a chocolate manufacturer. To be honest with you, they've been making chocolate for donkey's years, and now they've actually come up with these things after all these years of having had chocolate. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. I find it quite ridiculous. Luckily, I don't really eat very much chocolate. I'm not particularly bothered by it. Doesn't mean anything. Emma says, a question. Why do we get different adverts in LBC? Because we do, all right? Because we do. I have my Alexa on. Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. Sorry, I'm so mean. And the global app and ads are always different, never the same. Yeah, they're different. I've got 2 different ads. I've got one for London and I've got one for national. Because we are a national radio programme. That's why you can't have the same. What would be the point of advertising a car manufacturer or a showroom in London to somebody up in Glasgow? That would be pointless, wouldn't it? So people get different different adverts. I love it. Because I've got a board here. I wish I could show you a picture of it, but I can't. And otherwise it'd be drummed out the brownies. And it tells you how long the next ad break is, and it's a split break and does all the other bits and pieces. What's a split break? A split break is when I don't know. Somebody goes one way and somebody goes another, I suppose. Prince Andrew needs disgraced socialite Ghislaine Maxwell's public backing from her prison cell like a hole in the head, pals claim. Oh, he's got friends, has he? How ghastly. I wonder what they're like. You can't imagine, can you? She's going to be Sarah. Oh, he's a good man. Goes Sarah, pictured all over the Sunday papers, jumping in on the Queen's cork. The Queen would be furious, absolutely furious. Steve, you're warming my heart, says Carol, talking about the old crew on Capital Radio. I lived in London in 1977, and I listened to Nicky Horn, Little Nicky Horn. In those days, you could say Little Nicky Horn because he was about so big. Yeah, that's why. Michael Aspel, makes your morning. Michael Aspel, makes your day. Graham Dean, who was lovely. I met him once, actually. It was at Dale's This Is Your Life. Kenny Everett, who was he'd been fired from loads of places, but he was very, very creative. When he did Captain Kremen, it's fantastic. And he was amazing. He used to record the first bit of his show. I mean, he would literally spend all the time in his studios. He would turn up late. But it was brilliantly put together. It's like Steve Wright. I'm not putting them in the same box because I think that Kenny Everett was better than Steve Wright, but I thought Steve Wright was very clever and could put stuff together. And I thought that shows great dedication to somebody who's in the radio business, whereas me, I just have to rely on being okay funny, you know. So who's the BBC leaker? They've already told you who it is. They put it in the paper the other day. Sorry? Who's telling him? Well, I mean, he might be going to the shows. And he says the only way to stop it, he leaks it at 11:30 p.m. on the Saturday night. So obviously somebody phones him and says, this is who it is, this is who's been kicked out. And he said the only way to stop it is to make the show on Sunday live. That's the only way to stop it. I don't know why the BBC being all mamby-pamby, wasting our money. You know, it's only a cheap little reality show with two very expensive presenters, an orchestra, and an audience who sit there like sheep. Like that one at Seals, isn't it? That was one of the two. Story about Lord Mountbatten and somebody who's come forward from, I think, the Kincora home in Ireland, which was closed down some years ago because of allegations of child abuse. I think 3 people were sentenced to prison for it, and one young man who said he was 11 at the time and said he was abused by Lord Mountbatten on a few occasions. Now, I don't know why it's taken such a long time, and I didn't know anything about this. I just know that Lord Mountbatten was Charles's mentor. Charles would go away with him all the time, and Mountbatten basically tutored him in what he was supposed to know about it. And I think because Lord Mountbatten was blown up by the IRA on a beach. And as I say, then he was. I think Charles went into a period of mourning because he'd got on very, very well with him. I think they sort of seemed to work well together. And because it was sort of something that was, you know, quite serious at the time to be blown up. I think there were also one of the Natchbull children was blown up as well. There were a few of them who lost their lives on that day. The nurse story who's trained her pet spider to give high fives and perform tricks. She also reckons acrobatic arachnid Lucas is clever enough to recognise her. No, dear, no, unfortunately not. No, very sweet. Very sweet. She said, I encourage her to jump onto my hand with my finger. No, what she's basically doing is she's waving her finger in front of it, and the pet spider is rearing up. Basically, it's getting ready to attack her and drag her back to its lair, cover her in spider stuff and all the rest of it. Yeah, I've seen the size of it. But, I mean, to be honest with you, it's they don't do high fives. It's like saying I just trained a wasp, you know. Quite ridiculous. Steve, bad start to the day at Waterloo Station. 70p for chewing gum and bird mess under the bridge by McDonald's. Watch out, the birds are about. I know, I got caught by it. Tipping down here, but cosy in bed, says Dee, listening to your show, Steve, which is quite nice. We don't know where you are, though, which doesn't really help. Have you watched The Crown on Netflix, says Sat in Gravesend? I haven't. 4 seasons so far. I have been bought. I think my team bought me the DVDs. Well, I've got them somewhere at home, but you know, I haven't watched it. Rebecca in Troon in Scotland says the reason you put chocolate in the fridge is because it gives you an extra 10 seconds of heaven. It doesn't work for dark chocolate, though. Well, they've said don't put it in the fridge. Basically, you're doing it wrong. We'll have to come round there and slap you on the back of the legs, Rebecca. It's a case of, no, it doesn't matter where you are, true nor otherwise, but you shouldn't put it in the fridge. Because I know where you're coming from. I don't know why it doesn't work with dark chocolate. It's nice. Peter says, bring back Murder After Midnight. That'll be a little bit difficult, seeing as the person behind it died. So that's not too good. Shane says, To Sir With Love was on the TV the weekend. What a good film. I have it on DVD. Yeah, it was a cheap DVD. Very cheap DVD. Those schoolgirl days. And this was a story with Sidney Poitier of a school in a city in London with people like Lulu, who were well past school age by the time they made these films. And Sidney Poitier was, they never had a black teacher before, and they weren't too sure about him, and they took the mickey out of him. But secretly, all the girls fancied him. And it was really lovely, actually. It's a very touching film, because in the beginning, they're not interested. He's just a black guy. And in those days, you didn't see black people. You really didn't. I mean, at one point, he's walking through a market. He's the only one. I know it was obviously set up because they were filming, but then they all want to dance with him at the end of School Party, and it's a smashing film. It really is smashing film. So very nice. Leah in Puglia says Gerald Harper was on Sunday. He used to say, "My name is Gerald Harper, and this is my Sunday affair." And it was all done very very breathy. It was all very sort of sexual. I'll try and do this programme very similar to that, but doesn't seem to work in the same way. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So good old Victoria Beckham, in the desperate attempt for this dreadfully unhappy family, very, very insecure. She's dismissed rumours of a marriage trouble after removing a tattoo of Dave's initials. She said she had the DB inking taken off for aesthetic reasons. Don't know what you had it put on in the first place for. They were bleeding a little bit and not just looking pretty. She said, I was a bit sick of it, because Dave's got several tattoos. Several? Are you serious? He could join a freak show and show. He's covered in tattoos all over his body. All over his body. Steve, girlfriend took me to Printworks nightclub. It was a huge hall and I found it a bit overwhelming. It was not like this before lockdown. Did you ever struggle with big crowds when things got back to normal? I didn't, no. Nothing ever affected me, actually. When you say big crowds, what do you mean? I was sort of thinking the other day, we've got to be very careful with COVID coming back. You know, you should. It's big, isn't it, Printworks? So I quite like. I mean, I don't know if I could ever go to a place like that. That would drive me mad. Working it would be different because you had loads of room. DJing. I was a DJ. The biggest place I ever played was the Hippodrome. I only did it on a couple of nights. And it's so big there that you stand in the middle doing it, and there's people either side of you who put the records on because there's like 30 feet between.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Very interesting. Somebody just sent in a thing and said, it's 20 years since Patty Caldwell died. Now, I remember Patty Caldwell really, really well. She was a presenter. She was from Lancashire, and she got brain cancer. And they decided to cover it on the television. I mean, she did Pebble Mill. She did all sorts of things. She went out with a guy who was a historian called Michael somebody. That's all I can remember because it was 20 years ago. And they went out together, and she had a nanny. Michael Wood she went out with, who was a very good-looking boy. But they did this programme about her. She was terminal. And I always remember, because she organised the funeral. She was going to be cremated, and she said to this nanny they had, which was this gay guy, she said to him, listen, do me a favour at the cremation, because what happens is at a cremation, if you've never been to one before, the coffin will either descend or they will just close the curtains and it gets wheeled away. And they vary in place to place. Normally when you go down for the final prayers is when the curtains close, and it's all done quite cleverly so that when you come up, the coffin has gone, except in Mike Allen's case. When I went to Mike Allen's funeral, he'd asked that people left the chapel, but his body remained inside the chapel and we all left, and then they closed the doors and then they removed him. And that's what he wanted. But in Patty Caldwell's case, she said to this gay guy who was her nanny, she said, I know it's camp, she said, but when the curtains close, she said, can you nip round the back? put on a bejewelled glove and poke it through the curtains and wave to people. So he did. He did. I mean, it was very, very touching. She was very lovely. Very, very lovely. But it was in the early days of people sort of doing what they call, proper television. These are real people's lives that are disappearing. We still do it now, but this was 20 years ago that Patty died. And it's funny how you remember these things. And that one I always remember, because I always thought she was great. She were a Lancashire lass. And she was good. But she died in Newbury, in Berkshire. I don't know why she died in Newbury. Somebody says, Steve, there are 250 episodes of Murder After Midnight online if you Google it. A lot of them were re-recorded of the Murder After Midnights. They were re-recorded and you can get hold of them with Martin Fido. He died in 2019 and Paul Savory was getting him to record all of them. Paul Savory's got quite a number of the Murder After Midnights. Frankie says, did you manage to watch Encanto? I don't think I did. That was I didn't. No, thank you. I had to ask what it was, actually, Frankie. Says, between me, my girlfriend and the little one, I'm the only one that sobs. Oh, I sob at all sorts of things. It's amazing what actually affects you as you get older. James in Clitheroe says, waking up early to listen to your show. I'm remembering with deep sadness dear friend Patty Caldwell, who passed away. There you go. I know you'll remember her. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, the things that you remember. I was thinking to myself the other day, when sort of somebody says, what have you crammed into your life? And you go, to be honest with you, what have I not crammed into my life? What have I not crammed into my life? I've crammed loads of things in. I've got such memories of so many people over the years. And when I looked at the list of all the people who'd appeared on Capital Radio in the early days, one of them was Miriam Carlin. Miriam Carlin starred in The Rag Trade. She lived in Earl's Court. She was a huge LBC fan. And she would pop in on my show on numerous occasions. And yet there she was doing a show on Capital. They had a lot of speech-based programmes in the early days. Apart from Gerald Harper with his Champagne and Roses on a Sunday, and Peggy Mount doing seriously, it's unbelievable the way that radio has changed. They had their own orchestra. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. It was just radio has evolved over the years. When I think, what LBC was like in the early days, as we come up to 50 years, which is quite some going, and I look at all the people I've worked with, and then every so often, and it's always Chris Lowry or somebody like Chris, but invariably Chris, who will write to me from Spain, where he and Steve live now, and say, oh, so-and-so's just died. I've had various producers who've died over the years and different people. And we had John Perkins the other day who died, who never seemed to age to me. He always looked exactly the same, but I always remember him standing in the newsroom in Gough Square downstairs, which used to be a storage place for all the old chairs and desks and everything else and typewriters. Then they opened it up. And it became the newsroom, and he would stand there behind the IRN desk with a cigarette on. Because in those days, you could smoke. I can remember sitting in the studio with a cigarette on, because I used to smoke in those days as well, much to my deep embarrassment. I wish I'd never started smoking, but you can't go back in life, can you? If you smoke and you enjoy it, fine. I can't ever say to anybody, oh, you mustn't smoke because it's really bad for you. Whereas there used to be one presenter on LBC who was terribly anti-smoking. And he would go, oh, terrible, and all the rest of it. And he would preach about it. Whereas me, I used to think, listen, I smoked. I was doing 60 a day. I got ill, and that was my problem. But it was so addictive. I remember going 2 years without a cigarette. And then I went out, and I'll tell you where it was. It was to the Players Theatre in Villiers Street. And I was with a couple of friends of mine, and we were at the bar. And somebody said, do you want a cigarette? I said, no, I've stopped smoking. And being all sanctimonious. And then I thought, I'll just have one. Just have one. That was it. That one cigarette got me right back on them. I had to then go out in the car to find a garage that was open to sell me cigarettes. I did smoke more. Okay, that's when I started smoking 60 a day. Seriously, I mean, how I afforded it, I've got no idea. How many chocolates do you get in a box of chocolates? I've got a huge tin of chocolates in the car, Quality Street. And in a normal size box, they've got 66 of them. In Heroes, 63. In Celebrations, 71. The worst ones are Roses, only 56. Only 56 chockies. But you see, I like the orange cream, the strawberry creams, and the toffee pennies, toffee fingers, all sorts of different things. Lemon Zing is in Quality Street. Lemon Zing. I don't remember Lemon Zing. I don't remember that one. They've got the green triangle, orange crunch, strawberry delight. I used to push them to make sure they were soft. I don't want anything like that going in. But no, so you get the best out of celebrations. 71 what? Making up your own jokes now, aren't you? I can tell. Producers had one of those weekends. Yeah. Oh dear, honestly. But no, it's funny the things that you remember after the years. I did watch it the other day, actually, only because I hadn't watched it up until now, and I watched Frozen Planet 2, where they now sit him in a studio watching a big screen doing it, because he's over 96, and it was very interesting looking at it. But when you look at the army of people who are out there doing these things, and you think they're the people. I mean, I can remember interviewing him and saying, who do you think could replace you? And he was quite honest. He said, nobody. There was one woman who tried to take over. Do you remember? She started talking about apes and primates and everything else. And I thought, oh no, she's tried to do what he does. I didn't like that at all. So, but anyway, she's disappeared. Probably just as well, because he has his own fans. Kevin says, thank God you're on. 3rd day of quarantine here in China. Kunming, to be precise. Can't leave the government hotel room. It's 35 quid a night. All in. Cheap. Shame I couldn't share a room with my partner. They're big rooms, aren't they? That's 35 quid a night, is it? God, I could live in that. That's really nice. I love the way you've draped the jacket casually over the bed. Trying to make it look as though you're butch. But that's good. I mean, tens of millions of people in at least, I think, about 30 regions of China have been ordered to stay at home under partial or full lockdown. They're not messing around. They don't want another outbreak of it. We don't want another outbreak. Definitely not. Definitely not. Steve, currently, say Faz and Justina, we're currently in Phuket. We're currently looking over Qatar Beach from our room. We've had food poisoning and it's monsoon weather, so we can't wait to return to Rickmansworth. Food poisoning. I had that. Phuket. Yeah, all right. I don't think anybody's going to complain. Yeah, you're going to complain. But I had food poisoning in Gran Canaria when I went over there some years ago and because they've got no central heating in their hotel rooms, and I spent all day shivering under blankets in my room. I had to get more blankets off the spare bed and all the rest of it. I was in a terrible state. In fact, I was so ill. I don't know, probably from some Chinese restaurant in the Jumbo Centre. That's the only place we'd ever eaten. And I got food poisoning. And in fact, I was so ill, I poured away 3/4 of a bottle of vodka in the toilet. Every time I looked at it, I felt sick. Unlike me. Pouring away vodka. Are you mad, Steve? Are you mad? I've got a little flat for you. It was for sale, but it's gone now. And it's the smallest London flat. It just sold for 300,000 quid. It's tiny. Little kitchen, sofa turns into a bed, and a little bathroom. And that's it. £300,000. It's a conversion. Which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And as I say, but I mean, if you're a businessman and you just want to stay in London during the week, you just need somewhere to put your head down. You can go out and eat. You don't need to eat in the kitchen. You can make yourself a cup of tea in the morning. That's all you need. And so probably cheaper than staying in hotels. But I'm watching the programme on the Savoy. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. But they have to train people how to pack things and do everything else. And I think it's Terry on the front door of the Savoy. I used to see a guy there all the time, and I think he was deaf because he would let us park the car there in the days when I had a really nice car. Sorry, I've still got a really nice car. But anyway, and you could park there at the Savoy. They were more than happy to have nice cars there. They'd love my new one. They'd love the colour of it. Definitely. And I bought this thing the other day. You know, and I don't know. It's an addiction. I don't know what's the matter with me. It's an air compressor for pumping up your tyres, because my tyres, you push a little button on the dashboard, same as everybody else's car, and it tells you the tyre pressure in each thing. And I was getting warning signs from the right-hand tyre, so I pumped it up again. So I bought this thing in Costco, 30 quid. 30 quid, and you just literally plug it into the cigarette lighter and off you go. This one's cordless I've just bought. 37 quid. I promise you, it's small. Really, really small. And you literally just plug it into a USB port. It charges up on the lithium battery, and it's got a motor in it, and it compresses and so pumps up your tyre. Cordless. How cool is that?
Steve Allen on LBC.
I can't believe that people are turning vegan because they think it's too expensive to eat meat and stuff like that. Whereas it's not. You can buy cheap cuts of meat, buy a pressure cooker, and then it turns it into something edible. And to be vegan is sort of okay. What did I have the other day? Oh, we went out for breakfast. We went to the Wallace Collection again. You must go to the Wallace Collection. You really must. It's a super collection of art. They're now lending out art to other galleries, and they're lending out. They've got the Laughing Cavalier, plus loads of Canalettos and things like that, which is lovely. Chris says, am I the only one, Steve, who liked the coffee cream that we used to get in Quality Street? I don't remember that. I only do soft. I really only do soft. I mean, I've had hard before, as you can imagine, but I like soft better, as you know, for ages. David says, re-smoking. I myself stopped smoking on a couple of occasions and relapsed after 18 months, and you definitely don't just have the odd cigarette again. It's immensely full on, 30 a day, or whatever you smoked. Instant full return to whatever you used to smoke, says Dave. Absolutely. All those people who think, I'll just have one cigarette a week, that'll be it. No, I wish it was so simple. Steve, did you bring in the mince pies? And your producer, the custard, says Joanna. I brought in the mince pies. He couldn't get the custard. So I'm going to have to bring... I brought in the mince pies. And also I bought that Marks and Spencer's thing, which has got a light show at the top. It's clockwork. You sort of wind it up, so he'll tell me what that's like tomorrow. I bought that for him, mainly because it wasn't too expensive. And it was very kind of me. Steve, I thought all modern cars come with compressors now. My Nissan Juke does, because they don't come with spare wheels. No, they don't. I do have a spare tyre. But then you'd have to have, wouldn't you? I mean, so you're right. They don't come with spare wheels anymore. It's interesting, but this compressor thing, 37 quid. Just type in cordless car tyre inflator, and you'll probably find it. It's small. I was amazed at it, and a friend of mine saw it, and he said, I need one of those for my bicycle. Oh, well, you're not having this one. I'm generous to a fault, but not all the time. And Phil in Brentwood says, I don't know if you've seen this, which is the news around the clock, the most exciting development in radio for half a century. And it's your guy. This was LBC launching, yes, which was very interesting. LBC is the flagship of the air. I don't remember the first opening. I've heard the opening music for it, because the people that they actually put on air were people who worked in Fleet Street, because they didn't have anybody else. There was nobody else around, and it was all journalists. Janet Street Porter. You can imagine what that must have been like, can't you? All sorts of different people. Yeah. What? How are you? But also, I discovered that Monty Modlin, who ended up on LBC, started on Capital. Monty Modlin used to do a programme he used to sing. He was a chirpy little cockney. Pardon my cheek and the way that I speak, but no matter where I roam, wherever I go, I'll talk elementary in the only way I know. And so he used to go on. And I can't tell you anything about the programme. I just know that he used to do a phone-in of an evening. I can't tell you which day it was. And he was sort of... But he'd started on Capital. Quite a number of people who ended up on LBC started on Capital. Must have been a completely different format in those days. No, I think, I'm sort of longest serving. I think makes me feel very old, doesn't it? You know, when you say that, you go, I'm the longest serving. But I think so. I think, yes, they call them veterans now, which makes you sound really dreadful. But Monty Modlin was on there, and I always remember he had Barbara Windsor on. And in those days, they used to have what they call profanity. We still have it now, and it's called something different. And profanity was if somebody swore, the programme that you're hearing now occurred 10 seconds ago. So if somebody comes on, if I was doing a phone-in and somebody swore and said, I think so-and-so, 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 and you wouldn't hear that because I would push the button and then it would sort of play catch-up. Now it's all electronic. In the early days, it was a tape that went all the way round and hit the transmitter and everything else, and we called it Prof, the Prof button. And Barbara was on there, and pity the BBC doesn't do it. I don't know why, actually. Good old Miriam Margolyes. Yeah. Honestly, you'd have to be a rank amateur not to realise that Miriam Margolyes would go on air after Jeremy Hunt and not use profanity, because they don't have profanity on there. And somebody said, she thought she wasn't live. She's a professional. She knows exactly what went on there. And she gets covered and she just goes, I didn't know it was live, or all the rest of it. She's a professional person. She's been in more recording studios. She was the voice of the Cadbury's bunny. Cadbury's Caramel. You know, she did those sort of adverts. No, she knows all about it. But also, what rank amateur would ever book her for something like that on a programme, knowing there's... She was on to talk about Robbie Coltrane, but of course, I mean, I've done Miriam on numerous occasions. She's fab, but you can guarantee she's going to be as rude as they come. Seriously. I mean, you know, I think, that, of course, and they panic on the BBC. Imagine they panic on ITV. I'm so sorry. We have to say sorry for that. Somebody said a rude word the other day, and you think, well, you know, what difference does it make? What difference does it make? There's a woman in America, she teaches her children swear words. And she says, I don't mind them swearing. And you think, yes. I mean, Princess Margaret used to swear like a trooper. They used to say like a trooper because nobody swore like troopers before. And you think, does it really make any difference? You found Princess Margaret's morning routine online. Well, do you know, sometimes she was so bored, she'd get her hair done 3 times in a day because she had nothing to do. She was never going to be queen, but she just sort of went her own way. She had dinner parties, but unfortunately for her, you couldn't go to bed till she went to bed. You know, it was considered rude and not right. Steve, 1 more week till half term. Love my new school, but I'm exhausted. You talked about Bearmans on Friday. It made me feel really sentimental. Until 10 years ago when I moved to Wanstead, I'd always lived in Leytonstone. I love Bearmans. The original poster is still up in Leytonstone Station. Also, Steve, Tesco's vanilla custard, the most delicious custard I've ever had, which sounds lovely. This is Princess Margaret's routine. 9 o'clock, breakfast in bed, followed by 2 hours in bed, listening to the radio, reading the newspapers, which she invariably left scattered on the floor, and chain smoking. In bed. 11 o'clock, gets into a bath run for her by her lady's maid. Noon, an hour in the bath is followed by hair and makeup at her dressing table. Then she puts on clean clothes, as one would imagine of a princess. Never wore any of her clothes more than once without having them cleaned. 12:30, appeared downstairs for a vodka pick-me-up. 1 p.m, joined the Queen Mother for a 4-course lunch served in an informal manner from silver dishes with half a bottle of wine per person plus fruit and half a dozen different varieties of native and continental cheeses. That's the morning routine, basically. And then by the time you get to the afternoon, she'd have her hair done again because she didn't have anything to do. The Queen Mother spent most of her time inebriated. Where are you going, Your Majesty? I'm going to Margaret's again. Why? She's got some vodka. It just must have been hilarious. Hilarious. But they don't run their own baths. They do not run their own baths. You'd have the lady of the bathroom or something like that, and it would be her job to run the bath to the right temperature, so Margaret would then sort of slip beneath the waves. I don't know if she burnt herself in the bath. I've got no idea. I just know that she was sort of... She could be difficult. She could be difficult. But, you know, listen, that's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it interesting. That's why, you know, you'll never see the like of the Queen ever again, no matter how lovely Camilla is. You're never going to see it. I mean, now they've got lots of people within the royal family who, to be honest with you, are sort of letting the side down a little bit. They really are. Have you been watching This England about the pandemic, Steve? Gripping? I haven't. I've only just got into this dancing programme, you know, where they put characters and then they go... I've said before, the other day they've got poor old Jonathan Ross on there, who's looking very, very old. Very old now, and these clothes, which sort of would have suited him 20 or 30 years ago. But anyway, he needs his hair cut properly. He needs to sort of grow old gracefully, but he doesn't. And he'll go, I think this person is this. I think it's Britney Spears. And we'll go, don't be so stupid. Britney Spears wouldn't pop up over here for a 2-bit dancing programme. As if. So instead, they all guessed it was Denise Lewis, and it was Denise Lewis. They've had all sorts of people, but they're not sort of top of the list. They're sort of people who you'd expect to appear on this. They had... Mel or somebody, was it somebody out of the Spice Girls, or I can't remember who it was actually, somebody, and you know, we all said, oh, it was that person or this person. I mean, it's very interesting. I find it quite interesting because it's not too taxing, and it's got Peter Crouch on. It's got who else is on it? I can't remember. Davina's doing it. Yep, Davina's doing it, and Oti Mabuse. You can get a bit bored with Oti on occasion because he seems to pop up on all these programmes. And then, what was it somebody said the other day, one of the TV critics said, oh, it was good news, actually, because Alison Hammond was on something. They should put her on every programme. And I'm thinking, no, they shouldn't. No, they definitely shouldn't. She didn't win over Anton Deck, and of this she was not very happy. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Anyway, we'll take a short break for the news. I shall let you enjoy the music coming up to the news this morning, because I'm in that kind of mood today, because it's Monday. It's October the 17th. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast with you until 7 o'clock this morning. Busy programme for Nick Ferrari, which we'll tell you about a little bit later on, including the new commissioner, and especially when you hear some of the stories which we have for you in the papers, and why they're trying to make sure that the King Charles Spaniel is going to be the new dog of choice. They're quite cute, actually, aren't they? But only for King Charles, I suspect. Unless, of course, he's going to... I don't think he does dogs, does he? We'll find out later. Short break. Back with you in 3.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Very interesting. Somebody just sent in a thing and said, it's 20 years since Patty Caldwell died. Now, I remember Patty Caldwell really, really well. She was a presenter. She was from Lancashire, and she got brain cancer. And they decided to cover it on the television. I mean, she did Pebble Mill. She did all sorts of things. She went out with a guy who was a historian called Michael somebody. That's all I can remember, because it was 20 years ago. And they went out together, and she had a nanny. Michael Wood she went out with, who was a very good-looking boy. But they did this programme about her. She was terminal. And I always remember, because she organised the funeral. She was going to be cremated, and she said to this nanny they had, which was this gay guy, she said to him, listen, do me a favour at the cremation, because what happens is at a cremation, if you've never been to one before, the coffin will either descend or they will just close the curtains and it gets wheeled away. And they vary in place to place. Normally when you go down for the final prayers is when the curtains close, and it's all done quite cleverly, so that when you come up, the coffin has gone. Except in Mike Allen's case. When I went to Mike Allen's funeral, he'd asked that people left the chapel, but his body remained inside the chapel and we all left, and then they closed the doors and then they removed him. And that's what he wanted. But in Patty Caldwell's case, she said to this gay guy who was her nanny, she said, I know it's camp, she said, but when the curtains close, she said, can you nip round the back, put on a bejewelled glove and poke it through the curtains and wave to people? So he did. He did. I mean, it was very, very touching. She was very lovely. Very, very lovely. But it was in the early days of people sort of doing what they call, proper television. These are real people's lives that are disappearing. We still do it now, but this was 20 years ago that Patty died. And it's funny how you remember these things. And that one I always remember, because I always thought she was great. She was a Lancashire lass. And she was good. But she died in Newbury, in Berkshire. I don't know why she died in Newbury. Somebody says, Steve, there are 250 episodes of Murder After Midnight online if you Google it. A lot of them were re-recorded, of the Murder After Midnights. They were re-recorded, and you can get hold of them with Martin Fido. He died in 2019, and Paul Savory was getting him to record all of them. Paul Savory's got quite a number of the Murder After Midnights. Frankie says, did you manage to watch Encanto? I don't think I did. That was I didn't. No, thank you. I had to ask what it was, actually, Frankie. Says, between me, my girlfriend and the little one, I'm the only one that sobs. Oh, I sob at all sorts of things. It's amazing what actually affects you as you get older. James in Clitheroe says, waking up early to listen to your show. I'm remembering with deep sadness dear friend Patty Caldwell, who passed away. There you go. I know you'll remember her. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, the things that you remember. I was thinking to myself the other day, when sort of somebody says, what have you crammed into your life? And you go, to be honest with you, what have I not crammed into my life? What have I not crammed into my life? I've crammed loads of things in. I've got such memories of so many people over the years. And when I looked at the list of all the people who'd appeared on Capital Radio in the early days, one of them was Miriam Carlin. Miriam Carlin starred in The Rag Trade. She lived in Earl's Court. She was a huge LBC fan. And she would pop in on my show on numerous occasions. And yet there she was doing a show on Capital. They had a lot of speech-based programmes in the early days. Apart from Gerald Harper with his Champagne and Roses on a Sunday, and Peggy Mount doing seriously, it's unbelievable the way that radio has changed. They had their own orchestra. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. You know, it was just radio has evolved over the years. When I think, you know, what LBC was like in the early days, as we come up to 50 years, which is quite some going, and I look at all the people I've worked with, and then every so often, and it's always Chris Lowry or somebody like Chris, but invariably Chris, who will write to me from Spain, where he and Steve live now, and say, oh, so-and-so's just died. I've had various producers who've died over the years, and different people, and we had John Perkins the other day who died, who never seemed to age to me. He always looked exactly the same, but I always remember him standing in the newsroom in Gough Square, downstairs, which used to be a storage place for all the old chairs and desks and everything else and typewriters. Then they opened it up and it became the newsroom, and he would stand there behind the IRN desk with a cigarette on, because in those days you could smoke. I can remember sitting in the studio with a cigarette on, because I used to smoke in those days as well, much to my deep embarrassment. I wish I'd never started smoking, but you can't go back in life, can you? If you smoke and you enjoy it, fine. I can't ever say to anybody, oh, you mustn't smoke because it's really bad for you. Whereas there used to be one presenter on LBC who was terribly anti-smoking, and he would go, oh, terrible, and all the rest of it. And he would preach about it. Whereas me, I used to think, listen, I smoked. I was doing 60 a day. I got ill, and that was my problem. But it was so addictive. I remember going 2 years without a cigarette. And then I went out, and I'll tell you where it was. It was to the Players Theatre in Villiers Street. And I was with a couple of friends of mine, and we were at the bar, and somebody said, do you want a cigarette? I said, no, I've stopped smoking, and being all sanctimonious. And then I thought, I'll just have one. Just have one. That was it. That one cigarette got me right back on them. I had to then go out in the car to find a garage that was open to sell me cigarettes. I did smoke more. Okay, that's when I started smoking 60 a day. Seriously, I mean, how I afforded it, I've got no idea. How many chocolates do you get in a box of chocolates? I've got a huge tin of chocolates in the car, Quality Street. And in a normal size box, they've got 66 of them. In Heroes, 63. In Celebrations, 71. The worst ones are Roses, only 56. Only 56 chockies. But you see, I like the orange cream, the strawberry creams, and the toffee pennies, toffee fingers, all sorts of different things. Lemon Zing is in Quality Street. Lemon Zing. I don't remember Lemon Zing. I don't remember that one. They've got the green triangle, orange crunch, strawberry delight. I used to push them to make sure they were soft. I don't want anything like that going in. But no, so you get the best out of Celebrations. 71 what? Making up your own jokes now, aren't you? I can tell. Producers had one of those weekends. Yeah. Oh dear, honestly. But no, it's funny the things that you remember after the years. I did watch it the other day, actually, only because I hadn't watched it up until now, and I watched Frozen Planet 2, where they now sit him in a studio watching a big screen doing it, because he's over 96, and it was very interesting looking at it. But when you look at the army of people who are out there doing these things, and you think they're the people. I mean, I can remember interviewing him and saying, who do you think could replace you? And he was quite honest. He said, nobody. There was one woman who tried to take over. Do you remember? She started talking about apes and primates and everything else. And I thought, oh no, she's tried to do what he does. I didn't like that at all. So, but anyway, she's disappeared. Probably just as well, because he has his own fans. Kevin says, thank God you're on. 3rd day of quarantine here in China. Kunming, to be precise. Can't leave the government hotel room. It's 35 quid a night. All in. Cheap. Shame I couldn't share a room with my partner. They're big rooms, aren't they? That's 35 quid a night, is it? God, I could live in that. That's really nice. I love the way you've draped the jacket casually over the bed. Trying to make it look as though you're butch. But that's good. I mean, tens of millions of people, and at least I think about 30 regions of China, have been ordered to stay at home under partial or full lockdown. They're not messing around. They don't want another outbreak of it. We don't want another outbreak. Definitely not. Definitely not. Steve, currently, say Faz and Justina, we're currently in Phuket. We're currently looking over Qatar Beach from our room. We've had food poisoning and it's monsoon weather, so we can't wait to return to Rickmansworth. Food poisoning. I had that. Phuket. Yeah, all right. I don't think anybody's going to complain Yeah, you're going to complain. But I had food poisoning in Gran Canaria when I went over there some years ago and because they've got no central heating in their hotel rooms, and I spent all day shivering under blankets in my room. I had to get more blankets off the spare bed and all the rest of it. I was in a terrible state. In fact, I was so ill. I don't know, probably from some Chinese restaurant in the Jumbo Centre. That's the only place we'd ever eaten. And I got food poisoning. And in fact, I was so ill, I poured away 3/4 of a bottle of vodka in the toilet. Every time I looked at it, I felt sick. Unlike me. Pouring away vodka. Are you mad, Steve? Are you mad? I've got a little flat for you. It was for sale, but it's gone now. And it's the smallest London flat. It just sold for 300,000 quid. It's tiny. Little kitchen, sofa turns into a bed, and a little bathroom. And that's it. £300,000. It's a conversion. Which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And as I say, but I mean, if you're a businessman and you just want to stay in London during the week, you just need somewhere to put your head down. You can go out and eat. You don't need to eat in the kitchen. You can make yourself a cup of tea in the morning. That's all you need. And so probably cheaper than staying in hotels. But I'm watching the programme on the Savoy. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. But they have to train people how to pack things and do everything else. And I think it's Terry on the front door of the Savoy. I used to see a guy there all the time, and I think he was deaf because he would let us park the car there in the days when I had a really nice car. Sorry, I've still got a really nice car. But anyway, and you could park there at the Savoy. They were more than happy to have nice cars there. They'd love my new one. They'd love the colour of it. Definitely. And I bought this thing the other day. You know, I don't know. It's an addiction. I don't know what's the matter with me. It's an air compressor for pumping up your tyres, because my tyres, you push a little button on the dashboard, same as everybody else's car, and it tells you the tyre pressure in each thing. And I was getting warning signs from the right-hand tyre, so I pumped it up again. So I bought this thing in Costco, 30 quid. 30 quid, and you just literally plug it into the cigarette lighter and off you go. This one's cordless I've just bought. 37 quid. I promise you, it's small. Really, really small. And you literally just plug it into a USB port. It charges up on the lithium battery, and it's got a motor in it, and it compresses and so pumps up your tyre. Cordless. How cool is that?
Steve Allen on LBC.
I can't believe that people are turning vegan because they think it's too expensive to eat meat and stuff like that. Whereas it's not. You can buy cheap cuts of meat, buy a pressure cooker, and then it turns it into something edible. And to be vegan is sort of okay. What did I have the other day? Oh, we went out for breakfast. We went to the Wallace Collection again. You must go to the Wallace Collection. You really must. It's a super collection of art. They're now lending out art to other galleries, and they've got the Laughing Cavalier, plus loads of Canalettos and things like that, which is lovely. Chris says, am I the only one, Steve, who liked the coffee cream that we used to get in Quality Street? I don't remember that. I only do soft. I really only do so. I mean, I've had hard before, as you can imagine, but I like soft better, as you know, for ages. David says, re-smoking. I myself stopped smoking on a couple of occasions and relapsed after 18 months. And you definitely don't just have the odd cigarette again. It's immensely full on, 30 a day, or whatever you smoked. Instant full return to whatever you used to smoke, says Dave. Absolutely. All those people who think, oh, I'll just have one cigarette a week. That'll be it. No. I wish it was so simple. Steve, did you bring in the mince pies? And your producer, the custard, says Joanne. I brought in the mince pies. He couldn't get the custard. So I'm going to have to I brought in the mince pies. And also I bought that Marks and Spencer's thing, which has got a light show at the top. It's clockwork. You sort of wind it up, so he'll tell me what that's like tomorrow. I bought that for him, mainly because it wasn't too expensive. And it was very kind of me. Steve, I thought all modern cars come with compressors now. My Nissan Juke does, because they don't come with spare wheels. No, they don't. I do have a spare tyre. But then you'd have to have, wouldn't you? I mean, so you're right. They don't come with spare wheels anymore. Which is interesting. But this compressor thing, 37 quid, just type in cordless car tyre inflator and you'll probably find it. It's small. I was amazed at it. And a friend of mine saw it and he said, I need one of those for my bicycle. Oh, well, you're not having this one. I'm generous to a fault, but not all the time. And Phil in Brentwood says, I don't know if you've seen this, which is the news around the clock, the most exciting development in radio for half a century. And it's your guy. This was LBC launching, yes. which was very interesting. LBC is the flagship of the air. I don't remember the first opening. I've heard the opening music for it, because the people that they actually put on air were people who worked in Fleet Street, because they didn't have anybody else. There was nobody else around, and it was all journalists. Janet Street Porter. You can imagine what that must have been like, can't you? All sorts of different people. Yeah. What? How are you? But also, I discovered that Monty Modlin, who ended up on LBC, started on Capital. Monty Modlin used to do a programme he used to sing. He was a chirpy little cockney. Pardon my cheek and the way that I speak, but no matter where I roam, wherever I go, I'll talk elementary in the only way I know. And so he used to go on. And I can't tell you anything about the programme. I just know that he used to do a phone-in of an evening. I can't tell you which day it was. And he was sort of... But he'd started on Capital. Quite a number of people who ended up on LBC started on Capital. Must have been a completely different format in those days. No, I think, well, I'm sort of longest serving. I think makes me feel very old, doesn't it? You know, when you say that, you go, oh, I'm the longest serving. But I think so. I think, yes, they call them veterans now, which makes you sound really dreadful. But Monty Modlin was on there, and I always remember he had Barbara Windsor on. And in those days, they used to have what they call profanity. We still have it now, and it's called something different. And profanity was if somebody swore, the programme that you're hearing now occurred 10 seconds ago. So if somebody comes on, if I was doing a phone-in and somebody swore and said, I think so-and-so, 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 and you wouldn't hear that because I would push the button and then it would sort of play catch-up. Now it's all electronic. In the early days, it was a tape that went all the way round and hit the transmitter and everything else, and we called it Prof, the Prof button. And Barbara was on there, and pity the BBC doesn't do it. I don't know why, actually. Good old Miriam Margolyes. Yeah. Honestly, you'd have to be a rank amateur not to realise that Miriam Margolyes would go on air after Jeremy Hunt and not use profanity, because they don't have profanity on there. And somebody said, oh, she thought she wasn't live. She's a professional. She knows exactly what went on there. And she gets covered and she just goes, oh, I didn't know it was live, or all the rest of it. She's a professional person. She's been in more recording studios. She was the voice of the Cadbury's Bunny. Cadbury's Caramel. You know, she did those sort of adverts. No, she knows all about it. But also, what rank amateur would ever book her for something like that on a programme, knowing there's... She was on to talk about Robbie Coltrane, but of course, you know, I mean, I've done Miriam on numerous occasions. She's fab, but you can guarantee she's going to be as rude as they come. Seriously. I mean, you know, I think, that, of course, and they panic on the BBC. Imagine they panic on ITV. I'm so sorry. We have to say sorry for that. Somebody said a rude word the other day. And you think, well, you know, what difference does it make? What difference does it make? There's a woman in America. She teaches her children swear words. And she says, I don't mind them swearing. And you think, yes. I mean, Princess Margaret used to swear like a trooper. They used to say like a trooper because nobody swore like troopers before. And you think, does it really make any difference? You found Princess Margaret's morning routine online. Well, do you know, sometimes she was so bored, she'd get her hair done 3 times in a day because she had nothing to do. She was never going to be queen, but she just sort of went her own way. She had dinner parties, but unfortunately for her, you couldn't go to bed till she went to bed. You know, it was considered rude and not right. Steve, 1 more week till half term. Love my new school, but I'm exhausted. You talked about Bearmans on Friday. It made me feel really sentimental. Until 10 years ago when I moved to Wanstead, I'd always lived in Leytonstone. I love Bearmans. The original poster is still up in Leytonstone Station. Also, Steve, Tesco's vanilla custard, the most delicious custard I've ever had, which sounds lovely. This is Princess Margaret's routine. 9 o'clock, breakfast in bed, followed by 2 hours in bed, listening to the radio, reading the newspapers, which she invariably left scattered on the floor, and chain smoking. In bed. 11 o'clock, gets into a bath run for her by her lady's maid. Noon, an hour in the bath is followed by hair and makeup at her dressing table. Then she puts on clean clothes, as one would imagine of a princess. Never wore any of her clothes more than once without having them cleaned. 12:30 appeared downstairs for a vodka pick-me-up. 1 p.m, joined the Queen Mother for a 4-course lunch served in an informal manner from silver dishes with half a bottle of wine per person plus fruit and half a dozen different varieties of native and continental cheeses. That's the morning routine, basically. And then by the time you get to the afternoon, she'd have her hair done again because she didn't have anything to do. The Queen Mother spent most of her time inebriated. Where are you going, Your Majesty? I'm going to Margaret's again. Why? She's got some vodka. It just must have been hilarious. But they don't run their own baths. They do not run their own baths. You'd have the lady of the bathroom or something like that, and it would be her job to run the bath to the right temperature, so Margaret would then sort of slip beneath the waves. I don't know if she burnt herself in the bath. I've got no idea. I just know that she was sort of... She could be difficult. But, listen, that's what makes it interesting. That's why, you'll never see the like of the Queen ever again, no matter how lovely Camilla is. You're never going to see it. I mean, now they've got lots of people within the royal family who, to be honest with you, are sort of letting the side down a little bit. They really are. Have you been watching This England about the pandemic, Steve? Gripping? I haven't. I've only just got into this dancing programme, where they put characters and then they go... I've said before, the other day they've got poor old Jonathan Ross on there, who's looking very, very old. Very old now, and these clothes, which sort of would have suited him 20 or 30 years ago. But anyway, he needs his hair cut properly. He needs to sort of grow old gracefully, but he doesn't. And he'll go, I think this person is this. I think it's Britney Spears. And we'll go, don't be so stupid. Britney Spears wouldn't pop up over here for a 2-bit dancing programme. As if. So instead, they all guessed it was Denise Lewis, and it was Denise Lewis. They've had all sorts of people, but they're not sort of top of the list. They're sort of people who you'd expect to appear on this. They had Mel or somebody, was it somebody out of the Spice Girls, or I can't remember who it was actually. Somebody, and we all said, oh, it was that person or this person. I mean, it's very interesting. I find it quite interesting because it's not too taxing, and it's got Peter Crouch on. It's got who else is on it? I can't remember. Davina's doing it. Yep, Davina's doing it, and Oti Mabuse. You can get a bit bored with Oti on occasion because he seems to pop up on all these programmes. And then, what was it somebody said the other day, one of the TV critics said, oh, it was good news, actually, because Alison Hammond was on something. They should put her on every programme. And I'm thinking, no, they shouldn't. No, they definitely shouldn't. She didn't win over Anton Deck, and of this she was not very happy. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Anyway, we'll take a short break for the news. I shall let you enjoy the music coming up to the news this morning, because I'm in that kind of mood today, because it's Monday. It's October the 17th. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast with you until 7 o'clock this morning. Busy programme for Nick Ferrari, which we'll tell you about a little bit later on, including the new commissioner, and especially when you hear some of the stories which we have for you in the papers, and why they're trying to make sure that the King Charles Spaniel is going to be the new dog of choice. They're quite cute, actually, aren't they? But only for King Charles, I suspect. Unless, of course, he's going to... I don't think he does dogs, does he? We'll find out later. Short break. Back with you in 3.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Jay Blades from Repair Shop, the man who you wouldn't recognise unless he wore his flat cap and his glasses, so he kept them on during the NTAs. Says King Charles is a fan of the craft show and even filmed a special with Jay at the National Television Awards. He said, I believe he watches it, but he's super busy. He had 4 appointments when I met him. He's a diamond guy, a diamond king. Lovely. And Kerry Katona has likened herself to a flat pack from IKEA. I don't think we need to say anything else after that one, do we? She said, she says here, following numerous body transformations. She said, I think being in the industry has probably messed me up. Yeah, but the trouble is, dear, you're not in the industry. That's the problem. You're just on the outside. You're not actually in it. You don't have a job as such, apart from getting your kit off for people who are paying you for it. Which I find a little bit tragic, but there you go. Steve, beef up tomato soup with macaroni pasta, says Gordon, the train driver. I don't need to beef up tomato soup. I just put grated cheese on it. Grated cheese is delicious. And if I'm really feeling decadent, and I don't feel decadent that often, cream. A little bit of cream drizzled around it, just to make it look a bit artistic. Bit pointless, really, isn't it? Bit pointless, really. John Major, has rubbished the new series of The Crown, describing the scenes in which he's involved as a barrel load of malicious nonsense. It's just a TV show, love. It's just a TV show. Don't worry about it. It's really not... it doesn't really make any difference. Hospitality workers get cheated out of how much a year, the government has admitted. This is where, you go there and, unfortunately now it happens all too often, the service charge is automatically placed on the bill. Or automatically on the bill, which, to be honest with you, all they've done is take the plate from the kitchen to you. And that's called a service charge. Didn't used to be automatic. But the government reckon serving staff are swindled out of £200 million worth of tips every year. The reason being, well, a lot of restaurants don't split the pot. They just keep it. The Tories pledged to stop restaurants and bars deducting tips before the last election, but have so far failed to legislate. So they're hoping to change it, because I used to knock it off and say, I'll give you the money separately. I don't want it going into a pot, because it goes into a pot, and if you're the waiting person, then it goes further and further and further down until you end up with sort of not very much, which is a shame. Jodie Whittaker reckons starring in Doctor Who has helped her time travel back to her 20s. Makes her feel 15 years younger because she's 40. And to be honest with you, she doesn't look 40. She could be in her sort of middle 20s. And families are shunning Sunday roasts as prices soar. They did a thing the other day, I was reading it coming in, on people who go out to these carvery places where I thought you could just go up and get as much food as you want. I don't think so. They call them a carvery, but in fact they go up there. You can have one Yorkshire pudding and all the rest of it, and that's what you get. And so you order it. When I went to a place in Twickenham one morning at Premier Inn to try and get some breakfast, it was early on a Sunday morning, and they didn't have it out as a buffet. He said, just tell us what you want and I'll get it for you. And you think, well, no, put it out as a buffet. Because the other place I went to at Chiswick Roundabout, the Hogarth Roundabout, it's spread out as a buffet and you can go and have as much as you want in it. I don't like it when they start... You can ask again, yeah, but you feel a bit guilty. If it's just sitting there, I'll go and eat it. But none of this sort of messing around, as far as I can see. So families are shunning these Sunday roasts. Sales of beef roasting joints fell 22% in volume. Processed chicken was 9% dearer. It's still cheap, though, isn't it, chicken? People have chicken. I mean, don't they? Oh, is it expensive? Oh, I don't know. I just eat fillet steak on those odd occasions. I like to try and vary it. I'll have something interesting. Sometimes I'll have pasta. God, it's boring. I really do think pasta's about the dullest thing ever. I don't know what pasta I have. I don't know. Just looks like... No, not tubes. No, it's sort of pasta that's got stuff in it. I don't know what that is. Pasta with stuff in it, and then you pour a sauce over the top. And that's just generally a tomato sauce or something like that. That's what I do. Doesn't make any difference. Loose Women's Judy Love has called on society to open its eyes to sexism directed at black females. The comedian has made a documentary highlighting misogyny, the inequalities experienced by black females in the UK. One statistic in the show reveals 25% more black women than white women are given jail sentences for the same crime. Judy said, I'm twice as likely to be excluded from school, twice as likely to be arrested, and 5 times as likely to die in childbirth than a white woman. She says we need to put the facts out there so people can't say you're being paranoid. It's on Channel 4 tonight. It's called Judy Love, Black, Female and Invisible. One thing she ain't is invisible. She was a good addition to the panel. Matt Goss kicked out. Just looked uncomfortable of Strictly, losing a dance-off against one of the favourites, Kim Marsh. He was partnered with Nadia Bishkova. There was a rumour that they didn't get on at all. And she said, no, because he scored 20 points for his jive. The trouble is, he's just a bit old. He's a bit old for this kind of thing now. The judges were unanimous in saving Kim. Asked by host Tess Daly about his time on the show, Matt says it's an extraordinary experience. Thank you, judges, for your candour. This lovely lady beside me, I'm very honoured to have danced with you. And Nadia said she'd loved working with him. She said, not many people know you, and you're a beautiful soul, a very kind human being and a real gentleman. He also swears something chronic, darling. Something chronic. You only have to upset him and you know what he's like. Watch the documentary after the screaming stopped. That'll give you a rough idea what Matt Goss is like. It's amazing how some people think, but what he's going to do now, I've got no idea. Go back to America, I suppose. The German accent, we did this before. I'm quite sure the German accent is the biggest turn-off, while Italians have the most sexy voices. Well, the Italians can say anything, can't they, in Italian, and it sounds sexy. You know, unlike Gino D'Acampo, who just doesn't sound sexy at all, really. I was watching an interview with George Ezra, you know, green, green grass, blue, blue sky, better hold a party on the day that I die. And he was being interviewed by Graham Norton on the show with everything else, and he looked completely different. They've obviously sort of made him lose a little bit of weight and sort of put makeup on him and stuff like that. He was doing a song on there, must have been some sort of years ago. He didn't know when his tour dates were, and Graham helped him out, obviously listening in on his earpiece. Good stuff. Very good stuff. But we like George Ezra. Like him a lot. He went to live in Barcelona. He said he couldn't get creative sitting by himself on the settee. So he went to Barcelona, just picked up somebody random on the internet and said, can I stay at your place? So he did. And he wrote his songs there, and then he named the album after her as well. I thought it was quite a nice thing to do, isn't it? Mushroom soup with croutons and chili flakes, says Lawrence. No, I'm sorry. I've already told you the soup I'm going for. I'm not doing mushroom soup. That is for boring people. You know, even worse, croutons. What in heaven's name is going on with croutons? It's tortellini, Steve, says Steve in Sheffield. Tortellini, do you know what that is? Yeah. Pasta with stuff in, yeah. What is the stuff in it? I don't know what the stuff in it is. Is it different bits and pieces? Well, I eat it. Yeah, but listen, it doesn't mean anything to me. I've got no idea. There we go. No, it's not that one at all. My one's square. Square. I've seen these ones before, and the square ones have got stuff in as well. Square pasta. What do they call square pasta, ladies and gentlemen? It's not I know what tortellini looks like because it's they're sort of rolled round. There you go. Stuffed pasta. Yeah, but what's it stuffed with? Is it meat or is it? Oh no, blimey, there's all sorts. Ravioli. It's nice. You just have to make sure you cook it. Yesterday I had special fried rice. No, just by itself. Special fried rice. Because it had meat in it and it had prawns and stuff like that. It was quite nice, actually. I felt as I was eating something that was fairly healthy. But I wasn't. I want to know why this bloke who is spraying the doors with this silly thing, this person of limited intelligence, why did somebody not go up to him and sort of stop it? And then there was a girl doing it as well. They're a bit thick, aren't they? A bit, yeah. And here we go. Here's two girls throwing soup over Van Gogh's picture. Luckily, it's protected by plastic. And then they seem to get sort of, when they get arrested. Throw them in prison for a year. That'll calm them down a bit. Fine them. £1,000. Another person dragging a driver off. This was a cab driver dragging somebody off. He said, I'm trying to earn a living. And the police sit down there. Are you all right? Would you like a cup of coffee? Hope the commissioner's going to be quizzed on that today. I bet he is. Drives Nick mad. And me as well. And the police just stand around like lemons. You know, then you get somebody in a flak jacket. Oh, we're here protest. Oh, go away. Go away. Please. Don't want any more. So. Trying to work out. Oh, Drake bet on Arsenal to beat Leeds and Barcelona to defeat Real Madrid. Very successful wager. 535,000 would have netted 2.5 million. Unfortunately, Barcelona lost 1-3, so it didn't really help, did it? 50 billion, the number of times he's been streamed on Spotify as celebrated on Barcelona's football shirts, a landmark you may want to forget. And who was the person from Girls Aloud? It was Kimberly Walsh who was dancing on that, who's under, take it off. I don't know what she was. She was the masked dancer. She was revealed as Odd Socks on Saturday. But, of course, she didn't tell her children. They were big fans of it, so it would have blown their socks off. Not literally, that would be ridiculous, because you'd probably have to replace the house. And Kim Kardashian here, dressing full-on as a soccer mum. Still can't get over Jamie Carragher wooing his childhood sweetheart, Nicola Hart, by splashing out on a swanky Dubai hotel room with a mirror above the bed. Very odd. How do you blow-dry your hair that way? Can't be normal, can it? Yes. He was doing it today for Alan Carr on a podcast. Survivors of the plane crash. Do you remember this? You might remember this. I'll tell you about it in a second. The plane that crashed into the Alps, I think, and it's a true story. The 16 survivors of Uruguayan Air Force Flight 517 who turned to cannibalism to survive, and they claim Wouldn't you have done the same?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So here it was. Way back, 16 survivors of a Uruguayan Air Force Flight 517 have been the subject of a book, 9 documentaries and 4 films, including the 1993 film called Alive. This story began on October the 13th, 1972, when this 50-passenger Fairchild FH227D plane smashed into a mountainside in Argentina. The pilot, chartered to take an amateur rugby team from Montevideo, Uruguay, to Santiago in Chile, had veered off course in rough weather. As the plane tore into the Andean slope, its wings were ripped off and 12 occupants were killed instantly. Another 17 died of their injuries, and in an avalanche there were scraps of food left on the plane, 8 chocolate bars, a tin of mussels, 3 small jars of jam, some almonds and dates, and several bottles of wine. But it all soon ran out. And after 10 days, the survivors heard on a radio that the search for the plane had been called off, leading them to make a heartbreaking decision. The survivor, Ramon Sabella, said, of course, the idea of eating human flesh was terrible, repugnant. It was hard to put in your mouth, but we got used to it. In our sense, the Friends was some of the first organ donors in the world. They helped to nourish us and keep us alive. Fellow survivor Carlitos Paez says eating human flesh doesn't taste like anything, really. Mr. Paez says he's made a career out of giving lectures on his ordeal. He said, I've done 6 million miles on American Airlines. I'm condemned to tell this story forevermore, just like the Beatles, always having to sing yesterday. Rescue arrived after 72 days, and all 16 survivors are still alive. Now a close-knit group of friends have gathered on Thursday for the 50th anniversary of the crash. They also meet regularly every December the 22nd, the day the rescue began, for a barbecue. They've got a picture of them all there. But what would you do? What would you do if they've said, they didn't know how long they were going to have to be there? They had to eat something. And the only thing that they could eat were fellow passengers. I mean, it seems horrendous at the time. Yes, it's that or dying. And then to hear on the radio that the search for the plane had been called off. I mean, it must have been like looking for a needle in a haystack. You've got all this snow down there. It's like whenever people go out and they try and find ships on the sea, and you just can't find them. They just don't exist. They do exist, but when you look at the photographs that they actually took, and you think somebody must have seen it come down. Yes, I mean, it's very well camouflaged. If you were flying over, you probably wouldn't see anything at all. Dreadful, really. Dreadful. But they still go out there and they still talk about their ordeal. And I suppose people worry about it. People always worry it could happen to us. And that I always think that. I do get on planes. It's not that I'm sort of terrified of getting on planes. I don't sort of like the idea of being on there. So chocolate should be treated like wine, savoured, not scoffed at. But the sort of chocolate that you're buying, if you're buying cheap chocolate, because you can buy expensive chocolate, green and blacks, to, I think, an 80% chocolate. It's like putting cocoa powder in your mouth. It's sort of, I'm not really a chocolate fan. I have eaten chocolate in the past, obviously. And I do like occasionally to get some. I bought some Florentines the other day, which are very nice. They're sort of chocolate with toasted hazelnuts on there and a little bit of fruit and stuff like that. Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. And I have those occasionally as a treat, because people say, oh, you can't eat that because you're diabetic. Well, in fact, you can eat quite a lot of things. And I've just bought some things because I've got the Libra fitted under my arm. I say fitted, I do it myself. You put it into a machine, you push it up there and it shoots it into your arm with a little tiny plastic needle. You wouldn't have thought it would have gone in the flesh, would you? But it does, and then you can check all the time what your blood sugar readings are. Milo says, in not-so-sunny Cookham, I couldn't agree more, re-croutons. Only one thing worse, soggy croutons when they've been left out too long. Ooh, soggy croutons. Ghastly. Glyn says, ravioli, Steve. Usually stuffed with meat, but I think veggies have their own variant. Yeah, you could probably put anything in it, couldn't you? Meat, I think. Well, I think so. I don't know. Steve, they made a film of that plane crash called Alive. Very good film. Yeah, it doesn't really interest me because I know what happens. They eat the people who lost their lives. But then I don't suppose they know what to do. They were showing this thing the other day. What was it on? Was it on Ice or something like that? There's lots of programmes about Antarctica and places like that. And one of the guys was saying, we went out and it's freezing cold there. And one of the guys came out, one of the professors, was it Frozen Planet or not? Something probably similar. And it turned out he died when he was out there checking on the instruments. But because it was so cold, his body had, basically frozen to death. So they had to get him back again. But there are loads of scientists out there who are looking at the way that it's all melting. And then you look at these huge, it's just like an ice hole. They're absolutely enormous, these things. And they go down on ropes to the very bottom. But then they say because it's got bits of snow and ice all around it, it's dangerous. All of a sudden you could find yourself disappearing in there. So don't want to hang around too much, I'm afraid. Just go down there. Very nice indeed. Back up again. Thank you. Status Quo star Francis Rossi was set to be knighted until his late bandmate Rick Parfitt was caught having threesome romps. So they were going to knight him. The honour was for both rockers was withdrawn after serial wildman Rick's flings with Angie Hewitt and her Quo fan husband Nigel were revealed. Lords above. It's another world, isn't it, really? Francis told Classic Rock magazine, I was told we were due the other gong a knighthood. It was imperative Rick behave, and he couldn't. So they got OBEs instead. Rick died in 2016, aged 68, after suffering ill health. All that time ago, and you forget, isn't it? Well, we'd forgotten about poor Patty Caldwell, but luckily we try and remember all these different people. Have you heard of Japanese knotweed? It's apparently some ghastly plant, but the blight of it has wiped, they reckon, £13 billion off the value of the British housing market. 900,000 homes are affected by it. I don't know why people planted it in the first place, because it's impossible to get rid of. It grows like crazy. It's a bit like mile a minute. Have you ever heard of mile a minute? This is an ivy which does 14 feet in a year. But looking at Japanese knotweed, you think, oh, that's nice. It rips through brick. It rips through everything. You'd have to be mad to put that in anywhere. You can't control it. It can't control itself. You often wonder, don't you, whether you get sort of plants that grow through concrete. This one does. Then they've got different people showing you how to get rid of it. You start off with a little thing. It'll push itself up through concrete, through tarmac, through everything. Because it's just very strong and very clever. I'm always fascinated. I tell you what else I'm fascinated with at the moment. Barrows, long barrows, places where, back hundreds and hundreds of years ago, they buried people. You can go and visit them. There's loads in this country. Barrows. They did a big feature in Country Life this week, and I thought, well, that's a nice place to you park. They're mostly free, and you go and visit these places. And some of them they found all sorts of things that go along with burials and stuff like that. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Barrows, they're called. Never heard of them. Oh, they're very famous, very famous. You should go. Alive, read the book, Steve. They were only 50 miles from help at the time. Two of them managed to make the journey across mountainous terrain eventually. Yeah. Even I do say so myself, says Kathy. I make mean French onion soup. I love anything French. And on top I put baguette croutons with grated cheese and then grill it so it all melts into the soup. I had mashed potato the other day. Yes, just for a change. I've discovered you can't eat that much mashed potato. It blows you up completely. You've got to be blows you out, yeah. Out and up, which is not good. TV farmer Jimmy Doherty is on a mission to persuade the UK to embrace its green heritage and give wildlife a fighting chance this winter and beyond. He's rearing, I think, 10,000 turkeys for this year. 10,000. So between now and December, they will be fattened up as quickly as possible so that we can all have turkey. I always feel a bit sorry for them, actually, turkeys. I do enjoy eating turkey, but I do enjoy, it at Christmas and all the bits that go. I just feel a bit guilty. Dreadful, really. No, I know they don't mind. I don't think turkeys know that it's coming up to Christmas. The clues are all there, aren't they, though? They sort of look at different things. So, what was the other one? Oh, the big cat sightings up in Britain. They're just cats, okay? They're not wild cats. They're not pumas. They're not anything else like that. Otherwise, unless they're disguising themselves as trees and bushes, You know, it's like people saying, oh, you know, I saw this and saw that. No, they didn't. Mandy says, bought chocolate made with avocado on a Virgin cruise ship, but haven't tasted it yet. Saw banana ice cream in Ibiza and thought of you. Thank you. You know I love banana ice cream. Love, but we've got an ice cream man in Twickenham, parks down by at the end of Water Lane, just by the river there, and he does banana lollies. Really nice. Really nice. Even nicer than Iceland's banana lollies. They're really, really good. I like a banana lolly. But, you know, I should have one, actually. You know, what I feel like doing is filling up the freezer with them. And then you think, no, you can't do that. That would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Filling up the freezer with banana lollies. But nice. All very nice indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We weave everything in. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I'm still waiting to see Dawn Neeson's Halloween tree, but now we've seen pictures online of what it is, I'm well aware of it. But will you be dressing up and going out to a party? That's what people do now. Perhaps you have sort of apple bobbing and stuff like that goes on. It's all a bit exciting, isn't it? Let's take the news, though. I'm back with you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6, Monday morning. Weekend's finished. Back to the grindstone, and it's that journey on the train and on the buses and all the rest. I can't be bothered to do it. I don't want to do it, Steve. And it's going to be wet up north, and it's just dreadful, isn't it? But it's the way it goes. And we do survive with things. We really do. Did you know, Steve, says Josephine, some mortgage companies will not lend if a house has Japanese knotweed. I'm not at all surprised. Can bring houses down. I know it seems a bit dramatic, but the trouble is, I mean, it's like people were growing years ago. Do you remember Leylandi? And these trees just went up and up and up and up, and people going, oh, we just thought they'd be sort of fir trees for Christmas. Not really. And this Japanese knotweed is dreadful. But mile a minute, I can't remember what it's called. There's another name for it, mile a minute. And mostly people used to grow it to cover garden sheds and things like that, because it goes a lovely orange and red colour in the autumn. Is this mile a minute? Yeah, weed control. Pescaria, yeah, common devil's tail, giant climbing tear thumb, and Asiatic tear thumb. It's a trailing herbaceae. It just goes mad. And it's spread. It spreads very quickly. But people had it to go over sheds. And then they suddenly realise that it gets under the shed, it gets in the roof, it doesn't stop, it keeps going, it doesn't stop at traffic lights. So when Josephine says, you know, mortgage lenders won't, mind you, at the moment, I don't think mortgage lenders are lending full stop. If you've got Japanese knotweed, even worse. Even worse. There was a couple on the television the other day, because I quite like these programmes where they go and buy something like a rundown chapel. And this couple had bought a chapel that had been deconsecrated, even though it was in the middle of a graveyard. And they had to get permission from the church to sort of do various things to it. And they said, but of course, if you find any bones inside the church, you'll have to halt. So their first disaster was the mortgage company decided not to lend them on it. Luckily, they had a relative who was able and fortunate to be in a position to be able to lend them the money. And then they discovered bones. So immediately, and I never got to the end of it because I thought, oh, this sounds like a disaster. They found bones just outside the church, in one of the wall cavities, and inside the church as well when they dug up the floor. And I thought, oh, no, ghastly. Went to a wedding fair yesterday and met a lovely young man, Dean Levy, a magician. We told him, and we were going to your show on the 30th of December, Steve, and went last year, and he said he did your show in 2018. He did. He did some brilliant close-up magic for us and booked him straight away to host our daughter's wedding. He's very good. He's very good. Dean Levy is very good. He used to work at Prop Dog as well, and he did my show in 2018. Oh, he does all sorts of bits and pieces. He's very good. In fact, actually, we've got some cracking magicians for you in December at the Magic Circle. I mean, some really, really, really good magicians. Very good. I couldn't possibly give away who it is because it would spoil it. But no, Dean, you won't go wrong with Dean. Definitely not. Lovely, lovely guy. Patrick says, are you having the recommended minimum 2 portions of oily fish per week? Salmon, mackerel, herring, or even tinned sardines will provide omega-3 oil essential for good health. No, I can't be bothered with that. I do salmon. I don't do mackerel, herring, or even tin sardines. I can't think of anything more revolting. Seriously, but salmon I do. I do a lot of salmon. We found a shop the other day in Marylebone High Street, and they did smoked salmon. Very nice. It was like 16 quid for 3 slices. I can get it. I don't know. I can get it cheap because it's well. Whether this was farmed or wild, I don't know. But I buy it in M&S, and you get 3 packets. Used to be for 10 quid. Now it's for 12 quid. So slowly the prices are creeping up. But I like smoked salmon. It's very nice. I just sort of eat it. I like prawn cocktails, fish fingers, scampi. But I just cannot eat mackerel, herring, or tin sardines. I can't. Even the looking at it makes me feel queasy. Steve, Heinz tomato and chilli soup with a square of boursin stirred in. That's cheese, isn't it? I've heard of that. Oh, the producer likes that. So there you go. You won him over. That's boursin. Yeah. What is it? Is it just? Oh, is it a melty kind of a cheese? Oh, they do a vegan cashew boursin cheese, which is nice, isn't it? Garlic and herb. And what do you put it on? Do you put it on bread or do you put it on crackers? Whatever. Oh, right, you can have it on anything. It's not meant to be, but you can melt it in a frying pan, could you? And put it on things. Oh, there we go. It's on a cracker there. How exciting! I've never had it because I don't do cheese very much, and especially not something that looks as though it's got calories to. That looks nice, doesn't it? Boursin cheese pasta with broccoli. That sounds quite appealing to me, if I was being healthy. Mike in Finchley says Japanese knotweed is a garden pandemic. My parents had to have the entire garden dug up, concrete and all, to a depth of 6 foot, then relayed with fresh soil. The former contents had to be incinerated. I can't imagine why anybody would ever bring over something like this to this country. I mean, somebody's got to have brought it over to start with, haven't they? And somebody planted it thinking, oh, that'll be great. But it goes through concrete. It goes through just about everything, which is not very good. Mr. Neil sent me in a lovely picture, which is very sweet, actually. He said, it's a wet old day, not great for shooting. Here's one of the parsnips that I've grown. He said, do you think it's trying to tell me something? I don't think it's having quiet words in your ears. It's one of those odd years ago, it would have appeared on That's Life with Esther Ranson, and she would sit there and laugh at a rude-shaped vegetable or something. I used to enjoy watching that. I thought it was a good programme, actually. Very good programme. She ruled that one with a rod of iron, apparently, which is great. And Trelawney and Ascot says, in Waitrose, Sunningdale yesterday, I noted all along the meat aisle loads and loads of reduced stickers on the packs of beef, pork, lamb and chicken. Rather suggests that shoppers are tightening their belts and economising by cutting back on meat consumption. And Sunningdale certainly ain't what you call an impoverished or down-at-heel area. Winter is coming, as they say in Game of Thrones. Yes, I mean, it has been said, in fact, there's a story in the paper today that says that a lot of people are turning vegan because the price of meat has gone up. I mean, I do buy meat, not every day. Not every day. I try and vary it as much as possible because I don't think it's good to eat meat every single day. Apparently the Victorians, says Manny, imported Japanese knotweed. It was planted on railway embankments to stop them subsiding. God. Well, anyway, somebody obviously thought, oh, that'll make a nice plant, won't it? Let's put that in the garden. Next time it pops up. I had a plant once. And I bought it, and I bought it because it was quite nice. It might be periwinkle or something like that. Whatever it was, it had little blue flowers on it, and I thought, that's nice. Little blue flowers, so I bought it, put it in the garden. Within less than 6 months, it popped up in next door's garden. Because I remember thinking, oh, they bought some as well. And then it popped up all the way along there, and it sends out roots. And when it decides to pop up into the open air, up it goes, out come some little pretty blue flowers, and off it goes again. These things are taking over the world. Little blue flowers, very, very pretty, but completely mad. Completely mad. So I will be telling you on the programme this morning how restaurants get revenge on rude customers. The disputes, which could bring Britain to a grinding halt. And a woman who claims she's lost 6 stone after ditching Greggs. I mean, God knows what size she was before if she's ditched 6 stone. I don't know what she was eating. It must be an awful lot, mustn't it, really? The story about the police officers, Scotland Yard officers, still in the ranks despite being accused of crimes including sexual assault, domestic abuse, corruption and fraud. There's a new reveal today. Some are getting away with sexual misogyny, systematic racism and misogyny thanks to an anything goes attitude in Britain's force. The Commissioner will be joining Nick Ferrari this morning, just after the news at 7, so let's wait and see what he says. I mean, one of these officers has got 11 misconduct allegations against him, and he's still a serving police officer. You know, there is another one here, an officer with 7 misconduct cases, including corrupt practice, sexual assault and domestic abuse, has kept his job. Why are these people not kicked out? Why are we having these people? One officer who's had 6 misconduct cases against him for oppressive conduct and harassment, neglect of duty, leakage of information, and discriminatory behaviour linked to race and faith has remained in his post. Something's gone wrong here. This is where the Commissioner needs to change things very, very quickly. 80% of women, 80% of you ladies, apparently, according to a report in the paper today, are unprepared for the menopause. Unfortunately, I'm just a man, and we don't get the menopause, unless there's a male equivalent. 56% say they're fearful of what to expect, rising to 71% among the 18 to 39-year-olds. Gosh. Of the 2,000 UK women aged 18 to 74 questioned, 80% felt unprepared and only 17% said they would know how to prevent the signs and systems on their bodies. Amazing, isn't it, really? As to what treatments they would consider, HRT, gel or tablets were the most popular, followed by skin booster treatments to improve hydration and anti-wrinkle injections. Anti-wrinkle injections? When my mother... I suppose Botox. When my mother went through the menopause, my father explained to me and my brother that she might be a little bit bad-tempered or get down or become teary or all sorts of things. So we were kind of prepared for it. But actually, she seemed, as far as I was concerned, she seemed to go through it okay. Not that we knew what it was. We didn't have the faintest. I still don't. We just know that it doesn't get men unless we probably get something else, which is equally soul-destroying. And yes, we have done the singer Joyce Sims dying last night. Steve says, Mary, a friend has Japanese knotweed in her garden in Streatham. Council informed she can't use her garden in case she spreads it to other people's gardens. From time to time, the council cuts it back. I mean, can you not just kill it? Can you not sort of put weed killer on and it kills it? I mean, it seems to be quite impervious to lots of things, does it? Steve, it's Phil. That Bolson cheese is gorgeous, Bossa. As long as you like garlic. It's gorgeous on crackers. If you don't like garlic, then maybe not for you. But if you do, you won't be disappointed. I don't know if I like garlic or not. I love the smell of garlic. If I put it on steak, I bought garlic flakes before, or garlic salt and stuff like that. The Queen never ate it. Queen never had garlic because it was considered antisocial. It's a case of it tastes lovely, but you can't breathe. In fact, everybody else smells it except you. So that's why garlic not so popular. Certainly not with the royal family. And I think the rest of them have maintained the same. So she never, ever had anything like that. We've got to take a quick break. And then Mountbatten. And when are they cracking down on the Wrecker Zealots? Another thing for the Commissioner to talk about this morning. Very interesting, isn't it? The way it's going, people are taking... Strangely enough, people are taking the law into their own hands, dragging these people off the street, and the police are doing nothing. They're just standing there.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Breaking news, just in the last few moments, the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt will deliver parts of his medium-term fiscal plan later today, the Treasury said. In a statement, the Treasury said the Chancellor was fast-tracking the plans, which will be released in full on the 31st of October. So expect more U-turns. You'll hear it all on LBC throughout the day. They haven't given a specific time at the moment, but you'll probably hear about it very, very shortly. So it's another mini-budget. It's non-stop, isn't it? It's quite exciting, actually. I think I'll have a go at being Chancellor. Everybody else seems to be doing it. Why shouldn't I have a go? I couldn't do any worse, could I? Could I do it? I probably could, actually. As Braverman vows to act, this is Suella Braverman, because they've got pictures in the paper today of a furious black cab driver, and he literally is he took on eco-activists who blocked a road in central London and prevented people from getting to hospital. Just Stop Oil unleashed yet another day of chaos, attacking a luxury car showroom. The person's been arrested, by the way. I mean, listen, why don't they just crack down hard on them? You're going to prison. It's as simple as that. You can't. If we did it, we'd be sorted out straight away. But anyway, after this sort of one idiot decided to go and spray Aston Martin, then there were people sitting in the road. Perhaps they don't have jobs. They're obviously able to go and sit down there. Frustrated motorists were brought to a standstill, one taxi driver physically dragging protesters out of the road. The people in the back of the black cab have got to go to hospital, he screamed, but the stubborn protesters refused to move. Bystanders were sort of shouting at the person spraying Aston Martin's showroom with "You're clowns," and someone's getting nicked as they tried to wrestle the campaigners out of the way. I mean, to be honest with you, they've got to do something because the police are doing nothing. That's why people are taking... Normally, people wouldn't take the law into their own hands. These sort of people in their little orange jackets like standing around. You know, on Friday, 2 protesters threw cans of Heinz tomato soup. I love the way that Heinz get a credit on that. You know, it's as opposed to just tomato soup. No, it's Heinz tomato soup, although they've actually denied it. But yet, I'm sure I've seen them on CCTV, but there you go. And they were arrested and charged with criminal damage. But it was back on display again very quickly because it's covered in Perspex. So nobody can do that. It's worth about £84 million. You know, but Mrs. Braverman tweeted, "To the vandals who tried to ruin a great work of art this week, I say this: your behaviour doesn't further your cause or influence the debate." And, you know, apparently yesterday's protesters, there was a mother-to-be and a musician who vowed to continue with their controversial campaign. Chloe Thomas, 19, said, "I'm 15 weeks pregnant this week. Today we're out here on the road demanding no new oil." Great. Well, you should be at home, shouldn't you, dear? Go back home immediately. Miss Thomas, who comes from Cannock, says, "You know it's bad, don't you? As citizens, as humans, as parents and children, we have a responsibility and a right under British law to protect ourselves and those we love." The musician is David Kearns, who said, "I can't stand by and allow this government to continue destroying everything we love for the sake of nothing but profit." Yeah, but if it stops people getting to hospital and things like that, and you're stopping people earning a living, then they're going to retaliate. Until the police crack down on these people who go out there just thinking that they can spray everything with stuff like that. No, into prison you go. What are you going to do? Give them a slap on? Because they've all said they're not remotely bothered about the fines. They couldn't care less about the fines. So there's obviously no deterrent. If you said you will go to prison for a year, you know, and it is a year, well, then that might be some sort of... At least it keeps them away from doing it, and then somebody else does it. We just keep shoving them in prison. Eventually they're going to run out of people. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Netflix digs in over Charles's plot to oust the Queen row, malicious crown on screen. It's just a bit of theatre. It's just a bit of theatre. They've sort of taken the bits that they want to take. They say it's based on the truth. But let's face it, we weren't there, so we don't know probably any more than they know. But at the moment, they've now refused to add a disclaimer to the Crown amid a furious row over malicious storylines. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. It was of the time. The portrayal was branded a barrel load of malicious nonsense. I think that's what former Prime Minister said, wasn't it? Was it Major? I think Major said that, actually. Critics argue that the show should carry a warning that the false, unfair and deeply wounding scenes are fiction, which not all viewers realise. What is it? Listen, they can watch it and make of it what they want. You know, critics of it, who cares? It's always been presented, I thought, as a drama based on historical events. You don't need to tell people. We're not idiots. We don't sit there and go, "Oh, so that's really what happened. The Queen really said this. Diana really said this. Charles really said this." I mean, Series 5 is a fictional dramatisation imagining what could have happened behind closed doors during a significant decade for the royal family. The new series, set in the 1990s, opens with Charles, then the Prince of Wales, lobbying John Major in a bizarre attempt to force the Queen's abdication. The Prince, played by Dominic West, actively briefs against the Queen, who he believes is out of touch. It's just a story, okay? It's just a story. I mean, Charles, I think, was worried at some point, like everybody was, that he was getting so old he might never actually get to take over the throne because, you know, he wouldn't have the energy to do it. So John Major told the Mail on Sunday the meeting did not happen and the improper subject was never discussed. His office, he's got an office, apparently said that not one scene is accurate in any way. It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a toss. They really don't care. It's just something to watch on the television thinking, well, they've taken little bits of this and taking little bits of that. Trust you are well, says Dave, who's in South Kirby. Will we have the pleasure of you Christmas morning this year as it falls on a Saturday? No, it's Sunday. Honestly, some people can't even read a calendar nowadays. Is it because you're in Yorkshire? Is that what it is? It's a Sunday. Yeah, it's a little bit behind the times. You sort of get it a little bit later. Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin are keeping the dog, said to have almost ended their marriage. It's a Rottweiler called Dwight. Dwight? Why can't they give them proper names, these poor dogs? But anyway, I don't know whether they're back together or they're not back together or they might be getting back together. But Stallone covered up a tattoo of his wife with one of Butkus, a bull mastiff from the Rocky films, and days later, Miss Flavin filed for divorce. 25 years of marriage. It's the way it goes, though, isn't it? Sometimes, you get the 7-year itch, and then you get people and they go 25 years, and they've just been holding it together, I think, for the sake of the children and other bits and pieces going on. But eventually you must sort of go, oh, God. I mean, some public look so bored. We were in a restaurant the other day, Marylebone High Street, and I was having my breakfast, and the person I'm with said, look at the people to the right. And there was a couple sitting there. He was sitting on his laptop, and she was staring into space. And you think, why didn't you just stay at home? And then we looked to the left-hand side, and there was another couple, a man and a woman, Middle Eastern appearance. Again, he's on his phone, and she's sitting there, fully veiled up. There's no conversation. They weren't saying anything to each other, and he said, what do you think they're thinking? I said, I shouldn't imagine they're thinking anything. But I didn't know why nobody's got any. It's like if you really want to see something funny, go past a restaurant on Valentine's Day. You'll see couples staring into the distance. Seriously, they don't like each other. They just feel duty-bound. They have to go to these things. Yeah, we really should go out. OK, and what are we going to talk about? I don't know. They seem to talk about more things on Gogglebox than they do on anything else. But interested to see these couples there. He's on his computer. You feel like saying, I tell you what, darling, you sit here and sit on your computer. I'm going home. Because there's no point in sitting here. It's very embarrassing. And then some man had his breakfast. He ordered it. He'd obviously read the menu. And when it arrived, he didn't think that's what it was going to be. And so the waitress said, he obviously said to her, well, I didn't have this last time I was here. And she said, well, that's the only breakfast we do. It's a bit of a Ponzi place. It is a bit of a, but nice. But no, that's why I was there. And it was sort of interesting because nobody was talking. Nobody was talking to each other. But the couple next to us, who I think were Danish, they didn't stop talking throughout the entire breakfast.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 to 7. So happy birthday to Eminem. His real name is, I think, Marshall Bruce Mathers III. Small wonder he changed it. Anyway, he's 50 today. He's had 10 singles and 10 albums at the top of the UK charts. In 2017, he was interviewed by the Secret Service over lyrics accused of threatening President Trump. He wrote about it in a 2018 song, The Ringer. But I know at least he's heard it, because Agent Orange just sent the Secret Service. Apparently the Duchess of Kent is a fan as well. So there you go. Favourite Eminem song? I don't know. My name is, that's the only one I know. Is that the real Slim? Because I'm the Slim Shady and you're the Slim my name is. It's very good, isn't it? Greg Wallace today is 117. He's, this is the Master Chef and Inside the Factory presenter. Met 2 of his 4 wives on Twitter. I wonder why he gets through them so quickly. His current wife is 21 years his junior. You remember he insists he's a good husband. I'm not a boozer or womanizer or a gambler. So 4 wives beforehand, what do you explain it and put it down to, love? He says, I'm just someone who works too hard and wants to eat creamy desserts and read history books. And then had to show us his body. He says, nothing worse when you get something that needs ironing. And they start sort of demonstrating. Born on this day in 1960, died in 2013, Bernie Nolan. Bernie Nolan. She was the Irish singer and youngest of the original Nolan sisters lineup. She did lead vocals on I'm in the Mood for Dancing. Starred in Blood Brothers on Chicago. She was on TV's Brookside and the Bill. Died of breast cancer, age 52. Way too young. Margot Kidder. Do you remember Margot Kidder from Superman? She played Lois Lane in 4 Superman films opposite Christopher Reeve and starred in the Amityville Horror. She died in 2018. She called the Amityville Horror one of the worst movies ever made. She was bankrupted by medical bills after a car crash, sent to a mental hospital, but returned to acting and won an Emmy, and then took her own life at the age of 69. It's amazing. The trouble is, in America, people tend to forget. It's like when you go on holiday to America, make sure you take out insurance, because if you have to pay for anything, it's not like here, you don't need to sort of worry about something like that. The NHS will take care of me. Over there, they don't have the NHS. You pay for it. And a company manager was furious. His name's Phil Chatburns. His Nissan Navara had travelled the equivalent of a journey to Istanbul or 2/3 of the way to New York during an unexpected 5-month spell at a garage. When the father of two eventually collected the vehicle last month, he noticed numerous dents and scratches and noticed screeching coming from the front wheels. He put it in there. It had an extra 2,000 miles on the clock. 2,000 miles. He phoned the RAC, who found the brake pads and discs were so badly worn, they towed it straight back to the garage. To make it worse, excuse me, Mr. Chatburn was sent an invoice for almost 1,200 quid to cover the extra repairs, none of which he said were his responsibility. Anyway, he took it to the Bristol Street Motors dealership in Halifax in April after persistent problems with a part called the diesel particulate filter, which had caused it to break down several times. But the company apparently confounded mechanics. Mr. Chatburn claimed that when he phoned for updates, he was either told the truck was unroadworthy or that they were awaiting a part from Japan. When he drove past the dealership in his courtesy car, he saw it sitting on the forecourt. Blatantly a bunch of liars. Apparently the mileage had leapt from 25,145 to 27,216. Mr. Chatburn says, I checked with the independent experts who said a reasonable amount of mileage for test drives would have been between 30 and 50 miles, not 2,000. A spokesman for the dealership said, we acknowledge we did not keep Mr. Chatburn up to date with the number of miles driven by technicians to ascertain a confirmed diagnosis and to enable the part to be ordered and fitted, which has resolved the fault. Therefore, as a gesture of goodwill, and because it's made the papers, we will make a payment. I added that bit myself. We will make a payment to cover the mileage costs, and we will arrange for the bodywork damage to his car to be repaired. For now, Mr. Chatburn is back in a courtesy car and is demanding the garage cover the cost of the brake repairs. He said they've agreed to meet him to discuss resolving the complaint. This is Bristol Street Motors in Halifax. I mean, it's odd, isn't it? When you take it into the garage and when it comes back, it's got all the... And you think, well, how can this be? How could it... It was in the garage for 5 months. 5 months. Seriously. That's like people who take their cars to the airport thinking that it's a reputable company. And people go for a joyride. There was one bloke coming back from Heathrow in a taxi, and his car passed him on the motorway. You think to yourself, there's all these crooks out there. Some are parked in fields, some are parked on industrial estates. And then try and get the keys back. Nigh on impossible. Nigh on impossible. Mother Teresa in 1979 won the Nobel Peace Prize. That was quite nice. She's not with us anymore. And 1987. What happened in 1987? The only reason I remembered this is because they did it on the television yesterday. I remember thinking, it was on this day. Yes, on this day. On this day, I'll give you a clue. Great storm. Absolutely. Britain's worst storm in 300 years. And yesterday, people were asking, this is the day, why there was no warning. Hours before the hurricane, which left 17 dead and £1 billion worth of damage, hit southern Britain at over 100 miles an hour, the BBC weatherman Michael Fish said, and we all remember Michael Fish, a woman rang to say she'd heard there was a hurricane on the way. Well, don't worry, there isn't. Duh. Never lived it down. Never lived it down. Used to live in Twickenham. Had to move, I think. But yes, I remember Michael Fish saying that. There's a hurricane on the way. Well, don't worry, there isn't. And then they show pictures of all these trees which have been knocked over and £1 billion worth of damage and people dead. Why do they get it so right? I don't know why we waste time and money on weather forecasts. You want to know what it is? Look outside. Today I'll give you a clue. Might rain, might not. Might have a bit of sunshine, might be a bit cloudy. That's what it's going to be every day. We're heading into winter. Winter's like that. There's no rain at the moment, but there might be. There might be. I'm erring on the side of caution. Just think of the money we could save if you didn't have to sort of, do weathermen. But it seems to be, it's like a launch pad, isn't it now? I can't make it as a TV presenter. I'll be a weather person. They always used to do it. I mean, most of them are qualified. There's an awful lot that aren't. Ulrika Johnson was just a secretary in the office when she became the weather person. And because you don't need to know anything about what's the point of knowing something about the weather? You don't need to know anything about it. You just go, because most of them are playing to blue screen or green screen. So they're pointing at something that doesn't exist. They put it on afterwards and they go, oh, and here it's going to be quite windy down this side of the... Who cares? Who cares? Ridiculous, honestly. How to stop yourself snoring. I'll just tell you it's in the Telegraph. I don't want to go into it now because it's a big problem for a lot of people. And I'll tell you what the answer is as well. The simple answer, separate bedrooms. Separate bedrooms. Or failing that, divorce. That means you will stop snoring. Steve, you need to buy boursin dolloped into mashed potato. Will you stop it with the mashed potato? You know I'm an addict for it. Can't help it. It's ridiculous. Steve, I work for the Metropolitan Police. And hearing things like this, all these stories about the Met Police today, I mean, there are quite a number of Met serving officers who've got all sorts of things against them. We spend so much of our time trying to build up relationships with the public and gaining trust, only for this to come out, says Lucy. Yeah. Well, luckily the Commissioner's on today with Nick Ferrari. So hopefully there'll be... What the answer is, I don't know, because they must have been through disciplinary hearings, these people. I mean, some of them... The list is unbelievable, like 12 things against them. And they've gone, oh, you can stay as a police. I mean, are we that desperately short of police officers? Because each and every government who come in, or Chancellor, or whoever it happens to be, or Prime Minister, say, are we going to have more police on the streets? I don't see it. I really don't see it. I see it on the television because I watch all the police programmes. I mean, you won't find anybody who's more of an addict than Steve Allen for watching, Police Interceptors and 999, What's Your Emergency? And most of the time, the police officer's dealing with domestic abuse. That's what most of the things are. Drunks. They have to go round to somebody's house and deal with somebody who goes, oh, my son came back and he beat the living daylights out of his father and all this. And the police are supposed to deal with that. Where's the social workers? Maybe best not ask, I suppose, really. But, they do get loads of stick. They do get loads of stick. Nicholas says, Japanese knotweed, lethal stuff. I run a shopping centre in Sussex and we failed our health and safety audit because it was growing on a neighbouring property. But because it was coming into ours, we failed. I don't like the sound of this stuff at all. I mean, as far as I know, I have had a quick look round the studio. No, none in here. Mind you, I mean, it could be next door. Morning, nice to have your company. Tuesday, October the 18th, and we're still in the same situation we were in yesterday, except now we've had various things taken away from us. I don't think we've actually been given anything, and the Conservatives are still in power. And that's going to run and run, isn't it? You just get this feeling we're going to be sitting here in a month's time still talking about it. She finally says sorry. She's also said she's not standing down. And it's a case of, all right, so if she does stand down, who could it be? Who could it be? Could it be Rishi Sunak? I mean, to be honest with you, I'm so bored. I seriously am so bored with it. All I keep thinking of is that we're all IR 35 now, or 33 and 3/4, or whatever it happens to be. Anyway, they were going to change it. Now they're not going to change it. The deal that we did of the electricity and all the rest of it was going to be for 2 years. Now it's only going to be for 6 months. And so the energy bill only help until April. In other words, basically, you've got bugger all, I'm afraid. I'm just, every time I turn on the radio, there's people talking about it. But I did say to Darren a minute ago, and I'm quite firmly of the belief that if we had a general election this week, which won't happen because they can't organise it quickly enough, and I don't propose to go into this because we're a light-end programme, but you can't really get anything light-end out of any of this, can we? This shenanigans going on at the moment. And so after Nadine Dorries sort of chips in her sixpenneth, and you think to yourself, really, you weren't much cop first time round, you're not much cop second time round either. Very difficult. The festive dinners are under threat as bird flu spreads. I mean, just really, how many more things can they do to completely screw up Christmas? The protester beaten by the Chinese consulate thugs in Manchester. Now, just in case you're not aware of this, the protesters were holding up banners, I believe, and pictures, and they were rude to the Premier. That's all I can tell you. But I can also tell you that what they did, they dragged somebody inside the grounds of the consulate and then beat them up. Because they can do it. Because they can do that. Because the ground that they're on, you might think it's Manchester, but that little piece of ground is called China. Masked men attacked the protesters, and then they sort of broke up their... They can be very thuggish. Dozens of Hong Kongers were protesting. They got dragged inside the gates, and then they were beaten up, and then people had to sort of intervene. But inside those gates, we've got no jurisdiction. Because each embassy, that becomes China. Or Uruguay, or wherever. That's how Julian Assange managed to get away with it for such a long time. And that's why the Americans moved, because the embassy that they were on, I think that was the first part of going around the world, that it meant that their ground that they were on was not America. And I think it was very unusual, because every place they go to, wherever they set up the embassy, in these huge buildings, that becomes America or France or whatever it is. France is just before you hit the Piccadilly Tunnel. Stacey Solomon and Joe Swash with the baseball hat on. He doesn't like his hair to see daylight very often. And I've got a fun fair for sale. And it grieves me to tell you which one it is, because it's a very famous fun fair. And they don't say the price. They don't say the price. I don't know who would buy it. There must be people who could buy it. The Irvine family. There's some very rich fun fair families out there. Liz Truss could buy it. Carter's Fun Fair. Now, what they have is it's an old-fashioned fair. They've got steamboat rides. You know, it just swings backwards and forwards. They've got dodgems. They've got all sorts of things. And I would have thought that somebody could buy it and incorporate it into their fairs. Somebody like, as I say, Irving's, who have, I think, possibly one of the biggest fairs in the country. There's quite a number of big showman families. And you could just put that and have it as part of, because it's lovely. It's beautifully painted, the sign writers and everything else. If you see pictures of Carter's Fun Fair, have you had a look at pictures? Have a look at pictures. It's very pretty, very beautiful. And it's nice, but they obviously can't make it work. And they've taken it abroad before. It's all painted beautifully. It's a typical old-fashioned British fair. Joby Carter looks after it. And they're booked up for ages. In fact, at the moment, I think they're heading to Reading, to Prospect Park. They will do Reading. I mean, they're always working, but they go there sometimes just for 2 days. They set up all of this stuff. It's a vintage fun fair. And if you look at the steamboats and everything, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. You know, the restoration work that has gone on with it is unbelievable. How much it's going for, I don't know. I don't know how you put a price on things like that. A few £1 million, certainly. But somebody will buy it. The word would have been out on the street for some time that it's up for sale. So there you go. If you've got a few £1 million to spare, that'll be the one for you. We found a real live ghost train in the countryside on tracks. And it's just all overgrown with plants and everything, probably that dreadful Japanese knotweed, I should imagine. And the families fight over the spoils of the Sherlock Holmes Museum. There is this fake museum in town, and it's just off Baker Street. And they have a fake policeman who stands outside, and all the tourists go there because they seriously believe that Sherlock Holmes, who was a fictional character, actually lived there. So it's been decorated out to make it look as though it's really old. But, of course, it isn't. And it's just fake. In fact, we did a piece on it ages and ages ago. They were selling, you know, they've got a little souvenir shop inside. People have their picture taken with the fake policeman outside because there was no such person as Sherlock Holmes. It was a story. No, I don't think they do know it. I don't think they do. It used to be part of the Building Society. They used to get letters addressed to Sherlock Holmes, 22B Baker Street or whatever it was. And so presumably they're selling it. And presumably it's worth $2.5 million. Can't be for the building because it must be rented. Because I should imagine if you turned it back into a house, it's worth a lot of money. But it would be quite interesting what you're selling. Are you selling just a bit of history? Perhaps it's rented. I don't know. I really don't know. Excuse me. So everything's coming up for sale. Everything's up for sale. It's amazing. The only thing that's going to cost you dear at the moment is IKEA. Some of their prices of their flat pack furniture up 80%. Which is a horrendous amount of money. Plus more cocaine washed up on a Welsh beach. So you remember a couple of months ago, they found £90 million worth of cocaine. This time they found 42 million. There's obviously an epidemic. The fish under the sea, under the sea, we're stormed out of our minds, kind of thing. It's the same lot. Well, it's just washed. They've just put a price on it. I thought it was £90 million. Oh, very difficult. And so 30 bags, and it weighed 1,200 kilos. The police said it's worth about £1 million. And they say they say it's significant quantity of what is thought to be cocaine. Well, don't be silly. It either is or it isn't. They have a little test now. Have you seen it? They've got a little plastic bag and they put a little drop of this powder in, and then they push the thing and it goes blue, and then it goes pink, and that means it's cocaine. Okay. So £42 million, but that's the wholesale value. That's the wholesale value. If you cut it down, which everybody does, you could get £100 million worth out of that. Nobody sells pure cocaine. Nobody sells pure cocaine. It's always cut down with washing powder, rat poison. It can be all sorts of things. That's why you take your life in your hands. Baking soda, it can be just about anything. I did hear of somebody about 30, 40 years ago. He used to go to a club, and he was addicted to speed, which is amphetamines, but you used to buy powder, and the powder had little tiny bits of, looked like little dust particles or something in it, and that was the actual speed, showing you how far it had been cut down, because normally, and you would dab it. I think it was you wet your finger, put it in there, and it was like it was something that just kept you going. But at the same time, you couldn't really speak and anything else. Anyway, this particular bloke was so addicted to it, his dealer, who would pop into this bar and supply him, started supplying him with washing powder. And he didn't know the difference. They sold him washing powder, which had the little blue flecks in it. And he thought that meant that was the speed. So basically, he was blowing bubbles. Because people get so addicted to it. And I remember looking at him thinking, you've really descended into the bowels of hell if you're now taking washing powder thinking that it's something else. I mean, I think that speed users, I think they said you're 5 times more likely to experience psychosis than anything else. I mean, you can do lots of things with it. You can inject it, you can smoke it, you can snort it. Either way, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, sometimes both. And I never understand why. There's another drug on the streets at the moment, and I can't remember what this one is. Well, I was reading it in the paper the other day. They said this is something. We had the horse tranquilizer, which was ketamine, and then there's another one that came out a short while ago. Again, it was something that you think, you really take this stuff internally? Are you blooming mad? And the answer is yes. It's so addictive, so addictive. You never know what's in it, absolutely. It's like buying fake cigarettes. Fake cigarettes in car boot sales. Never ever buy cigarettes in car boot sales. They're guaranteed to be fake. In fact, I wouldn't buy anything that was branded in a car boot sale. Like, you know what the most copied thing is? The most copied thing sold in a car boot sale? Washing powder. Fake washing powder is the biggest market. The most nicked item are razor blades for men. So they make fake razor blades now. It's just absolutely unbelievable. The stuff that you can buy that is fake. Razor blades are very expensive. Very expensive. Yeah. Noreen says, can you believe it's 2 years since you interviewed Ian Dale at Twickenham? We came with Janice and Patsy, Ingrid and Andrew, who we met through you many years ago, were there. Another friend, Mo, was there. We were all masked up. I remember. We actually could have sold the whole theatre out. And in fact, we did, but everybody had to be socially distancing. So it was really bizarre. But Ian was charming and lovely. I got paid. I didn't think I was getting paid for it. I thought I was just doing it as a labour of love. It was an envelope with some money in it, and I thought, oh, I won't tell you how much it was because it's too embarrassing. But I bought a new car, and you sort of think to yourself, I don't remember agreeing money on it. I didn't really want the money, but I thought, well, somebody gives it to you. That's quite nice. Can we have a morning Spike whip round and buy the fun fair? It's one of the best I've ever been to. Not to mention the amazing smell from the engines. Yeah, they've got everything, actually. Absolutely everything, including the old steam rollers and things like that, which were powering a lot of the rides. Fancy putting it up for sale. I can't believe it. I'm horrified. Horrified. I do know that the Sherlock Holmes Museum, the spoils it, 2.5 million. That's what they're looking for, 2.5 million. I mean, every day there is a queue outside there. Chinese and Japanese and Asians and all sorts of people. And they go and they queue up. They get their picture taken with the fake policeman at the front door. Then they go inside because it's been done out like it's described in the books. But it's just fake. It's just fake. I don't know. I can't describe it in any other way to you. It doesn't matter though, does it really? But you're right. The smell of the engines is lovely. Always reminds me of that bloke, the steeplejack, Fred Dibner. He was always dirty, covered in oil and grease. And then he came to London to pick up his OBE or MBE or whatever it was. And he came on one of his steam engines. You can imagine, chugging round at 10 miles an hour, the queues of traffic. He wore a suit, yeah. First time ever, I think he'd worn a suit. Don't think he'd ever had one before. But he was one of life's little gems. A little gem because he died of cancer, I think. He married again and the wife sold everything. All of his stuff that he'd wanted, because, it comes down at the end of the day, how much brass you got, how much you got left. It was when he climbed the outside of a building just on a ladder. No safety harness, no nothing. Some people are like that. They've got no fear of heights at all. And he just climbed up this. I felt ill watching. It's on YouTube. It's like watching John Noakes climbing up Nelson's Column. The ladders are just roped on to the side of it. And Fred literally just, tied his little knots and he was there. I'm not sure if that rope in front of him is holding him on. Do you think that could be holding him on? I'm not too sure about that. It might be. Whatever it is, I wouldn't want it. It's making me go all tingly. And I haven't been all tingly for quite some time, actually. So I'll take a break.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. Hope you're looking forward to Christmas. I promised my assistant producer Dan, I've got Christmas lights at home, so many Christmas lights, and they're all in bags, but it takes ages because they're all mixed up. And he said, "Oh, I'll take them." So I'm going to bring them in tomorrow. I'm going to bring in about 3 or 4 bagfuls if I can. I'm going to look ridiculous. I'm going to look like a bag lady tomorrow when I come in, but the wire's coming out. Apparently, says Roger, mixing in sherbet powder is popular with unscrupulous cocaine dealers. Well, they get it cheaper if they mix it with washing powder. Seriously, I mean, I find it absolutely amazing. I find it amazing that anybody would even bother doing it, but there you go. Eileen in Scarborough says, thank God I've never gotten into drugs, Steve. You really have reached rock bottom if you're on washing powder, blowing bubbles. Good God, I'm just having a lovely cold glass of lemonade. I like the Marks and Spencer's lemonade. It is just lemons. So, yeah, it's Sicilian lemons. It's not fizzy or anything like that, and you just drink it cold. Delicious. It's very nice. Ice? No, not ice. Michael McIntyre's hoping to crack America. And Judy Love shows off her passion for fashion. She's got her own range of dresses. And what was the other one, I think? The bridge shut all day due to the eco-zealots. So for hours and hours and hours and hours, people couldn't cross the bridge because 2 buffoons, sad, lonely little people. There was another one, Waitrose, 2 of them, just taking milk off the shelves and pouring it onto the floor. And as somebody pointed out, there are people starving at the moment, loves, and you're wasting all this food. They should be basically taken, thrown in prison and left there for 6 months, because there's people who had gone, listen, what are you throwing it away for? I can't afford to buy a pint of milk. There are people who can't afford to buy pints of milk if you've got kids and you need it for cereal. And they were just pulling it off the shelf, empty it. I'd have had them wrestle to the ground, rub their faces in it. Yes, they're mumsy and dadsy, aren't they? They're all called things like Sebastian, and that's the boys. And the girls are called Clarissa and stuff like that, and Penny and Poppy and stuff like that, with apologies to any of you listening who might be called those names. Yvette Fielding, yeah, that one, the barking mad one, says people who believe in ghosts aren't crazy. No, dear, but you do have a company that sort of makes this trash, don't you? Oh, look, what was that? What was that? Where did that come from? Yeah, it's the LBC Poltergeist. It's here now. Yeah, moving things around. Yeah, because you're filming in the dark. That's why people keep walking into stuff. Honestly, she is mad, isn't she? But she's found a nice little outlet for her considerable talent in how to part people from their money. Millions facing the cliff edge after the energy support is scaled back. And I'll tell you about the IKEA story. Some of the things have gone up 80%, which is an awful lot, Life for a bully who killed her partner just as he predicted because he wanted to leave her. And because she was sick, she decided to knife him in the stomach. Really, you couldn't make it up, could you? And Gloria Hunniford throws a huge party for her daughter's 60th birthday, what would have been her 60th birthday. It's amazing, really. I remember the story very well, Karen, yes. I remember the story so well because she fell ill. She knew that she was ill, and she fell ill abroad. And her husband drove through the night to get her back home to Sevenoaks in Kent, where Gloria's got this house, which she's had for quite some time now. And it's got a big room upstairs, which I think used to be the billiard room. Had a huge billiard table in it, but it was converted into a bedroom for Karen. And they literally drove her through the night. She was curled up on the back seat just to get her back here. They didn't want her to die on the way back, but they knew that she didn't have long. And they got her back here and put her to bed, and then people could come and visit and say goodbye to her. She didn't last that long and completely just destroyed Gloria. She'd always been a huge campaigner for Karen and Michael as well, and it was just something that, you know, no parent ever wants to have to do, which is bury their own children. I can remember my auntie, after my cousin died, and we were burying him, and she said it shouldn't be like this. She said he's supposed to have buried me, not me burying him. And Karen, who was lovely, Blue Peter presenter, she was she just was lovely. It's as simple as that. But Gloria threw a party for her the other day. Why not? Throw as many parties as you like. You know, you only get one life, contrary to what some people might think. Anyway, here it is. What you paid then and what you pay now. Jock'Amok, table and 4 chairs, antique stain. In 2021, in IKEA, you paid £99. 2022, that's a year later, you're paying £179, which is an increase of 80%. One here, it's a daybed frame, 150 quid you paid in 2021, £219 now. A Glostad 2-seater sofa, 90 quid in 2021, now it's 150, an increase of 66%. Big jumps, aren't they? Imagine the worst thing is I've never heard of any of the companies that make them, so I'm assuming they're all Swedish, because it's a huge industry, IKEA. They sort of work, everything's done mathematically. They're very clever. It's all own brand, yeah. It's all, and they do meatballs, apparently, because that's something very, very traditionally Swedish. Meatballs. And I love meatballs, provided they're with mashed potato and gravy. I'm quite happy and things like that. Jerry Halliwell's going to publish a range of children's books. And the parish councillor who ordered a 569 iPad, but got sent a packet of biscuits instead. So he had a word with them, and they said, we'll sort it out. Sorry about that. Don't know how that occurred. Very worrying. The word tradesman should be banned. Oh, look, there's another tradesman. No, why? It's offensive to women. Because they're not... Isn't it just a generic? Isn't it like actor? An actor covers male and female. You don't have to say, this person's an actress, or this person... You know, it's a tradesperson. That just sounds so stupid. It is stupid. I don't want to get used to it. I'm not going to get used to it. It's like Prince Charles, as far as I'm concerned, is Prince Charles. He is not the king of this country. We still have a queen, and she's very lovely. There you go. I have spoken. The Rolling Stones are going to release a new record next summer. A bit late in life, isn't it, to release a new record? Although I don't mind all this sort of... I liked the B-side. Was it the B-side of something called You Can't Always Get What You Want? It might be on the B-side of Satisfaction, I seem to remember. But I also like Ruby Tuesday, one of my favourite songs of all time. She would never say where she came from. Yesterday don't matter, 'cause it's gone while the sun is bright. Or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes. So there you go. You can't always get what you want. It's a honky-tonk woman. Boom, 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 tsh, boom, 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 tsh, boom, boom. A better, just a barroom queen in Memphis. When you think they were all posh boys from posh families and posh schools, so hilarious. They were playing this, we're just aggressive. No, you weren't, dear. You were as aggressive as woodlice. Apparently, cameras are now going to be installed in and around London to catch the noisy boy racers. Have you heard them? I've heard them. Still get them. Little silly people who drive through the Piccadilly Tunnel and they put their foot down. They've cut holes in the exhaust. And so it goes like that. You always think, very small willies. That's what happens. Anybody who's got a car that does things, or a car that's jacked up with lights underneath, small willy. That's what it is. The car is an extension of their rather pathetic little body. And that's why you'll never ever see girlies sitting in these cars with them, because they're too embarrassed to be seen with the man with a silly willy. So they don't sit there. A silly willy. They don't sit there. So instead, they've got all their boyfriends with them in the car. So they all sit there, leering out the window, shouting, "Oi, darling, oi, darling." And you look at them and you go, "Little Willy, little Willy." The Sweet brought out a song called Little Willy. It was lovely, actually. Lovely to hear, says Rachel, that Gloria marked what would have been Karen's 60th birthday. Great idea. Had my friend lived, he would have been 70 this year. I shall mark that in some way. Unfortunately, lost to cancer. My father would have been 92 the other day. 92. He didn't go anywhere near it. Didn't go anywhere near it. He only got as far as 52. 52, which was very young. Steve, I'd love to see the compensation for loss of earnings. Aston Martin, take those fools who covered it in paint have to pay. Yes. Well, I think the idiot, you only had to look at him to realise he was a bit stupid, a little bit simple. He thinks he's being clever. I bet he hasn't got a job. And he sprayed paint all over their building. And I'm thinking, 6 months, a year, 2 years in prison? I don't care how long they stay in there for. It doesn't make any difference at all to me. Joy from Christchurch. I had my first chemo session yesterday, 11 to go. Currently wide awake, eating shortcake biscuits, happily listening to you. Love the show. I love Christchurch. Christchurch is lovely. Very nice. You're very lucky. Very lucky. I'm glad the chemo's going well. As you say, only 11 to go. It seems forever, doesn't it? It seems to go on forever. But listen, just think it's doing you some good. Just think it's doing you some good. Roger says only 9 weeks to go for your annual pilgrimage to your brother's with a boot full of prezzies. Well, he's already had one load the other day. He had all sorts of presents that I bought. And because I like buying things for people. I was going to, for the producer, because we haven't decided how to have... I brought some more mince pies in. But I've left them out for the boys and girls. And do you know what else I bought for them? Custard. The little pots of custard. I've got another one in the car, so it doesn't matter. We can do it before the weekend. And they're little pots of custard, which you can probably heat up in the microwave. So I'm trying to work out who it is out there on the news desk who's going to go, I could have a mince pie and custard. It's a little bit... We used to have a member of management a few years ago, and... he wouldn't eat mince pies or satsumas before Christmas. He said it wasn't right. And he was quite adamant. He would only eat them when it got into the festive season. Some people don't do things like that because they think that if you eat satsumas, that's really Christmassy. But I do like satsumas. I've been known, actually, to just sort of sit there waiting for the car in the morning, just peeling satsumas and eating them. I mean, 1st of December, a lot of people wait for, just so they can have something.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Fish and chips have been voted the favourite feel-good meal. Whee! All in favour of that one. And the sozzled driver who was driving down the M62 with no tyres. They'd basically been torn to shreds and he carried on driving. You can imagine, can't you? Drink. Absolute dream. There was a woman the other day. I love it when you get these people on YouTube who have these arguments, and they come up with fatuous comments like, "I'm a lawyer and I know the fact," and you think you're not a lawyer. It's like there was a woman in Costco, and they weren't serving her. They said, "No, you put a mask on." "I'm a doctor," she said, and I thought, "No, you're not. You're just a compulsive liar." And they had this woman, and she gets out of the car. She's been to collect her son, who apparently was driving the car, but she was lying and saying she was driving the car for him, which she turned out not to be. And then she came up with the classic one. She said, "I'm a magistrate. I'm a magistrate." Unfortunately, you could tell she was drunk just by the way she was slurring. So, of course, they made her do it. In America, you have to do these sobriety tests where you have to walk and then sort of, turn to the right and then do this and put your finger up to your nose and all. Anyway, she failed it. Why? Because she was drunk. A drunk magistrate. Have I been pulled over? Yep. I remember vividly the policeman saying to me, "Evening, sir." I said, "Good evening. And can you blow into this?" So I did. And then this. I said, "Thank you, my gloves were freezing." And so we sort of popped on. Yeah, I did get stopped because they sort of said, "Have you been..." They always ask you when you had your last drink. So I said, "I can't remember." I said, "I've really got no idea." And that, yes, exactly. I'm enjoying it at the moment. Had you not pulled me over, I was just about to pour it, trying to get the cork out. And they said, "So have you been drinking?" And I said, "Actually, no." He said, "But you're showing the signs of drinking." I said, "I haven't." And he did the thing test on me, and I hadn't been. Yeah, well, the signs were, I don't know, slurring or something. But anyway, and so he said, "Oh, you've not been drinking?" I said, No. I said, "I'm the decoy." And it was always a good gag, wasn't it? The police officer sitting in the car park watching somebody coming out, weaving in between the cars, and they pull him over. All his mates, drunk as skunks, have gone off the other direction, but the police ignored them. They just wanted this one guy who was the decoy. But the amount of people who drew... I stopped somebody once on the Chiswick flyover. They were drunk, and I stopped them. I pulled right in front of them, and I got out the car, and I said, "You're drunk." I was very bolshy, I'm afraid. And I took the keys off him, threw them over the side. Yeah. I thought, "Get home now." Nothing. He just sat there. He was stunned. I don't think he knew who I was or anything. He had no comprehension of anybody on the road at all. He was weaving from lane to lane to lane. It's only 2 lanes up there. So I thought, well, I'm going to make sure you're not driving anymore. Much better. Talking of little pots of custard, says Ryan, I bought one of the little pots of jelly. Very disappointed. Took one to work and opened it, and it was all mouldy. Won't be spending my hard-earned cash. I didn't think jelly went mouldy, unless it was really, really old. I like jelly. Can't have it, but it's really lovely. My mother used to do a lovely jelly with mandarin slices in it. Mandarin orange slices. Very nice indeed. Very nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Warren, just to say, this coming Sunday, which is the 23rd of October, we're presenting Peter Donegan and his band. Peter is the son of the late legendary Lonnie Donegan. This is at the Pheasantry, Kings Road in Chelsea. It's a great venue. Peter Donegan made headline showbiz news a few years ago when he appeared on The Voice UK and sang with Tom Jones on one of his famous hits written by Lonnie Donegan. Ooh, how fantastic. The Pheasantry, halfway up the King's Road. If you're going up from Sloane Square, it's on the right-hand side. You can't miss it. I've never been inside, but I used to go past it most days because the girls I was living with in London were go-go dancers at the Trafalgar, which is just a little way on from there. And I used to live at Dasker House, which is just up at the traffic lights. Turn right, and it's just on the right. And it was very nice. 3 of us in a very small little flat, but we loved it, Warren. Hope you're well. Hope you're very good. So this coming Sunday, the Pheasantry, Kings Road, Chelsea. In fact, if you go to their website, you'll probably find further details on there, which is very nice. Kev says, since you mentioned Caramac, I've been getting one a day now. I'm hooked. He says, you make my early mornings bearable. And me too. And Lawrence says, my Colonel 2-piece box meal beats fish and chips any day. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. When did I last have fish and chips? When we went to this pub, where they didn't have enough waiting staff, so we waited ages for it. And I had large haddock, and triple cooked chips, but I didn't believe they were triple cooked. But they were very nice anyway. But triple cooked haddock, yeah, I like fish and chips every so often. What? Triple cooked haddock. I don't know why it shouldn't be, but it was very nice. But your 2-piece box meal, you cheapo. Honestly, fancy having that. Steve, what you did on the Chiswick flyover was very brave. Did the other driver get nicked? Yes. As I was driving away, I saw the police car coming right up, so he'd have pulled in behind him and gone, "What are you doing?" Then discovered he had no keys in the car, so they'd have to work out how the car got there. And, of course, he'd have driven it. So, and they would have found it. It would have been on the slip road going down. But I was just determined to take him off the road. I thought he was way too dangerous. Literally just wandering from lane to lane. No indication, no nothing. And it's like people I see driving in London and round my neck of the woods as well, probably yours too. No lights on the car at night. They're not driving with any lights. I was bad enough with the bicycles. They deserve to get run over. Seriously, I mean, it's appalling. People on their bicycles wonder why they get hit by motorists, which they don't like anyway. And you think, because you've got no lights, how are people supposed to see you? Ridiculous. EastEnders celebrates at the Inside Soap Awards, which was lovely. You won't know who any of the people are. There's a whole list of all the girlies who turned up. Nobody else has bothered covering it. It's a bit, the television awards are the best ones that people go for. And the winners. Can we put the winners up? Here we go. Delish. We're going to put the winners up, and you can help me out by identifying the people whose names will be appearing in front of you, because these are the good and the great of television land. Unfortunately, we only know the character names. We don't know the names of the actual people. It doesn't really help, does it? You know, you could stop an actor in the street, you go, "Oh, it's Paddy." And you go, "Well, actually, my name's, Brian," or whatever it happens to be. And that's why it gets embarrassing. Only goes to prove how powerful television is. Only goes to prove that it's that powerful that you remember the actor's character's name, but you don't remember who the person is who plays them. And it could have been for donkey's years. Seriously, it could have been for donkey's years. So we'll come around to those in one moment. I've done the parish councillor. Ordered an iPad and got a packet of biscuits, which I love. And living near woodland, apparently, helps you live longer. I'm moving immediately. Living near woodland, that's it. China lures top RAF pilots to learn how to fight Britain. They're paying them $250,000 a year, $240,000. Graham Norton quits Twitter after a row about J.K. Rowling. A lot of people did that, didn't they? I remember George Michael came off social media. He couldn't believe the rudeness of people. Whereas I don't get anything like that at all, which is hilarious. Absolutely nothing at all. The cocaine. Oh, and the shame of the grandfather who loitered at the neighbour's door. Get these weirdo people, don't you? Really weird people. We've got the list, okay? Are you ready? Here we go. Best soap, EastEnders. And best all-time icon, Lacey Turner, who plays Stacey Slater. The best daytime soap, must be a very old programme, Neighbours. A little bit late in the day. Best daytime star, Stephen Dennis, who played Paul Robinson in Neighbours. Perhaps I haven't heard. Best drama star, Rosie Marcel, who plays Jack Naylor in Holby City, which is also gone. Best showstopper, Jean in Southend, EastEnders. Best storyline, Marlon Stroke in Emmerdale. Best family of the Platts. And, as I say, we don't know too many of those. Best romance, Zoe Henry and Mark Charnock. This is Rona Goskirk and Marlon Dingle. Best partnership, Anna Passy and Kieran Richardson. Isn't Kieran Richardson gay? He's the gay one, isn't he? I'm pretty set. Isn't he gay? I think he is, actually. And here we go. Who's this one? Best young performer, Isabella Flanagan, who plays Hope Stape in Coronation Street. Where do they get these names from? Best comic performance, Maureen Lipman as Evelyn Plummer from Coronation Street. Paige Sandhu, Meena Jatia in Emmerdale. I don't think I know who she is, actually. I know she's best villain, but I don't know who she is, actually. Best newcomer from EastEnders, Eve Unwin, Heather Pierce. And, as I say, the rest of them, nobody had the faintest idea who they were. Mind you, we didn't know half of those were, did we, really? But it doesn't matter. At least we made the effort. Most iconic woman of the last 60 years. Who do you reckon? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The Queen. Hotly followed by Diana. Still Diana, even for all those people who go, ooh, didn't like her, she was manipulative and all the rest of it. But I can't remember who was third. Was it, I don't know. Have you got the list? Oh, right, you haven't. So he asked me who the third is, like I'm supposed to know these things. I've got no idea. I just remember the Queen and Diana, because I remember saying to you, look, Diana, after all these years dead, and she's still iconic. She still sells newspapers. She still sells magazines if they put her on the front cover. Because for a lot of people, they think she's still there. Still there. Mother Teresa was third. She was very, very tiny, wasn't she? Glastonbury tickets going on sale, 340 quid each. But the good news is that does include the £5 booking fee. Like 340 quid. That's why nobody from council estates ever goes to Glastonbury. It's only the well-heeled, because it's 340 quid a ticket. It's like really expensive, isn't it? Well, I think it's really expensive. Plus 100 facts you never wanted to know about the BBC to celebrate the 100 years. Judy Love showing off her passion for fashion, and Hugh Edwards getting harsh feedback from his mother. You've got bags under your eyes, she said. Well, that's the occupational hazard, isn't it? You can't do anything about that. Great movies for Christmas. Back-to-back feel-good Christmas films on Freeview. Knowing how much you love that season, I'm thinking you might like to check them out, says Ross. I probably got them all anyway, actually. And sitting in front of a warm coal fire left in from last night in the world of pain, I fell over on Friday night and at work in the dark and broke my wrist and dislocated my shoulder. Oh, dear, that's nasty, isn't it? Tanker driver Phil says, I'm seeing an orthopaedic surgeon on Thursday, but in the meantime, isn't morphine fantastic? Isn't it just? Isn't it just? My mother was on morphine. They put her on, she thought she was getting better. It has that effect on people, you know, give them some morphine, give them an extra little shot. Ooh, she was very happy.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Shows how much things have gone up. We're just looking at a pop festival at Worthy Farm, which is Shepton Mallet. Now, this was the first Glastonbury, 19th of September, 1970, commencing at 10 a.m, weekend camp. The compere was DJ Mad Mick, whoever he is, the Kinks, Wayne Fontana, Pamela, and at least 6 other groups. How much was the ticket? Pound. How much is it now? 340 quid. But the lineup, you got the Kinks, Ian Anderson, Ian Hunt, Duster Bennett, Alan Brown, Wayne Fontana, Stackridge, Amazing Blondell, and Mad Mick and Derek James. There was a light show, a light ship, diorama and films, Freaks and Funny Things. And by post, £1 each, the tickets to Michael Eavis, Worthy Farm, Pilton, Shepton Mallet. Yeah, you have to write a letter with your £1. Can I please have a ticket to come along to your little folk and blues exhibition thing? Where and all farms, milk free and ox roast. All food at fair prices, all farm, milk's free. Just drink milk. I like the idea, all food at fair prices and an ox roast. I wonder how many people went. How many people went? How could they? If it was, 2,000, that's £2,000 you've made. Perhaps you could get people like the Kinks for £2,000. I don't know. 1,500 people. My God. How amazing. And how many go now? I'd like to imagine. Thousands. Thousands and thousands and thousands. And they love it. And they all leave their tents there. 210,000. So how much is 210,000 times 200 and... How much should we say this at 340 quid for the tickets? 210,000 times 340. Here we go. So he gets his little calculator out. And £71 million. Somebody's doing very well, aren't they? I think it costs them... Haven't they said it costs them about 31 million to put on? Because they make all the money as well. All the stalls there, the food and everything else, they get the rent off that. So it must be very lucrative. Steve, I still have, says John, my ticket from going to the Reading Festival in the 80s, £11.75 for Thursday to Monday, including camping. Including camping. John's in Colchester. Not much camping goes on in Colchester, is there really? But you still got your ticket for that. £1, though, I ask you, £1. And 1,500 people paid up for that. That must have been something. And now 210,000 people go. It's big, big business. Big business. They make a lot of money. And I've never been to one. No, I know. I've never been to a festival anyway. Why would I go? Why would I go? My life is a festival. If I want to sort of, sing Brown Girl in the Ring, fa la la la, it'd just be Alan Fest. All my favourite tunes going on in my mind, which I think would be quite nice. So the BBC will refuse. They put their foot down. They're furious. They're not very happy at the BBC because they're always grumpy and miserable. I'm not at all surprised, actually. They're going to refuse to change how they film Strictly Come Dancing, despite pleas to foil the spoilers, revealing which star is given the boot. Who cares? It's a reality show. It's only for sad, dismal people who've got no life that go, I didn't want to know. Matt was being consoled by Nadia. He was probably trying to hold his temper in, I should imagine. He's got a dreadful temper on him. Dreadful. Even though now he's in his 50s. You can understand it as an irritating child, but, as an adult, really. Bosses claim it would be too costly to do live shows on both Saturday and Sunday, even if pre-recording the Sunday show lets a killjoy leak the results on Twitter. David Thorpe tweets the ousted dancer's identity to his 50,000 followers on the Strictly Spoilers website on the Saturday night. He revealed that Matt Goss was the third celebrity to be ditched, and the judges agreed that Kim and professional partner Graziano De Prima Samba was better than Matt's jive. But he's just too wooden. He's way too wooden. Shouldn't stretch yourself. But Mr. Thorpe has vowed to continue naming the act's star until the results show, which is the pre-recorded show after Saturday's live, is itself recorded live on Sunday. The BBC's load of baloney that, it was too expensive to do it is, of course, the biggest pile of crap you've ever heard in your entire life. It's just a little reality show. Show it later. Show it later on Saturday. You don't have to hold it over. Doesn't make any difference. And also, if you really want to save money, how about getting rid of 2 of the judges, getting rid of the orchestra? You don't need them. The camera never focuses on them. Why don't you just put a record on? Save your, don't invite an audience in and cut down on the costumes. Make them all have to wear things made out of bin liners. Who cares? It's about dancing, not and do it in the car park. Don't do it in the studio. Everybody can have a torch and you can just shine it on them and you can cut down on the lighting. All this load of old rubbish that they come up with. The Insider said it's a shame, but every show that is pre-recorded risks leaks, and it's gone on for years. Well, don't go on about it now because you're very lucky to get the publicity for it. Very lucky to get the publicity. It's just a naff old reality show. That's all it is. It's a reality show for people who probably can't dance anymore and they're recapturing their youth. Excuse me. I don't have a problem with people recapturing their youth. I think it's great. But we did agree, well, the producer did, that this year's lineup of so-called celebrities was pitiful. It really was. Very pitiful. Steve, you are a godsend for people who can't sleep. I know. I'm cheaper than tablets as well. I was just wondering, the next time they do the Global Money thing and Chris Moyles does his podcast from the pub, I think you should be involved. They keep asking me, Kevin. They keep asking me to be involved, and I keep saying no. Well, I think just be part of it. I think so. Yeah, I could serve drinks. But I think Chris is doing the jungle, isn't he? That's what it said in the newspapers. Although he did look at me in one of those sort of strange ways when I mentioned it to him the other day. So I'm not sure if he is doing it or not. It might be something he wants to do. I don't know. I think James O'Brien's doing Celebrity Mastermind. As what? I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether or not his... Not official. No, because they've all denied it, haven't they? They don't like it if the names get leaked beforehand. And they go all huffy and they go, well, we can't confirm anything at the moment. It's like the Dancing on Ice. We know who it is. And they're still going, oh, we don't like to comment at the moment until, shut up. Grow up, for goodness sake. Everybody leaks. It's only just, it's just a show. Just a little show. Here they are. Jennifer Metcalfe. Who is she? No idea. I don't know who any of these people are. But for some reason, Chelsea Healy turned up. I don't know why. And I don't know what she does, actually. But there were all sorts of people there, including Chelsea Healy. Oh, she's in Hollyoaks. But there again, I've said, if ever you don't know who somebody is, they'll be from Hollyoaks. Because we don't know who any of these people are at all. I'll run through the names for you. Jacinta Stapleton, Danielle Harold, Eva O'Hara, Anna Passy, Millie Zero, and Ellie Leach. Any of those? No, me neither. Even if you see pictures of them, you're going to be none the wiser. Because they're not known enough. A little bit too young. Have you seen the size of these drones that they send in now? They're quite big, aren't they? Yeah, in Ukraine. I've had a look at them. There's one here. It weighs 200 kilograms. Kilograms? Yeah, 440 pounds. Cost 20,000 quid. Produced by the Iranian army from commercially available parts due to sanctions. So they've made this thing and then it just flies into a building and it's packed full of explosives. They look huge, don't they? They look huge. The wingspan is 8.2 feet. So it's obviously a bit smaller than I'm looking at the picture of, 8.2 million. The maximum range it can do is 1,550 miles, which is not bad. Not bad. Maximum speed 115 miles per hour. And the warhead weighs 66 to 110 pounds. 110 pounds. That's a lot of explosives in the warhead. But when you look at it in the sky, you think to yourself, oh, God. It's like during the war, as everybody would tell you, with the doodlebugs, the reason you knew it was going to crash near you is when the engine stopped. So you'd hear it, and then it would stop, and that's when you ran for cover, fast as your little legs would carry you, because you knew then it was on the descent. Drugs washed up on the beach. So it's only funny, isn't it? When we were first told about this drug haul in Welsh Wales, it was 90 million. Magically, it's come down to 42 million. Make of it what you will. Oh, look, Zara Tindall, husband going into the jungle, probably first one to be kicked out, I should imagine. He's going to be as boring as heck. But apparently, she's the face of a clothing brand called Musto, because they're not above selling themselves in every which way but. And what was this? A freight train hit farm machinery at 66 miles an hour when the tractor towing it was driven over a level crossing without permission. The tractor's driver had failed to call a railway signaller to get the all clear. Bit stupid of them, isn't it, really? You do see stupid people. The crossing was already rated high risk due to the sun's glare before last August crash. So, got to be warned about. I'm always a bit wary about things like that. Aren't you? You know, when you come to a level crossing, you don't seem to get too many in London, but out in the countryside you get them, and you look at it and you look either direction. There's one down in Isleworth, actually, which does cross behind a row of houses, and I'm always so careful, just thinking, it's right by a station, so at least if you see a train coming in, there's a very good chance it's going to stop. Police shot dead an 18-stone bear, apparently after it mauled a boy of 10. God, can you imagine how frightening that must be? Do you remember when they used to have a man there? Yeah. And people still jumping. They go bing, 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 bing. They flash the lights and then the barriers come down. And still people try and run round it. Stupid people. People who really don't really want to live too long. Ridiculous, isn't it?
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to... Actually, not as cold outside today as I thought it was going to be. Not as cold. I might go and get a haircut today, actually. Cheer myself up. You know what it's like. And get some more Satsumas because I'm trying to be as healthy as possible. Bad news for the Wasps, the Premiership club. They've gone into administration. 167 players and staff made redundant. Suspended by the Premiership last week, it's been confirmed they've suffered the same fate as Midlands rivals Worcester and will be relegated. I mean, it's absolutely... 167 people before Christmas unemployed, you know, staff who work there and the players, everybody, all out. And they've got a huge stadium, so they follow the Worcester Warriors into administration. And I don't know what happens to these stadiums that they've got now. I suppose they pull them down and they put something else up on the site. Very embarrassing. Arena Coventry, which run them, was saying it's just one of those things. You know, you would think that people could survive through it, but they can't. They really can't. They're absolutely broken. In fact, I think it's Arena Coventry, which operate the Wasps' own Coventry Building Society Arena, may still avoid going into administration. We can only hope, can't we? Somebody's got money somewhere. Sure, David Beckham could donate 10 million at least, wherever that came from. Steve... Says Johnny, I always panic when I cross the tracks of the Volks Railway on Brighton Beach. Oh, you don't. Don't be silly. You can see it coming for miles away. Eileen in Scarborough says, going to Glastonbury has never appealed to me. I can't think of anything worse than walking around a muddy field in Wellis surrounded by hooray Henrys, pretending to be hippies and sleeping in tents and paying hundreds of pounds for the pleasure. No, thank you. No, it has to be people who are hooray Henrys. Nobody else can afford it. 340 quid, thank you. Duncan says, was it you? I think so, yes. Wait a minute, I'll have Pinch and a punch. Yeah, it's me, definitely me. Who's saying that shops that sell TVs are just playing a DVD on the display screen in the shop. Yeah. That's why they're all showing exactly the same thing. That would be the clue. And it looks good quality because it's super duper quality on the DVD. So that's how it works. So you then buy the television. That's why most people who then take the television home go, oh, it doesn't look at all the same. No, because it's a specific DVD that they are playing. They're not going to be playing any old Tom, Dick and Harry, are they, really? Mark in Purley has just boarded the 0501 from Purley, 0412 Brighton. One assumes the whole train is listening to you. There's also a level crossing at the back of New Malden Tesco in West Barnes. You always wait ages if you catch it. Yeah, because you get the first one going through, and then you sit there and you think, is there another one? Is there another one? You know, you peer left and right, and all of a sudden, yeah, this is like a fire engine, actually. It is like a fire engine. The Rolling Stones plan to release a new record next summer. Mick Jagger, Keith Richards and Ronnie Wood teamed up in a New York studio over the past fortnight alongside a raft of world-class session musicians, because they're the Rolling Stones. They can have the best that they can have. So that's good. Also, K-pop group BTS are interrupting their music. You know why? Because in their country you have to do military service. So they've been told that they have to do military service for 21 months. So that's going to change things a little bit. One Direction last performed together almost 7 years ago, which has got Louis Tomlinson's back up as he thought they were only breaking up for a year or two. Oh, you didn't. Come on. Come on. Harry Styles is like the Victoria Beckham of the Spice Girls. Well, he's not really, but I mean, it's a case of he would have no interest in reforming the group. What's the point? He's busy with his own stuff. He's playing to, sell out stadiums and all the rest of it. Victoria Beckham is sort of running a fashion house that's losing money and trying to erase tattoos. I mean, it must be hard for the less successful ones. But Louis has accused bandmates Liam Payne, Harry Styles and Niall Horan of leaving him in the dark when they took their break by failing to tell him what would happen next. Well, it's just a business, love. It's just a business. I mean, I don't really know. He says, when we had the conversations, we never got any real clarity on what it was. And I remember going into those meetings and saying, I understand it's not what I want, but all I would ask is just put a rough time on how long a break. But there was never any answer. They don't know. And while Harry Styles is minting it over in America, I shouldn't imagine he's got any interest at all, Louis, of reforming the group or going back into it or doing anything else. So it would be like the Spice Girls. They go out touring. They don't need Victoria Beckham. She never contributed anything to the Spice Girls. She was just there. I mean, she was called Posh Spice because they had to give them names. But the only thing posh about it was her father had a second-hand tatty old Rolls, and he was an electrician. He used to drop it. That was the only reason they called her posh. She's not posh at all. Not posh at all. And Harry Styles was the one they're going... In fact, I remember saying it on this programme. I said, listen, out of all the people there, he'll be the one who succeeds. Because he's cool with everything. You want to think he's gay? Think he's gay. Want to think he's straight? Think he's straight. Want to think he's bi? He's bi. He's anything you want him to be. He'll put a feather boa on, and sing, whatever you want him to sing. And he tours around the world. And people like him. He's got sex appeal. He's done a few movies. He's charismatic, seems like a nice boy, as they say, and it's working. He doesn't, what would be the point of moaning about things? He's revelling in it, unlike James Corden, unfortunately. Grieves me to tell you this, but there is a restaurant, is it Balthazar, in America? It's part of a chain, and they barred him in America from this particular restaurant. The reason being, they think he's the rudest customer they've ever had in there. They've made allegations that he was rude to the waiting staff. And the first time I've ever heard anything like this. So the restaurateur, Keith McNally, who owns Balthazar, recently posted on Instagram that the comedian is effectively banned from the famous bistro. He said in the post, Keith calls James a tiny cretin of a man and claims he was the most abusive customer to my Balthazar servers since the restaurant opened 25 years ago. Isn't that funny? He went on to detail two recent alleged examples of how James had treated Balthazar's waiting staff, while also noting he behaved similarly at Keith's former restaurant, Café Luxembourg, a few years back. In the first example, Keith alleges that James was extremely nasty to a server and demanded another round of drinks, as well as his table's drinks order comped altogether. This way, I won't write any nasty reviews in Yelp or anything like that. He says, oh dear. And apparently, according to Keith, second incident took place at lunch when Corden's wife, Julia, received her egg yolk omelette only to find there was some egg white mixed in. Oh, my God. Oh, you can see the trouble, can't you? When the dish was remade and brought back to the table, it featured a side of home fries instead of a salad, and that's when James lost his cool. You can't do your job, you can't do your job, he yelled at the server. Maybe I should go to the kitchen and cook the omelette myself. Oh, dear. I mean, eventually the situation will resolve with glasses of complimentary champagne. But Keith also claims that James was pleasant to the floor manager but nasty to the server. Typical, isn't it, really? Typical. Well, I've never heard that about him at all, but there again, I don't know. What do you do about these things? It's it's just perhaps he got out of bed the wrong side. Perhaps there was something that he didn't like. I mean, to be honest with you, getting chips, I'd have gone whoopee. Thank you. I wouldn't have bothered about the blooming salad. What do we got here? Fish and chips, the nation's favourite food. The deep-fried treat was picked up by 56% of people. A roast dinner came a close second. Third was a takeaway, Chinese or Indian. Then it was pizza. And then cheese on toast. Cheese on toast. Ooh. I told you I had... Don't torture yourself. I went to this restaurant the other week. I had bruschetta, but it had cheese on top, which went onto the grill. It was delicious. It was like thick cheese on toast. It was really, absolutely, really lovely. Some of the other things, steak and chips, lasagna, apple pie and custard, and sticky toffee pudding. How lovely. Lovely. Sticky toffee pudding I like, actually. And I could quite go steak and chips or pie and chips or anything like that. I don't really care, actually. I'm not that fussy at all. Conkers can help mum to clean up. An eco-friendly mum has turned her nutty brainwave into a laundry business using Conkers, which is good. The word tradesman should be binned as it discriminates against women. We should instead use non-gendered language for job titles such as sparkies, chippies and brickies. Such terms would be an improvement on tradeswomen or handy lady. God, they're so pathetic, these people. Handy person. Handy person? Are you a handy person? Yeah, I live around the corner. Good, you're very handy. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, look, Lizzie Cundy's done a piece. There's a woman. I love the way she hangs on to the surname. It's so funny. So funny. We did all this yesterday. She's just dragged it out even further because the WAGs going over, they are the worst dressed people you've ever seen, including a picture of Lizzie when it was in the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. And poor soul. She says it's illegal to drink alcohol anywhere in public in Qatar, which we told you yesterday. WAGs were made to dress modestly, no short skirts or little shorty things or stuff like that. Don't want to dress like an old tart. Public displays of affection are out completely. They don't do public displays of affection. Outside official buildings, no phone pictures. Here's me outside an official building. No, don't do it. No loud music or belting out tunes during the call to prayer. I don't, just one of those sort of things. And so it should be very interesting. How half these WAGs are going to make it, I've got no idea. But I brought my shortest skirt, which is basically a belt. I want to wear it. Well, you can't. Otherwise, we're going to send you to prison. And then people have to visit you. It'll all be very, very embarrassing. Michael McIntyre says there's no business more fickle than showbiz. When his game show The Wheel became a runaway hit. More waste of money on the BBC. The BBC are very good at wasting your money. How much were they paying for his chat show? Was it something like 100,000 per show? I remember it's a huge amount, yeah. And they can't sort of show the other thing, because it's too expensive to do it. Yet they'll waste money. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of Michael McIntyre. But it's the BBC offering these ludicrous amounts of money. Ludicrous amounts of money. Queen puts Phil in his place. This is TV Biz. Is this going to be a press release again? We don't know. Philip Schofield, when he seemed to jump the queue to see the Queen lying in state, it stirred many an emotion. But for his former This Morning co-host Fern Britton, it was a reminder of another time Phil was in the presence of a monarch chatting at Good Housekeeping Live in central London. Fern recalled when they met Her Majesty at the 50th anniversary of ITV and said, I was standing next to Phil in the line when the Queen came along. Phil had met her the week before at an event in Henley. So he went bigging himself up, hello, and she just went, It wasn't very good. It wasn't just Phil who left the Queen unimpressed. Fern went on. She then turned to Ant and Dec and said to them, do you work behind the cameras? Liz clearly didn't care for showbiz royalty, and she worked behind the cam. I love it. I love stuff like that. And what else? The Masked Dancers' old socks. I mean, try and come up with some better costumes, please. Much better costumes. Because at the moment, they're looking a bit cheap and naff. And we don't want that, do we?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Woo! Nice to have your company this morning. Welcome to Tuesday, October the 18th. Dan says, Steve, I'm coming home today because he's had a second perforated ulcer in just over 2.5 years. This one was repaired, he says. And so thank the amazing staff on Hunter Ward of Royal Berkshire Hospital for doing the amazing job they're doing and making it possible for me to go home to Danny, Grace, Miley and Muttley, the rat, my beloved Chihuahua. Oh, so he said, I'll soon be free. Well, listen, that's good news, isn't it? But fancy having two. I was looking at somebody, it was one of these programmes, is it 999, what's your emergency? And this was a bloke who, he quite clearly wasn't going to make it. And they put him on, he'd had a brain hemorrhage. And they were trying to stop the bleeding. And they only knew he'd had the brain hemorrhage because they sort of put him on one of these big X-ray machines. And they went, you're bleeding. And they have to try and stop the bleeding. And they said, we're going to put you up onto the ward immediately because it was so serious. And I remember thinking, God, all these... I mean, I think I'd get away with it quite lightly. Seriously. But I've just got into trouble with Henry, who's Nick Ferrari's producer, because I was talking about rice pudding the other day. And they do a lovely rice pudding with cream in. It's quite delicious. You can eat it cold, hot, anything. You can bathe in it if you really want to. And I said this morning, I've had the Marks and Spencer's rice pudding. Ambrosia rice pudding is the same, but I bought in custard today. Little individual pots of custard. I think there's about 6 in the thing. You just break it off and you just put. And it's delicious. And I left some mince pies out there, but I said if you're going to heat them up, remember to take them out of their metal tray, and then you can pop it in the microwave with the custard and have hot mince pie and custard. So I'm really bad for his diet, so I get blamed for this. There's also chocolate. I bought some chocolate bombs the other day in Costco. I think you get about 6 in the pack or 4 in the pack. And what you do is you fill a cup up with hot milk and you put the bomb in there and it melts and it releases hot chocolate powder and little tiny marshmallows. And I do like marshmallows in a hot chocolate and whipped cream. But as Henry will tell you, we're not supposed to have stuff like that. It's not much good if you trying to diet. Not, but who the hell wants to diet on a day like this? Steve, there's a level crossing at Acton Central, says Jim. Thank you so much. Max in Cheam. He says, I've just let my dog Lexi out for her early morning you-know-what. Made me think, what pets have you had in your life? What pets have I had in my life? Cat, hamsters, 2 hamsters, and a cat. Yes, we had a dog, Jasper, golden cocker spaniel. Bought him as a puppy, went round the bend and started snapping and biting and all the rest of it. So he disappeared, I'm afraid. I went away to school, came back and he'd gone. But to a farm or somewhere, I don't know. Joe Allens, do you suggest Sunday lunch or evening for wife's birthday? Oh, always evening. Always evening, because they dim the lights. You think you've gone blind. And all of a sudden they take the lights down. And it's nice. It's nice and cosy. I've always preferred evening, although I'm having lunch there soon. But no, evening, I would think. Which would be quite nice. Birthday, end of November? Yeah, why not? Cool. Dave says, after hearing about the pie and mash shop called Hughes in Ruislip, I probably shot down there with my father to treat him. All I can say is, wow, and I highly recommend it. Dave's in his lorry at the moment. Oh, I could eat that now. They had somebody at the market the other day. Went to Northweald Market and they had somebody doing pie and mash there, and I was so tempted to have it, but we were doing the market, then we were going off to eat lunch. I should have had pie and mash. I've never had it. Never had it. I just feel like having it now. I don't know what the pie is actually. It's like a minced beef or something. I think so. I can cope with that. No, not chicken and mushroom, minced beef. And John from Croydon says, how long before somebody realises that human has the word man and asks to change it to Hugh person? When will it stop? Oh, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It really is. Nobody's ever complained about it. Nobody's ever played. They just somebody's come up with this feeble idea that it's offensive. We're surrounded by mamby-pambies, you know. You think it's very offensive? The producer thinks it's offensive. Yeah, well, be offended. Be offended. Mike in Kings Langley said, finish wrapping all the prezzies now and I put them round the bottom of the tree. Now to start dressing the table for Christmas lunch. How many more sleeps now to Christmas lunch? Go on, have a guess. You're right. 68. 68 sleeps to Christmas. It's exciting, isn't it? I think it's very exciting. We're going to have a good Christmas this year. I think it's going to be bad weather. In fact, I think it's going to be terrible weather. I always sort of err on the side of caution. Do you know that Ronnie O'Sullivan has revealed he believes in a snooker god? He's won more than £30 million, and he says, I know people will laugh, but I genuinely believe there's a snooker god out there who's been looking after me. Yeah, you know what the family business is, don't you, for Ronnie O'Sullivan? I thought you would know these things. And it's pornography. That was the family business. Oh, on a plus side, says Dan, after gaining a couple of stone over these COVID years, I'm coming home 4 kilos lighter. Still a little way to go, but now more incentive to lose the weight again. So morning to James, EJ and Daisy. Just had a message from James saying, you're up listening to Steve, aren't you? Yep, absolutely. Everybody is. Everybody is. Why not? Why not? Goodness sake, what else is there at the moment? Where else can you find a little bit of happiness at this time of the morning? Or somebody very, very cynical. Goodness sake. Dan, pulled over, says, wait until people find out there's a milk man like me and Kev will be milk person next. Oh, don't. It's just so silly. You don't get Lady Milkman. Don't start that. We're bound to now find one, aren't we? You having said we don't find Lady Milkman. Why shouldn't there be a Lady Milkman? Mind you, having all that ice-cold milk on the... I'd be drinking it. I'd be drinking it doing the rounds. I really would be. Gold-top milk, ice-cold. Nobody'd get any at all. Vince says, I'm going to Corfu at the end of this week. Can't wait. Plenty of snorkelling, good food, cocktails, bliss. Yes, that sounds like the perfect combination, actually. I'm not bothered about the snorkelling. Not bothered about that. Elliot, one of the boys here, who gets teas and coffees, he's into surfing. He's about 6'7" tall. Surfing, I ask you. It looks like a stick insect on a piece of wood. But he seems to like things like that. I can't get overexcited about surfing or snorkeling. I know it's supposed to be very nice. You do it on the Great Barrier Reef or something like that. I can swim on my back, yes. So I don't see much under the water. I used to be able to swim under the water. I was fine. Apparently, royal family star Craig Cash only gets recognised these days when people hear him speak because he narrates Gogglebox. I've just remembered he does. He revealed that people used to pick him out on the street and recognise him thanks to his portrayal of Dave Best on the BBC sitcom, but now he goes unnoticed till he opens his mouth. He's narrated since 2016. That's a good gig to get, isn't it? And as he provides his commentary on the day the programme is aired, it can sometimes be tricky. Oh, he's very good. I quite like that idea, actually. He took over as narrator from... Oh, I don't know. Who was it? Caroline Aherne. Oh, goodness. Oh, well, there you go. I didn't know that. An actor who claimed he was the real father of Michael Jackson's children says he now believes it was highly unlikely. Who's the actor? Mark Lester, Oliver's star. He's 64, twice donated sperm to his late friend and is godfather to the singer's children, Michael, Prince, Paris and Blanket. The trio appeared to share some resemblance to Mark's own 4 children. After Jackson's death, aged 50, in 2009, the actor, who was himself a child star, said he could be their father and offered to take a paternity test. But he now says he doesn't believe that he is the father. So there you go. I don't know why now. I don't know. I mean, I don't think... He works as an osteopath. He says he misses his famous godchildren. He said, I haven't spoken to them for years. We spent a lot of time with Michael back in the day, but of course now things have changed and people move on. Steve, of course, a Lady Milkman. There was one in the 70s in Open All Hours. Well, that's right. She was Granville's girlfriend. She was the milk lady. Granville, I remember, actually. I remember it vaguely. But that's quite nice, isn't it? What else we got? Oh, Phil Vickery said that he was, people going, oh, he's having an affair with Fern's best friend and all that kind of stuff. He said, we're just mates. Just mates. We had some lunch. We're mates. I mean, I kiss people when I go out for lunch with them. Perfect strangers, admittedly, but, we always kiss them. grab them and raise them to the ground, and and it was a kiss, just a little. It was he's known her for years, donkey's years. They've had pictures taken all over the place. He shared a kiss with Lorraine Stanton. It's a peck, isn't it? It's not a proper, he was holding his cases, so he didn't throw his arms around her. I do that with people here. Admittedly, there is a court case pending, but I mean, what the heck? Goodness sake, if you can't kiss somebody now... People in show business do it all the time, and I'm in show business. I am so show busy, I kiss people, I call people darling. Because I can't remember their names. It's so much easier. If you call somebody darling, or love, or poppet. Poppet's one of my favourites. So, people who believe in ghosts are not crazy, and scientists need to take spooky encounters far more seriously, according to well-known old psychic Yvette Fielding. Little company there. The paranormal investigator and telepresenter has enjoyed a 20-year career tracking spirits and ghosts across the world. No, she hasn't. Let's not be silly about it. She reckons people's experiences are not being given the credit they deserve. She says, what we do is real. We're getting real phenomena. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. I don't care what you say. Stand there till you're blue in the face, love. But I'm afraid not. She says, there is so much paranormal activity happening. There are so many ghost sightings. No, there's not. No, there's not. She says, we are not crazy. These things are really happening. No, they're not. No, they're not. Her husband is a cameraman. They produce a number of spooky series, including Most Haunted. Yes. The mum of two was speaking on Radio 2 to promote her new book, The Ripper of Whitechapel. What she knows about it, you can probably write on a grain of sand. The Ripper of Whitechapel. It's all been done before, love. Nothing new, but no such thing as ghosts. No such thing as ghosts, or poltergeist, or spirits, or spooks, or anything else like that. It's just you making a naff television programme, okay? Don't start me on that one. Steve, just woken up. You're talking about pie and mash. I'm going to cycle up the Roman Road and treat myself to pie, mash and liquor. It's been ages, says Mike. What, now? They do it at this time of the morning.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7. Nick will be here at 7. And I think he's got the CEO from M&S. And all their Christmas stuff is in the stores now. All the Christmas cakes and mince pies. Because apparently people now just want to start, just in case we're going to have a miserable Christmas this year. I think people quite like the idea of celebrating beforehand and having some mince pie. And basically a mince pie, I don't think it's necessarily Christmassy. It's just a piece of pastry with some fruit in it, and that's about it. Whether that's Christmas, I've got no idea. I mean, different, I suppose, if you were having a complete cooked dinner with turkey and pigs in blankets and roast potatoes and what do I like? Cauliflower cheese and stuff like that. I could quite happily eat that now. But apparently it's like eating sausages and bacon for breakfast. So you eat sausages and bacon for breakfast, whereas really you probably might want to eat liver and onions or something like that and mashed potato. But for some inexplicable reason, you only eat certain things at the time because that's what you eat for breakfast. I remember a friend of mine saying, I want to eat a box of After 8. And I said, what, for breakfast? And he said, yeah, why not? And I couldn't think of any reason why you couldn't eat After 8 for breakfast. So I said, well, go ahead. So he did. He ate a box of After 8 for breakfast. Isn't that the oddest thing ever? I think I've will it be lost? I've just had a cup of tea. I've just been and got one. Just been and got my own tea, because I'm like that. Former Spice Girls star Jerry Halliwell Horner is set to publish a children's adventure book series. They're all doing it, Ever since David Walliams did it, they all think, I'll do this. She hopes the first edition, Rosie Frost and the Falcon Queen, will inspire young readers to find strength and power in adversity. I do wish people wouldn't say things like that. It's just a book. It's just a book. It's not, finding, strength in the face of adversity. These children are going to be reading it. They don't understand what the word adversity is. Steve, we have 2 milk women at our dairy, Sian and Sandra, says Kevin. Oh, I knew that. I told you. What did I say? In the 1980s, I used to have a milkwoman delivered to my house. She was ex-women's army, arms like a docker, and definitely not somebody I'd want to query the bill with. Don't blame you. Don't blame you. But so there you go. So Sian and Sandra. Milk ladies. Milk ladies. Steve, I'm just putting all my Christmas albums on my iPod to the car. Merry Christmas. Pedestrians must not be allowed on the QE2 bridge, so demonstrators must have been dropped off by car, which uses oil, says Roger. Well, of course, well, don't listen. I mean, you know that. I know that. As I say, I'd have left them up there. They could stay there all year, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not remotely bothered. You know, why should all the traffic have to be a 6 mile tailback? 6 mile tailback, you can imagine, you know, people losing jobs, people losing everything. As I said before, and I'll say it again, the people pouring milk all over the floor at that supermarket. And I'm thinking, you're really as thick as we think you are, aren't you? You're really stupid, like the bloke spraying Aston Martin, you know, with these sort of paint cuts. You only had to look at him to realise he wasn't of this planet. He was another simpleton, another stupid person who sort of is so desperately lonely. That's what you could tell he was lonely. He did it by himself. And the two women who then threw the Heinz tomato soup over Van Gogh's sunflowers, but luckily it was protected. And then they denied it. And I'm thinking, I don't know, perhaps my eyes are deceiving me. Perhaps my eyes are deceiving me. What else we got? I'm a celeb and Love Island stars. Couldn't entertain a dead hedgehog. And reality shows are ruining TV, says James Dreyfus. The 52-year-old Gimme 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 star said he would not be able to face acting school RADA now because it was too woke. I agree with him. You know, all the tat that we get from the reality shows, and they go, oh, I'm a model and I design clothes. No, you don't. No, you don't design clothes. Somebody comes to you and says, OK, we're going to put your name to a thing because at the moment you're sort of... It's an easy filler for TV schedules. It's a cheap programme. You can find any one of a number of people who'll walk about in a bikini, men and women. Listen, if you can find people who'll stand there stark naked while somebody does a close-up of their genitalia, you can find anybody nowadays. I mean, the amount of people that they manage to find... They're oversubscribed for Love Island. So many people want to go and do Love Island. Why? Because they don't have any other talent. Their talent is basically it's like Babe Station, only with their clothes on. I mean, Babe Station is about as tacky as it gets. Pete the Pool Man says it's new customer season. Really? He says always pick up some new pools this month. Hope you like this one in Easter. It features a walk-in cover. Sort of, he says the advert, they used to put a Rolls Royce on it. Really? Wow. Is it? It doesn't look that steady to me, but I'm sure it's nice. House is a little bit small for me. I'm not really a fan of those. Oh, it goes on for quite a bit, doesn't it? It's a bungalow type thing. It's the pool, though, isn't it? I do love covers over pools because you've got to, especially in this time of year, all the leaves, all the blooming leaves everywhere. We get them blown in the front door and everything like that. Drives me crackers. It really does, but I try not to be grouchy over it. There's no point in being grouchy. I never complain, actually. I never complain about things. You'll notice that. You're very lucky if you listen to this programme on a regular basis. I never complain. And Cass says, making me chuckle this morning, wish me luck as losing my voice and Ofsted coming to our school today. Will be treating myself to a Marks and Spencer's mac and cheese later. Cass is the advanced novice spiker, which is nice. I didn't know they did mac and cheese. I quite like the sound of it, actually. I quite like the sound of it. I like the sound of food all the time. I don't know why. It's not that I'm sort of, hugely overweight, but I just sort of get cravings for little bits of food. In fact, any sort of food. I made, says this one here, Chrissy from the Weald. Shame I missed you. You were over at the market Saturday. I really was. Yes, we were all over there. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. All over the market, which was lovely. So Chrissy made a proper rice pudding for Sunday afters. Both boys weren't impressed. Heard them saying, much prefer Marks and Spencer's one, so I won't be doing that one again. Oh, I do like Marks and Spencer's one as well. My mum used to do rice pudding, and it was lovely. The Marks and Spencer's one is just basically rice and cream. It suits me fine, actually. I'm very happy with things like that. Very happy. Steve, I'm leaving in an hour for a PET scan. So they can give me a higher radiotherapy dose rather than 21 days of it. Lost my stomach in a huge tumour in 2020. This time it'll be my spleen and pancreas. Not looking forward to being a diabetic at 64. But I'm happy and looking forward to a long life, says Tom. You are the man. It is true. I am the man. I am the 68-year-old diabetic. Somebody else told me that, didn't they? You are the man. I got quite excited thinking I'm the man. Steve, I've been waiting for a hospital appointment for 9 months, only to be stuck in traffic at the QE2 bridge yesterday morning, missing it. Now I'll have to wait another 3 months, thank you. Just Stop Oil, plus I lost a day's money as well. All those vehicles idling for hours in the traffic makes no sense. Well, nobody ever said they were intelligent people. Nobody ever said they... As I say, I would just let the traffic go over there. Don't worry about their safety. They choose to climb something, that's their problem. That's their problem. Let them stay up there. Apparently one of them settled down in a hammock. Stay there. Stay there as long as you like. Couldn't care less. In fact, I'd make it difficult for you to get down. I'd put sort of barbed wire halfway down there and things like that. I just find it ridiculous that people climb onto something through their own volition because they're a bit simple. And then we have to sit there for donkey's years in 6-mile tailbacks and the police going, we can't do anything. You know. Well, I tell you what, you know, I'm not expecting the police to climb up there. But, I mean, could we not sort of think of some way of sort of chopping the bridge down or something? Be a good idea. Chop the bridge down, then they won't have anything to do. The trouble is they're just irritating people who... None of them work. None of them work. They're all on benefits. Dreadful situation. Just so I enjoy my cup of tea this morning. Do you know I saw somebody the other day dunking toast into a cup of tea? Toast. I ask you. I've heard of some strange things. So that's weirdo, isn't it? That's weirdo time. We don't do things like that. I don't like dunking, actually, full stop. I'm not a dunking sort of person. I think it's very common. I wouldn't do it, you know. I was brought up in a family where we didn't dunk. What can I tell you? You know, we didn't do anything like that. Mind you, we did do Eggy Soldiers. Yeah, that's completely different. Eggy Soldiers is not dunking. That's making the two marry together. That's what Eggy Soldiers are. Trying to make out it's dunking. It's ridiculous. Apparently you can get algae burgers now. Or, yes, algae. Could feed the world and help save the planet. They were doing something in China the other day. They've got these big ponds, big pools, which look... I thought it was like a sewage recycling plant. And it wasn't. It grows this algae in there. But they don't call it algae. They call it something else. And anyway, it's supposed to be very good for you. But they sort of then have to siphon it off, drain it, and they turn it into tablets, which they send to health food shops all over the place. They're just green tablets, and apparently it's supposed to be very good for you. But, you know, there's all these different tablets nowadays. I mean, I'm doing myself about 90. No, I'm not doing more. There you go. Bizarre trend sees Chinese beachgoers using green algae as sunblock as they swim in the murky seawater. And so they just... See, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's okay, covering yourself with sort of algae. This is on Qingdao, and the Chinese beachgoers use this bright green plant to block the sun. I don't know, do you think it's particularly good? It's good. I mean, I think I quite like going to... When you're a kid, you go to the beach, you don't really care, do you? And then you go and wash it off in the water, but you can lie in the mud. It's fat... Oh, they do lie in the mud. Have you noticed? The one thing you don't see in China, very fat people. You would think, actually, with all that sweet and sour chicken, they'd be enormous. Oh, my God, there's an awful lot of algae there. How much algae was that? Or was that trees or something? Look at that. Algae blooms. Wow. I mean, you could lose yourself in that. I could certainly lose myself. I don't think I'd be keen on that. I don't think green's my colour. It's got to be a colour that I'm... What? I'm wearing pink today. I only put it on just out of a sense of loyalty to the Pink Brigade. People say nobody wears pink anymore, and yet there's a former James Bond who is wearing pink in the papers today. I tell you, Michael Portillo would wear pink. He wears all the camp colours, doesn't he? I mean, pink, green, blue, and he mix and matches. He looks like a paint palette. Have you seen how many pumpkins are on sale at the moment? All over the place. You can't move for pumpkins. People like carving them. And the kids they put a little nightlight inside, and then they throw them away afterwards because nobody likes pumpkin. Although in the coffee shops you can get pumpkin latte, pumpkin... I don't like the idea. I tried it once. I thought it was horrid. Not very nice at all.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So Pete the Pool Man has sent me a picture of Cadbury's mystery bar. The mystery is you don't know what the filling is. So they had a competition. And the competition was to guess what the two mystery flavours are. And they would draw two lucky winners, and they would win £5,000. Now, whether that's 5,000 each or 2,500 each, I've got no idea. But anyway, believe it or not, Cadbury's have revealed the 2 mystery flavours and said they will soon draw the 2 lucky prize winners from those who guessed correctly. Believe it or not, more than 300,000 people took... All right. My phone's got a mind of its own. I'm so sorry. Somebody guessing now. Oh, it's from Dawn Neeson. And she says, you did ask. Halloween... wait a minute. Oh, look. Oh, right. Oh, it's quite delicate, actually. She's got a Halloween tree. And it's very delicate. Very delicate. We were asking about this yesterday. What are those things hanging on it? They look like lollipops, but they can't be. Are they? What are they? Oh, they're all different bits and pieces. Very sophisticated. Oh, little pumpkins. Little pumpkins. I like the light. You could use that all year round, couldn't you, really? So she says, and no, I don't care. That's what we like. I don't care if people care. So anyway, so Cadbury's have these mystery bars. 300,000 people took part in the competition, but only 6,861 guessed the flavours of the 2 bars correctly. I mean, how they knew, I've got no idea. Because the flavours were rhubarb and custard and blue raspberry slushy. And nearly 7,000 people got it right, Pete. But only 2 people will be picked out, and they will win the mystery prizes worth £5,000. Oh, it's mystery prizes. Oh, it'll probably be a year's supply of chocolate or something like that. But very difficult to keep the flavours under wraps. I mean, how do they manage that? London locals submitted the highest number of correct guesses. Birmingham and Manchester came in together. And, go down, go back way, slow, no, up again. Who's that? No, go up. Fern McCann breaking silence. No, now go up, slowly, stop. Who's that? BBC host dies? Oh, this is Gordon Sparks, isn't it? I read about this the other day, actually. I didn't know him, but he was only 61. It's amazing how people... some people go forever and a day, and then he was best known for presenting BBC Radio Devon's Breakfast Show. I rest my case. And tributes are poured in because he got cancer. You see, there's no explanation, as far as I can see, as to who's going to get cancer and who isn't. Because you don't pick it up, do you, from holding a bus ticket or anything like that. So we must have it in us, and it must be something that is triggered. I don't know how it works. Producer thinks it's a bit genetic. One of the biggest words he's ever used. And this is how it goes. OGEN19. Oh, doesn't matter. And it's a case of, do we all have it? I've tried to ask this question before, actually. I never got the answer I was looking for. Do we all have it? And if so, what triggers it? Must be something that you do that all of a sudden it's triggered, or does it just mutate? I don't know. I really do not know. Whatever it is, it's very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. But, I mean, you can live with cancer. You can live with it. So the cancer risks factor, older age, so older people, a personal or family history of cancer, using tobacco, obesity, alcohol, and some types of viral infections, also exposure to radiation, including ultraviolet radiation from the sun, and specific chemicals. I seem to fit into most of those categories, which isn't very pleasant, is it? I'm hoping to live for a long time. And Glenn says, after you said all the blooming leaves, I immediately started singing California Dreaming, because the line was, all the leaves are brown and the sky is grey. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. Mamas and the Papas love them. Ba-da, ba-da-da-da. Oh, it's discount day today in Iceland. If you're a pensioner, you get 10% off. And they do 2 tins of Quality Street for £8. 2 tins for £8. So I'm going to get 80 pence off that because I'm a pensioner. I always ask for it. The worst thing is, she said to me the other week, she said, do you get the discount? I thought, no, you don't have to show ID. Then you have to look at me. I look decrepit. So they give you 10% off, which is very nice, isn't it? Stuart, sorry? I had that yesterday. I had kebab meat and mashed potato. I know I shouldn't have done. I'm a fool to myself. And I always had it with a tin of sweet corn chucked in over the top. It was delicious. And I was watching the film Goodbye Mr. Chips with Petula Clark. So I was able to cry and eat the kebab meat and chips. It was great. Steve, pumpkin pie is delicious, says Stu in Norfolk. First had it in Canada years ago. No, I've tried it. It was horrible. I didn't like it at all, I'm afraid. Me too, Steve. In fact, says Kim, I'm on the Twinings Extra Strong English breakfast tea this morning. Love a man in bright colours. Michael Portillo is always so bright and smart looking. Very handsome chap. Yeah, he was always these colours. All these colours. Amazing. You know, because it's so funny, because when he gets off the train in some of these faraway places, everybody's wearing greys and blues and dismal colours, blacks and everything else, and he gets off the train looking like a paint palette. And, I mean, there's one, he was wearing bright red trousers, yellow jacket and blue sort of shirt. He likes his pink jacket. He's got, I mean, every colour under the rainbow. His wardrobe must seriously look like an overstocked paint palette. He's got every colour. But it's the different coloured trousers. They probably can't believe it when they see him getting off the trains, but nobody's ever said anything while they're filming. Yeah, at least you know it's him. Michael Portillo. Very funny, very funny. What else have we got? Sainsbury's created the first changing room where people test out clothes on a treadmill in Piccadilly Circus. Oh, I'm sure about testing. I quite like the idea. There was one shop that had a thing a few years back, and it was you stood in front of a camera and it projected the clothes onto you so you could see what you looked like with the clothes on. Save you having to, so unnecessary in those change rooms, you know, taking things off, hanging them up, putting them on, going outside, standing in front of the mirror. With this thing, it just projected on there. Bill Nighy could have ended up as a gigolo, apparently, as opposed to a movie star. He ran away from home and fled to Paris when he was just 16. He wanted to emulate his heroes, Ernest Hemingway and Scott Fitzgerald. Apparently, he was approached opposite the Eiffel Tower. He said there were photographers at the Trocadero and they would come round you with big wads of cash. You know, saying there's this person here would like to sleep with you. I never got that offer. Nobody ever came up and offered me money to say, you know, would you come and sleep with me? In fact, it was anything just to stay away from me or take out a restraining order. Always the best, isn't it? I'm loving the new Queen song, Face It Alone. Also think it would make a great James Bond theme song. And a picture of Laura Tobin. So Laura Tobin does the weather, doesn't she? Weather girl. It's amazing, actually, isn't it, now that you get all sorts of people who magically become celebrities because they do something like. I mean, I still haven't got over the fact that the travel bloke on somebody's radio programme, Zoe Balls, gets to do a celebrity dance on, and you think to yourself, he just reads the travel. His only personality is he was gay. And they made a big thing about it. And I keep thinking, why do they keep doing this? It drives me mad. Absolutely crackers. Judy Love and her passion for fashion. And 100 facts you never wanted to know about the BBC. It takes your money and wastes it. They've got so many dreadful programmes at the moment. But they can't afford to do an extra live programme for Strictly. As I said, get rid of the orchestra or the band. You don't need them. I'm a big fan of live bands, but to be honest with you, they must cost an arm and a leg. They never do close-ups of them or anything like that at all. I'm very disappointed. Other people are on the list of most iconic women. Oprah Winfrey, the Spice Girls, apparently. I don't know why. They always go, because it's, you know, girls doing it for themselves and girl power. But there was no girl power at all. They were assembled by men, put together by men, not by them. Dolly Parton, yeah, she's iconic, I would think. I like Dolly Parton. Greta Thunberg. No, I'm so bored with Greta Thunberg. I'm sure everybody would go, yeah, she does a lot for saving the planet, but she just drives me to distraction, I'm afraid. So can't go for that one at all. Rosa Parks. So congratulations. She was good. Yeah, producer likes Rosa Parks. Mother Teresa. I don't just remember her being a little woman dressed in white. That's all I remember. I don't remember anything else about her. Diana and Queen Elizabeth II. I like the idea of Oprah Winfrey, but she's way down the list. Oh, and Emma Raducanu. That's the one who can't play tennis anymore. She just does sponsorship deals. That's what they do now. Every time she sort of loses, I go, yeah, she was listening. She was just literally just a one-hit wonder. And then it was a case of people wanted her to do sponsorship deals. I kind of went off the idea after that. Also, the orchestra's in again. This is ridiculous, actually. Do you know broadband bills could soar by £113 thanks to inflation price rises, which the Consumer Group have warned under current rules they can go up by as much as 3.7 to 3.9%. It's going to be a very depressing year next year, isn't it, with all these bills coming in. And just awful, horrible. High drama, climate activators at 275 feet. And so they climbed up there. The police then closed the bridge and just stood there like lemons staring up into space. Not a lot we can do about it, is there? And diesel prices have soared by 5p. I saw them the other day. Outrageous prices for diesel. Talk about being ripped off. I think we are.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. It's nice to have your company. This is LBC. I'm Steve Allen. With you till 7. Nick Ferrari will be here at 7 o'clock this morning. And I think he's got in the chairman of Marks and Spencer's, that's Archie Norman. I think actually they aren't alone in it. All the supermarkets now battle to get their stuff out for Christmas. So they've got Christmas cakes, Christmas puddings. They've got so many different bits and pieces out already. And if you go to the garden centres, they've got all the Christmas decorations out, the trees are out. We haven't even finished October. Now, you know me, I love Christmas, but I used to get criticised every year for talking about Christmas. Nowadays, it's everywhere on the high street. Every charity shop that we've got in Twickenham is selling Christmas cards. You know, nice they are too, but I mean, how many people officially send Christmas cards? I suppose what they're doing is they're being desperate for the money because they're worried that once people start getting the bills in, there won't be as much money to give to the charities, which is not so good. Lovely Mary Berry has urged people to learn how to avoid food waste as budgets are squeezed. You see, my mother was very good at doing that. So if she didn't eat all of her dinner, she would let it go cold, then freeze it. And then she could write on the top of it, dripping. No, not dripping, no, just food. You know, like meal. You know, if she had a stew or something like that and she didn't eat it all because she wasn't too hungry, she'd save it. She'd put it in a little freezer tin or box and then she'd write on it what it was and the date. And then she'd sort of take it out a few weeks later and have it with something else. So she was very, very home economical. Very home economical. Whereas me, you know, I throw stuff away. If I don't eat it all, I chuck it. I'm completely the opposite. It's the only thing I've not inherited is sort of trying to be a home economist and trying to sort of save the food. They used to do it on that programme Sorry with Ronnie Corbett, where if he didn't eat his food, his mother would say, well, you're going to eat it. You're going to eat it, Timothy. And he'd go, I don't want to eat it, Mother. And she'd say, well, we're going to eat it because you're not leaving the table until you've eaten it. And she became quite nasty about the whole thing, which I love. A history of the Beeb and 100 facts. The BBC was officially created in 1922. On October the 18th, so on this day it was created. It hit the airwaves 1922. It was officially created on October the 18th, 22. It hit the airwaves on November the 14th with the call sign 2LO calling. 2LO was the code name given to the BBC's London transmitter. Apparently the first programme was a news bulletin read twice, once at normal speed, once at half speed. Listeners were asked to say which one they preferred. Why would you do in normal speed and half? I don't know why. Listen. Also, the nickname Auntie, because people call it Auntie Beeb, don't they? Almost certainly came from the numerous aunties and uncles, Uncle Arthur, Auntie Violet, Uncle Caractacus, who read stories to the nation's children, which went from 1922 to 1963. Because I can remember as a youngster listening to Listen with Mother. Because it used to start off with bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bong. Watch with Mother. And all those sort of things. It was just sort of geared to us. I don't know whether we've sort of sat there watching it thinking it was rubbish or whether we thought it was absolutely brilliant. You can still see the puppets. They're in the Museum of London. It was the flower that sort of opened up. It was very nice. And we Watch with Mother had the Wooden Tops, which was a middle-class family and their pet Spotty dog. Who was the biggest spotty dog you ever did see. And the Wooden Tops were string puppets. There were, in fact, quite a number of puppets that were used on the television. Muffin the Mule was another string puppet. And there's the biggest spotty dog you ever did see. Well, it looked fairly big to us when we were little children. I mean, and, obviously I appreciate the fact that nowadays things don't look as big, do they really? He had a very funny way of walking, actually. It's probably the first gay dog, I should imagine. I don't think he used to wag his tail a lot, and then they would come out. They lived in this... I mean, we thought they were great. We loved all this kind of stuff. Tales of the Riverbank, the Wooden Tops, Flopsy, Mopsy and Cottontail. All sorts of people. Neville Chamberlain in 1939 announced on the BBC that this country is at war with Germany. Desert Island Discs launched in 1942. The idea came from the producer, Roy Plumley, who became its first presenter. The show featured Eric Coates' iconic theme music by the Sleepy Lagoon and was voted the greatest radio programme ever in 2019. Is that the one that goes do 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 do? Was that what it was? Hello, everybody. It was all very friendly, the BBC, wasn't it? They were the first, in 1948, the BBC were the first broadcaster to stream events from the Olympic Games to domestic televisions. And The Archers, the longest-running radio serial, began in 1950, went national in 1951. It was a way of motivating farmers to improve their agricultural methods after the war, and to this day still has an agricultural advisor. They're great. I just remember listening. Dun 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 dun. My mother used to listen to it because that's what people had. You didn't go and plonk yourself in front of the television because I don't think we had a television. In fact, I'm pretty certain we didn't have a television at all. And if it was a little tiny screen, so no point in us all sort of huddling around it. But there's loads more. Patrick Moore became the longest-serving presenter of the same TV programme when he hosted The Sky at Night, finished in 2012 because he died. And the Radiophonic Workshop began in 1958, made famous by the Doctor Who. And it was all just twisting knobs and buttons and all sorts of things like that, which was great, actually. It was really good, wasn't it? When you start using a walking stick, as I have been forced to do, I notice how many others do the same, says Paul Routledge. I haven't actually got as far as using a walking stick, but I do have a walking stick, just in case I get to that stage where I have to sort of, do something and or I can't do anything. I bought it because I got a bad back, and I was in agony, absolute agony, until they gave me tablets, which was quite nice. I felt a lot better after that. I remember clinging onto a lamppost outside the doctor's surgery, thinking, this doesn't get any worse. You feel as though you're going to fall off your hips. You feel as though your legs are going to be there, and then you're going to just fall off. It was the pain. I can't tell you. You go, I was a bit like that. I'm a bit like that now, actually. I do that on some mornings. But it's very odd. It's very odd. It really is the worst pain you can have. Next to toothache. I think the most unbearable pains that there are, which is dreadful. A bird flu prevention zone has been declared in the wake of the largest outbreak of the disease. Bird keepers must follow strict biosecurity measures with 190 confirmed cases since last October. Doesn't seem very much. 190-odd cases. And here it is, overgrown by shrubs and brambles. This train has lain abandoned in a forest for decades. It's in Suffolk. Steve is the man who found it. Steve Lydiard. He's a pathology worker. He says it's a bit of a mystery as to why it's there, sitting there on real railway tracks. There are rumours it was bought by the purpose of renovating it, built by a Scandinavian company in 1950. And it's literally just stopped there. So obviously it was a defunct line that they were on. It smells of oil and smoke, even though it's not been active for well over half a century. He's keeping the exact location a secret to keep vandals away. Oh, they're all going to start looking for it now, aren't they? You've given them enough information. It's hidden in a forest in Suffolk. I mean, that's going to narrow it down a little bit. But it's also, it's a big bugger, this one. The train is huge, really is. It's, just the steam engine. But it looks in really good condition. As they go, looks in good condition. Everybody's offering holidays at the moment, all sorts of holidays. And I love the idea, but I'm not too sure whether we're going to go back on a cruise again. We've done two cruises. Don't want to do any more, thank you, just at the moment. What else have we got in the papers today? Well, apart from Hunt and Truss and just about everybody, I'm afraid. It's going to run forever and a day, this one, isn't it? I can just see that it's going to go for ages. Nicola Horlick says we're in for 2 more years as the PM clings to power at all costs. Mark Wallace says Tory MPs don't blame party members for this mess. And she has 48 hours, I think, to save her premiership, with the next flashpoint at PMQs tomorrow. So the public services face new cuts. After all, the basic rate of income tax will no longer fall, and support for energy bills will be guaranteed for 6 months, not 2 years. Some PM backers think she should resign. She'd be mad if she didn't. She doesn't want to. She's already said she doesn't want to. I mean, she doesn't really have much choice, does she? Really? I mean, they are known for sticking knives in the back of their PMs. I can remember, when Thatcher left and everybody else left, it was a case of they don't really care, but they don't really have an answer. I wish they had an answer for us, but they don't have an answer, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. People don't know where they are. When you get these bills in, people go, "How are we expected to pay that?" And it's a case of, well, they've made an effort to help you out a little bit, but it really isn't enough. I mean, it really isn't enough. Kevin Spacey said yesterday he kept his sexuality secret as his father was a neo-Nazi. This is what he said in court. This is in taking place in New York. He's being sued by an actor who accuses him of assault and battery. Kevin Spacey has said the allegations were not true. He was being sued, I think, for something like £31 million. They sue for huge amounts of money in America, and then they sort of settle on, threepence halfpenny. That's the way it goes nowadays. But he said his neo-Nazi father used to yell at me at the idea that I might be gay. He said, I've never talked about these things. Well, I don't think he has, actually. I know quite a number of actors and actresses who have not come out publicly. Everybody knows that they're gay, but it doesn't really make any difference. If somebody wants to stay inside, then they can do. A star-studded lineup is to perform a special concert to celebrate pop artist Sir Peter Blake's 90th birthday. Noel Gallagher, Madness and Paul Weller will be among those performing at London's Royal Festival Hall on December the 2nd, because Sir Peter is best known for co-creating the cover of the Beatles' classic album, Sgt. Pepper. He turned 90 last June. They're also going to have all sorts of people there. Chrissie Hynde from the Pretenders. Sir Peter, at the forefront of English pop culture since the 1960s, was knighted in 2002. Proceeds from the show will go to the Teenage Cancer Charity and Cancer Trust Charity, and also the Grey Theatre Company, of which Sir Peter is founding patron. So that's good, isn't it? A lot of it. 90, it's amazing, actually. It is amazing. Wasn't there supposed to be something on the album, on Sgt. Pepper? There was a picture of everybody on there, and you were supposed to read something into it. I can't remember exactly what it was, but we were supposed to be reading into it. We shall tell you after the latest news headlines.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Somebody asked me, they said, Steve, I heard there was a cinema at Waterloo Station years ago. Is that correct? It is correct. You are correct. It was what they called a news theatre. I think it became the classic cinema chain, and what it did, it was the second newsreel theatre. There's quite a few of them popping up around London, and it was located at the end of the main concourse of Waterloo, beside the entrance to platform 1. The facade was a bit sort of modern, and people would go open from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Most people would go and they just fall asleep, because that was the trouble. And they used to have one at Piccadilly Circus, a cartoon cinema, which I think was open 24 hours a day. And people would pay, and you could go in there, and you just it's just cartoons. They never lasted that long anyway. So, yes, they did. There was also a cafe there, Cafe PF, which was the gents' toilet at one point, and then it got sold and turned it into Cafe PF, because I knew the owner of it. He used to put cabaret artists on down there, and it was, I mean, obviously it didn't look like the toilet. That would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it? My friend Johnny Perry says, could you say hello to my friend Marie McManus, who lives in Bournemouth? She's one of your biggest fans, and whenever we meet up, we chat about listening to you in the early hours. That's very nice, thank you. I bet you've told us some stories, Johnny. Likewise, I suppose. So, Marie McManus, good morning to you. Hope you're well down there in Bournemouth. I hope it's going to be a nice day. It's not been as cold as it has been. I've been quite surprised, actually. Joan says, I send charity Christmas cards. There are a lot of people on their own at Christmas, and a wee card through the mail is uplifting. Well, who are these people who are by themselves at Christmas that you send a card to? Are they just random people? Or do you know them? Can't just send random cards to people, can you? From a friend. It's like the Valentine's card things. The trouble is, what you have to remember as well is, I always like to find out exactly how much money out of charity cards goes to the charity. The shops open in London over the Christmas season, and when you turn the charity card over, it'll list all the charities that card benefits. And it's like they'd be getting pennies. Absolute pennies. You know, if you want to make a donation to a particular charity, make a donation to a particular charity, because that way you know the money is going straight to them. But Christmas cards, you know, but I don't think actually people, you know, on their own at Christmas go, oh, I can't wait for a Christmas card to drop through the door. I don't think it works like that, actually. Glyn says, we were recollecting programmes the other day. Many scratched their heads when I mentioned Orlando starring Sam Kidd. Do you remember it? No, but Sam Kidd appeared in everything. Orlando, it was the TV series. He didn't Sam play Orlando O'Connor or something? It was a thriller. It was a thriller, and it ran, I think, between about 65 to 68. Sam Kidd turned up in everything. There is hardly a British film that did not feature Sam Kidd. You know, he popped up in all sorts of things. Might just be one line. Might be all sorts. He was born in Belfast, and he's got a son, Jonathan, who's a very famous voiceover artiste. And I've known them for ages. And Sam's widow used to write to me saying, you know, thank you for remembering him. I said, but he turned up in everything. It wasn't a British film that you can watch nowadays without a cameo appearance from Sam Kidd. Passport to Pimlico, he's in all these great British films. Sam Kidd was sort of the actor. In fact, if you look at the movies that he was in and the shows, it's basically a cast list of every movie that was ever made. Seriously, he just did absolutely everything. You go, well, there's Sam Kidd again. He popped up in all these things. It was great, actually. So I don't remember it, Glyn, but I remember Sam Kidd. Certainly do. They always say if you play certain rock songs from the 60s and 70s backwards, you can hear lines praising the devil, says Lawrence. Yes, that was they did that with a few Beatles things, didn't they? But it was never true. I mean, who plays a record backwards? I mean, how mad. Sarah says, I worked for BBC Radio for 45 years after leaving school at 17. I recorded programmes with many people like Kenneth Williams, Roy Kinnear, Irene Handel, Frankie Howard, Victoria Wood, Dana, Cilla Black, Terry Wogan, Pam Ayres, Tony Robinson, Sheila Ferguson. And I'm very proud to have worked there for such a long time. Wow. That's quite a cast list, isn't it? I always find it amazing when I look back at all the people I've interviewed over the years. You know, you just take it in your stride. It's just, you know, they don't come in as celebrities. They just come in as ordinary people to be interviewed, and it's your job to get the best out of them. One here says, tell Peter the Toastmaster, Steve, in Malvern, that Chris in Jersey is off to London for 2 days of heart tests. Well, don't they have hospitals over there in Jersey? You have to come to London? Fingers crossed. Your humorous observations are keeping me calm. Oh, I quite like going to hospital, actually. I'm becoming a little bit of a hypochondriac, but I do like going. I do like going because I think they're in the place where they can make you better with all the equipment and all the things that they can do. Yeah, but they can do anything. They really can. I was talking to somebody the other day who was convinced that they were going to cut back on operations because they've got like 6 million people on waiting lists, and they thought things like cataracts would be sort of held back a bit because you can exist, you know, with cataracts. It's obviously better when you get it done. I got both mine done some time ago, and absolutely fantastic. I mean, just fantastic. Doesn't hurt. You don't feel anything. It's there's a 7 million waiting list in England now. 7 million people are waiting for operations. What they'll do is they will get through them, but they're doing them in terms of, you know, who is the most urgent. If you've got an urgent complaint, then you will be seen and you will get the operation. The boss of the Sherlock Holmes Museum, this is a story in all the papers today, locked in a poisonous High Court feud with his siblings that's run up £2.5 million in costs. Businessman, we'll just call him John, and his family have made more than 100 court appearances during 10 years of warring, focusing on the attraction at 221B Baker Street, supposed home of the fictional 19th century sleuth. The museum was set up in 1989. It was the brainchild of John and has made millions, introducing tourists to the gaslit world of the iconic detective and his Victorian surroundings. Apparently John worked there with siblings Linda and Stephen Riley, plus Jenny Decotu, but the relationship fell into bitterness and contempt. Now John, sole director of Roller Team Limited, which owns the museum, is fighting a new battle with Stephen, claiming he has no right to stay in their late mother Grace's house at Battersea, where he's been for 25 years. Yet vulnerable Stephen and his sister Linda insist he should not be forced out of the £1 million property, as he was promised a home for life. So what they're saying now is the museum is a gold mine. I told you. People queue up to go in there. They buy things in the museum. It's, that's what they do. Apparently, the initial dispute centred on £1.8 million of takings from the museum, ownership and occupancy of properties and the care of Grace. The family attempted to settle. It's always money, isn't it? It's always money in families. What have I said 1,000,000 times before? But the current row involves John claiming the Battersea property should be handed to his company vacant. And, now they have to try and decide whether or not he's got a right to stay there. They spent 10 years in court. £2.5 million they've spent so far. The only people who benefit? Lawyers. The lawyers. Oh, good news. I forgot to tell you the other day. You know all those Paddington Bears that were left after the Queen died? They've all been dry cleaned. They were very keen to point out they'd all been dry cleaned, just in case. And they're all going to be given to charity so they can sell them and raise money. I told you, they don't hang on to these things. What on earth would they do with all these Paddington Bears? So they had a picture of Camilla surrounded by Paddington Bears, but they've all been cleaned. They're going to Bernardo's, and they're going to be delivered to the services in the forthcoming weeks, and then they will sell them, presumably as this was given to the Queen on her death, and so we're now selling them. So they can raise some money, 1,000 if they sell them for, even if they sell them for 10 quid each. And some of them, I mean, how they're going to sell them, I've got no idea. I don't know how it works, but I'm sure it will be fantastic. Steve, I'm stingy with sending cards these days as the stamps are so expensive. Price of a first-class stamp, 95p. Second class, 68p. I've got loads of them. I've got loads of stamps. But you're right, it is terribly expensive to send things like that. So perhaps people won't. I send these Jackie Lawson cards, which, how many do I send? Quite a number.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. The story that was in the paper yesterday re-rises from the ashes this morning, which is the 30 former RAF pilots who've been paid £250,000 each to train the Chinese to shoot down Western aircraft. Now, I don't know if you know, but China's Air Force is, I think, the third largest in the world. It's over 400,000 personnel. They've got the stealth jet, which has impressed the Western experts. And so they're willing to train the British fighter pilots, train the Chinese to shoot down Western aircraft. Up to 30 pilots have recently moved to China after getting these contracts. How bizarre. What a bizarre thing. Not long before they tell us who these people are. And, it's an awful lot of money to be paid. I don't know how much pilots earn, actually. I've got no idea. They were doing something the other day. I'm always fascinated by the internet, which comes up with all sorts of things when sort of somebody's put down there, how much do radio presenters get paid? And it's got radio presenters around the world and different rates. And where they get this information from, I've got no idea, because they were saying, and in America, how much to local radio? It varies everywhere. It really, there isn't one sort of hard and fast rule. How much do BBC local radio presenters get paid? And they were going, anywhere from 37,000 to 54,000. And then it goes, how much do people, top DJs, how much do they earn, and top speech presenters? And it's quite amazing. I mean, most of it is absolute gobbledygook. It really is. I don't know where they've actually got it. I mean, American ones, are interesting because they're mainly syndicated around the world. And so a few of them over there earn absolutely oodles because their program is syndicated to loads of radio stations. In this country, it's a bit more difficult, but it's still a job at the end of the day. Howard Stern, I think, was on something like $90 million a year. $90 million for that. Unbelievable, isn't it? Also, the story in the paper today about the protester beaten by the China consulate. Interestingly enough, no arrests have been made. The Foreign Office and the Development Office and the consulate have so far not commented. Well, they won't. They won't say anything at all. Benedict Rogers of the campaign group Hong Kong Watch branded the attack an appalling act of thuggery. Well, I think actually China's human rights issue ain't so great, so why we should be surprised, I've got no idea. But they reckon these protesters had set up all these things and everything else, and they says it was an intolerable insult. Footage shows at least 5 people bursting out of the consulate, ripping down the poster and trying to drag protesters inside the compound before laying into one individual. The protester, referred to as Bob, to protect his identity, told BBC Chinese it was ridiculous that officials have been able to attack him in the UK. He said we're supposed to have the freedom to say whatever we want, adding the man who fled to Britain from Hong Kong last year. That's what he did. Benedict Rogers branded the attack an appalling act of thuggery. He said it cannot go unpunished. I bet it does. I bet it does. They're not going to want to upset the apple cart at all, are they, really? Especially as our pilots are training the Chinese pilots to attack us. I don't quite get it, but there you go. Well, you can read the papers yourself to find out exactly where we are in the will you be better off or worse off. Let's just assume you're going to be worse off by the time you start getting all these blooming bills in. They said now millions of people facing the cliff edge after the energy support is scaled back. There's one lady here, Mary Weidman, I think it is. She's 85. She's already paying £180 a month to heat her one-bedroom bungalow. From April, when the government's energy price guarantee is due to be curtailed, that cost should soar higher. She's a retired nurse. She saw her bills treble compared with last year after her former supplier went bust. The widow, who's got 4 grandchildren, has now turned off the radiators in her bedroom in order to cut costs. She's a Tory party member. She lives in Hemel Hempstead. She said some people, especially pensioners, who cannot go out and earn more money will be unable to cope. I don't know how the Prime Minister thinks this is a sensible solution. So she, at 85, has had to turn... What a state! She's had to turn off the radiators in the bedroom. And you find a lot of people, when it gets, really cold, I mean, whether it will this year, we don't know, but we think it might do, people are going to just go to bed early because it's going to be the warmest place to be. You can't afford to put the heating on, and I think a lot of people will start panicking over it. One from Andy in Hull. He says the Sgt. Pepper cover was supposed to have clues on it to support the conspiracy theory that Paul McCartney died in 1966. What a load of rubbish. Yes, I know it was. There were all sorts of things, weren't there, that they sort of put out. You had to read into it, but I don't think so. Paul from South Wales, he says, remember to use your stamps up or change them by January, as the new barcoded ones will be the only legal ones. And... yes, so after the 31st of January 23, regular stamps without the barcode will no longer be valid. So the stamps that are changing will be very familiar to you. So they're putting up, there's a barcode on a stamp. Oh, how ridiculous. I've just bought a load of stamps. I better start sending. Can you change them? Can you go and, where do you change them? You can either use them before the deadline or swap them for the new bar. Oh, well, you can swap them. Where would you swap them? Right. Even though I didn't buy them in the post office, I can just go and swap them. How lovely. Oh, well, I'll do that then. They're going to be thrilled when I go in there with 30 packets of stamps. I've got loads. So you can exchange with the stamps, swap the stamp, simply complete one of our stamp swap-out forms and send it back to us along with your non-barcoded stamps. And then oh, lovely. Oh, I can do that. I can do it. It's a free post as well. And you just sort of put them in there, presumably with you can swap up to £200 worth of non-barcoded stamps. Oh, I shall do that. How exciting. Another parcel. Of course, all they have to do is just say they never arrived. Another parcel arriving. I've got my Libra to fit. Oh, it's Edinburgh we're sending them to. Notice that, in Edinburgh. There you go, Edinburgh. I've just sent something to my pension company in Edinburgh. Everything's going on in Edinburgh. That's where my bank is as well. Steve, you'll exchange your stamps or use them. I'm going to change them. I'm going to swap them. Because I think it's quite nice. Do you know that there's a stamp for £2.80? Did you know that? You get a first-class stamp, a second-class stamp. I mean, to be honest with you, all of these should have King Charles's picture on, shouldn't they? They will. Well, they haven't done it this time around. They should do it soon, I think. Sam Kidd was Mike Baldwin's dad in Coronation Street, says Tony. and I really like listening to your programme. I didn't know that. Thank you very much indeed for the informazione. So the height of stupidity, the people on the bridge, also the drugs washed up on the Welsh beach. We were told originally, as I say, 90 million. It's magically come down to 42 million now, hasn't it, really? Steve, I only normally, says Paris Mark, get the last 15 minutes. But I'm up extra early today to buy some petrol and avoid the traffic. It's dreadful, isn't it, when you have to make a special trip out to pick up the petrol. I hope it's not diesel. I've seen the prices. It's a national strike over here today. I'm coming to London next week to stock up on mince pies and Christmas goodies I can't get over here. You could probably buy them and get them shipped over, couldn't you? Something like that. We had a rubbish men's strike the other day. Normally on Monday morning all our bins are emptied, and my friend Joe said to me the bins have not been emptied. I said, well, I'll check out. And I got through to one bit of it, which was a number written on the bins, and that was an answer phone which you couldn't leave a message on. So I was a bit stuck because nobody answered it. And then we got another number from our Lynn, phoned them up, and he said, oh yes, they're on strike. Nice to be told, but they're doing it. Yeah, nobody told us. They're doing it today. So whatever they would do on Tuesday, they'll do Wednesday, Thursday, and so on and so forth. Birthdays today, the comedian from Carmarthen, Rod Gilbert, who's hosted shows such as The Apprentice, You're Fired, and Never Mind the Buzzcocks. He's also being treated for cancer. And he says, maybe I'll come out the other end with a new stand-up show and a 40-minute rant about orange squash. Also, Mike Tyndall. This is the one who has to do the reality show, but he's been a failure on every reality show he's ever done. He's doing the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, because they think he's going to spill royal secrets. Why would he? He's the husband of Princess Anne's daughter. There's no way he's going to be spilling royal secrets. He still lives at Gatcombe Park. So he's obviously not making any money. You know, she's had to take on something else as well. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Get ready for power cuts, they've said. 4 till 7 over the winter. That's the boss of the National Grid. Well, I've lived through that before. It's easily doable. You just make sure you've got candles. And all of a sudden the television will go off. And everything goes off. And then you have to go round and sort of turn lights off and do little bits and pieces. So, I mean, I'm hoping it's not going to happen. But as I say, you can't tell anything at the moment, can we? If they're not going to get all the money in, then we're all going to be suffering, I'm afraid, and I have a feeling that this winter is the time we are going to be suffering. What else we got? The Chancellor will not rule out the windfall tax or scrapping pensions triple lock. Change to bills cap could see families' energy costs hit £5,000 next spring. They were doing a thing in the paper the other day. If you've got a flat, if you've got a house, if you've got a detached house, semi-detached, all that kind of stuff. My God, I tell you, people are in for a blooming shock. It's not going to go away, is it? Not going to go away.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Nice to see Rod Stewart, Sir Rod Stewart, has done a piece in the paper today because he's housed a family fleeing Putin's war. And they put them up in this house in Berkshire. And he said the first time I went round there, he said they all appeared on the stairs in Ukrainian national costume. I didn't know there was such a thing. I'm quite impressed by that, actually. Quite impressed by that. And he said they're a lovely family. I think it's... wait a minute. Who have we got here? We've got husband and wife and their children, Taras, 17... Costa, 16, Roman, 13, Maria, 10, and Dmitro, 2. They're not your average tenants. They made this perilous journey over here, and he's putting them up. I'd love to pronounce their surname, but sadly it's gone past me completely. But he's doing it really well. He's got a song called Rhythm of My Heart, which is about the Vietnam War and how pointless it is, but it's relatable to any war, he said, so I'm going to dedicate it to the Ukrainians, put a big picture of Zelensky up and show the flag. It's the least I can do. So that's nice, isn't it? At least it gives them a chance. We like Rod Stewart. I don't like some of the... he did all... I loved all his early stuff, you know, I am sailing, and all these other... If you want my body and you think I'm sexy. You know, all very nice indeed. And then he went on to doing standards. He appeared with a sort of a tuxedo and everything else, and I thought, that's not what the fans grew up with, actually, is it? The fans grew up with sailing and... You know, yeah, I'm a purist. But then he started doing all these, you know, come fly with me, let's fly, and all that sort of stuff. And I thought it just sounded a bit peculiar. But, I appreciate the fact that people have to change. These Glastonbury tickets, by the way, loads of inquiries this morning about the Glastonbury tickets. This is for next year. They're up 70 quid. Up 70 quid to £340. So you will pay £335 plus a £5 booking fee. Can somebody ever explain to me why you need a booking fee? Why do you need a booking fee? You're paying £335. Some people say, it's to send them out. How much are their stamps? I mean, it's a separate company that sort of does them, so they sort the booking out, so it's a £5. Wow. I mean, the last time the tickets went on sale in 2019, they were £265. Now they're £340. Anyway, but the festival was cancelled, obviously, because of the pandemic, and you've now got to register first in a bid to stop ticket touts. So Emily Evis, who's sort of taken on, so she said, I wanted to post about the Glastonbury ticket prices. We've tried very hard to minimise the increase in the price on the ticket, but we're facing enormous rises in the costs of running this vast show, while still recovering from the huge financial impact of 2 years without a festival because of COVID. The £50 deposit on ticket sales day in November will be the same as ever, with the balance not due until April, and as always the opportunity for many thousands of people to come as volunteers or as part of the crew. So if you want to go in for free, you volunteer and you get a job there. Then you get to see the show, but you are expected to work, and that's what they've said. Coach and ticket packages are up for grabs on November the 3rd. Standard tickets November the 6th. I have to tell you this because otherwise people get a bit carried away. Rumoured to be filling the Sunday Legends slot at Worthy Farm. Roxy Music, because they've decided at the ripe old age of 765 to go out there. Robbie Williams has recently told the BBC he'd like to fill that slot. I love the way he said they're obviously not interested, otherwise they'd have approached him. So he has to sort of, I'd be interested. And through it all, we could do that bit, couldn't we? But I didn't think the BBC were booking the acts there. But Roxy Music, so you get to see them. But they're touring anyway. So what they do is they sort of interrupt the tour. Diesel prices. When I drove past a garage I was going off to try and find a tin of chocolates, which I couldn't find, actually, because they're not released just yet. And I was looking at the thing, and it had the diesel price up there, and it was something like 188 or something. I remember thinking, what? And then in the paper today, diesel prices soared by 5p in a fortnight. So they're now paying, although many garages are doing more than this, 185.84 a litre compared to 180 2 weeks ago. So it's drivers filling up with unleaded face, that's actually dropped, 164.49 a litre compared to, it's gone up 2p, I think. The AA says it wipes out the savings from driving a diesel. But that was the whole idea when they encouraged you years ago to buy a diesel car. It was because you could drive it cheaper. Now it's blooming expensive. Somebody says you've got a diesel car, you go, whew. You got a second mortgage out? Going to need one, actually. Whew, I do that. Whew, can't believe it. Price of petrol. So, Steve, morning. And Sam Kidd, when we were kids, 8 or 9, we regarded him as a local hero. When he drove off from his home in his big, to us, bronze car, we would follow a short distance, waving him off and cheers of encouragement. Not that he needed any. And he always smiled and waved back. You're quite right. He is forever part of British classic film history. Absolutely. Absolutely. I lost track of getting British films out, and every so often there would be Sam Kidd would pop up. He'd pop up in all, playing, he just seemed to have the face that they loved because he popped up in every single film. They were really good, really good. They weren't sort of, ridiculous films. These were sort of major films. What have we got now? The BBC. Blue Peter. Longest running children's show in the world. It's a shadow of its former self. Still going, but a shadow of its former self. It now looks as though it's done in a broom cupboard, I'm afraid. It doesn't hold the sway. That launched, 1958. I went to watch it. Going out because I went down to interview somebody there. And it was named after the flag a ship hoists as it's set to leave harbour. And I remember when Mike Oldfield did the theme tune, they showed him recording the theme tune of it because we just love Blue Peter. There's a great book that's come out which you must get, and it's got the history of Blue Peter in it and all the famous models. When you went into the office in the BBC Television Centre, they'd have all the models but made in different bits. So the first bit and then the second bit and then the completed model. They were all sitting there on windowsills. Peter Purvis, John Noakes and Valerie Singleton. I would think that was sort of the main thing, but it had started along. Christopher Trace was the first presenter on it, and they had loads of people. And then if you remember, they had the Blue Peter baby. The Blue Peter baby. One of the presenters got pregnant, you know, and then there was another presenter who got pregnant but wasn't married, and that was brushed under the carpet. They were a bit funny about it. And then I remember when they had to apologise for Richard Bacon's cocaine. You know, they had to sort of explain what it was because the audience was sort of like that. Christmas time, they always made the Advent crown, which was 4 coat hangers or 2 coat hangers wrapped with they made it every year, and they always brought in the I think it was the Chalk Farm Salvation Army band who marched up the slope into the studio. They were all the Cubs and Scouts were grouped round a pretend fire, which burst into flames one year. That was the entertaining bit. The entertaining bit. Remember the thing with the elephant? Yeah, we had the firemen coming in, all the people that had the elephant who pooed on the floor and dragged the keeper down, much to everybody's embarrassment. But it was there, and they raised money for doing different things. You know, this is our thing this year. We're going to be making, you know, a well, and we need your buttons or whatever it happened to be. And people would send in their buttons and everything else because that's how they raised the money. They bought lifeboats. They did all sorts of things. But it was under Biddy Baxter. Biddy Baxter was, you know, there's been other people, but Biddy Baxter was grande dame. What she said went. She knew how that programme worked. There was Anthea Turner. She did Tracy Island because people couldn't get it at Christmas. And so she made one out of cardboard, and here's one I made earlier, toilet tubes and all sorts of bits and pieces. And but I've got to go. Have I got to go now? Oh, it's ridiculous. There's no time. This programme needs to be, I nearly said longer.